of prizes and diamonds for grabs, with the champion clinching a $10 cash prize. And on top of that, we have $100 bonus for each win. And this season, we will also have an additional finals MVP victory for the season most valued player. That's a lot of prizes.
It's a whole lot of prizes, whole lot of money. You get bonuses for winning games. We got our first MVP. I mean, if I won the money, I would get Liz a new camera. And yeah, it's definitely exciting. I think so far NACT, since our humble beginnings, we have only gone up private.
Yeah, and then it's also the big thing for those last 2 teams that are going to be making it to our live show in Las Vegas. And if you guys haven't been to one of our off-cam, or I want to say our live stage events, it is kicking, and it's been an exciting pinnacle points of these seasons.
Yeah, it's definitely been, you mentioned it earlier, this has been one of the closest seasons, and as we close out and we come into playoffs, for the first time, I think forever, I think there's definitely our favorites on who will make it to grand finals, but there are definitely some coin flips there on who exactly will make it in.
Yes, a lot of teams that we're looking into, and definitely today seems like our mission is to get my camera fixed, but right now it seems to look good. Are you guys excited about the matches today, and do you think you're gonna see some exciting, crazy stuff?
How you doing?
Today,
just doing a little watch party for the North American Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament.
I think we might
this
see
is the
more
last day
drafts,
of regular season for these guys.
We have the new hero chip being allowed to be played this weekend.
Yep, new hero comes in.
Yeah, I definitely think there could be some toss-ups,
it's gonna be interesting.
Some roster switches, get some people comfortable, things like that.
Yeah, I think Trex touched on it a little earlier too. There might actually, this being the last, I want to say,
it took me a minute to get the stream going because
it's the last time before you move into the playoffs. So it's the last time to actually test something, experiment with something
OBS
on
had
a
an
scale with the top teams in North America before it matters.
For some reason, it didn't pop up when I opened it. So I was like trying to figure out what's going on.
Speaking of playoffs, it is happening
getting mad.
in a week, and teams. Not only they also have a chance to get the roster swapped up a little bit. That's the first roster adjustment period for the season, and it's going to happen in the next week. So anything you guys would expect happen in the next week?
Roster-wise? Or just like from teams? I mean, I don't know. I think we always normally see a few teams change things up right before playoffs. That is the typical, that is the norm. I do think this time we may see less, because normally it's literally almost every team changes at least one player depending on visas or this or that, right? So I think this time we will see a few more teams kind of lock down, and we might see some surprises as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing too, because of the competitiveness that all these teams are at, and I've talked about it a little bit in the last season. I'm not a huge fan of like changing up things, especially once you get that momentum going and you're moving into the playoffs. A lot of these teams maybe not performing as well as they had hoped, but that can kind of be built when it comes to synergy. One of those being BTK, who we were talking about, just needed a little bit of that synergy, and we saw a huge change of them. Stuck with the same roster, but played more, and now we have like an oiled up
can't do that on the mobile streams. Oh my god.
All right, and the show is about to start today.
There's drama going on in Discord.
LEGACi versus Area 77. Now Private or Trex actually take us through what's happening today.
After LEGACi versus Area 77, which will be our first series, we have GG up against Fiends.
That'll be a good
Third
one.
match of the night will be Bloodhounds facing off against Devious
Founder,
Activity.
what's going on?
And the last match of the night, something that for me is pretty exciting, is BTK up against Nighthorde. And at this point, there's a few of these teams sitting in the middle of the seed, fighting for that number 4 slot, fighting for that number 3, 4, and 5 slot, I would say.
Yeah, some exciting matches, especially toward the end. I want to say,
hope everybody's doing good. Appreciate you guys swinging in. Like I said, sorry I am late.
They were able to get their first victory, but they
we're
have
having
huge,
technical difficulties. We're about to have some more if I don't plug the computer
and then, of course, the Nighthorde, who is going to be taking on BTK. I want to say, not too many people would call it evenly matched, but the Nighthorde has never failed to surprise, especially this season, to kind of keep on upping the ante.
All right.
Yeah, and hypothetically, all of these 8 teams.
Yo, Lies, what's going on? Huggy Wuggy, how you doing?
Even the
like I said, this is the
against
last day of regular season. Basically, what the regular season did was just figured out where the teams are going to be placed in the playoffs. So they're battling for their seating position. That's what 1, 2, 3, 4 on the left there is each team name.
In a very secure second place, bloodthirsty Kings with 14 points. Third place is Fiends, tied with
my
the
prediction was a little off. Let's see what I put.
In fifth
I
place,
don't remember.
Area 77 with 9 points. In sixth place,
you already got him?
Dang,
Activity,
nice. And moving up, Bloodhounds with 3 points and LEGACi.
Going back to
there on there,
appreciate you swinging in. Hope you have fun.
Here in North America.
All right, let me look at my prediction.
And after today, we're
I'm
finally
not gonna say what it is, but
total standings, and we're still not sure what's going to change after today.
So
let's get the show started with the first series, LEGACi versus Area 77. So let's take a look at their current rosters.
Because I don't want to reveal anything, you know what I mean?
Swap, actually. Mark Cutie going to be subbing out, bringing in Jules Cutie, which for me is exciting. We haven't gotten to see Jules really play much this season so far. Did play mid last season for Area 77, so we know that he is a decent player. What, they got fourth last time, last year? So
I'm probably
I'm
off.
excited to see this. I think it's definitely something
but we'll
that's not going to throw them too out of proportion at all. ISO will be holding down the gold lane. J Cutie on the roam position. Jules in the mid. Tarzan as jungle, and Yureshi in the EXP.
Yeah, especially when it comes to
quite honestly, though, I don't want my prediction to be right because some teams I have a little bit lower.
Because these guys always have been playing together in the first place. So, I mean, they do have that synergy with each other. We're just going to see how well it stacks up here against their opponents.
Is actually only my second one of those that I've done.
Their opponents also have a roster change.
It's fun.
So, Private, why don't you take us through it?
So it does look like we're going to be swapping out Kuya Nash for Whoopi. I think we saw this last year,
they did that before.
Week as well. Whoopi's going to be sitting in for LEGACi, as we can go ahead and take a look at the full roster. It's going to be Jolie, Kuya Ken, Whoopi, Riles, and PDR. We're going to see if LEGACi can bring things together and maybe possibly get their first win of the season.
Let's go LEGACi.
Yeah, and let's talk about the predictions.
I gotta root for LEGACI just because if the off chance the team that
for the predictions of this match,
or well, what we call a team that we have broken, if we were to be in a tournament like this, we would be exactly where LEGACi is right now.
They do have that zero gravity,
zero wins,
stuck there at that zero seeding. Maybe today is the
hanging
day,
on.
You know? Maybe today is the day where teams start to pull out a little crazy, and we can.
I wish I could get the clips from the previous times that we went up against like Chicken and Best Player. Them guys.
Wake up. I'm gonna definitely vote for Area 77.
I got one.
If there is a day to show that you're ready for playoffs,
it's Chicken versus Stigma in EXP.
Here, but right now, A77 definitely a favorite.
Yeah, we talked about last season too. Oh, and we can take a look at these for me at least.
LEGACi and Area 77.
History for me right now. And this is just
I would put a poll in the chat to see which team you guys think win, but I don't wanna I'm not touching anything because, like I said, it took me quite a while to get this stuff started, so I don't want to mess with it. Like I was dropping over 1,000 frames in the first minute and a half that I tried starting this.
I mean, absolutely. And
so I reset everything, updated OBS, you know,
the match will start.
Checked it all, and now we're good. So I don't want to, I don't want to mess with it.
Let's take the
mission she put the shades on.
Take on the mission.
It's time. Let's go.
Great toss, Liz. I love it. Into our first draft.
I gotta say, the hosts are
LEGACi. Area 77 will be on the blue
on
side.
point with their
we were talking about it earlier, Chip.
Like their little whimsical skits that they
haven't
do.
seen him too much globally
that shit's
yet.
hilarious.
I think a lot of us are questioning if he's actually going to be viable.
NA has definitely stepped up their game this year.
Will we
Production,
see any, hot picks today? Will we see anything crazy
everybody is on.
Yeah, and that for me has been the interesting thing. A lot of people have been asking, especially when it comes to LEGACi, why we have not seen
feels more
Riles
comfortable
on the Assassins, which is where he kind of made a
more
name
lively
for himself while streaming, especially when it comes to those the Hayabusa pick. But unfortunately, it feels like LEGACi.
All right, Exborg and Faramis banned out by Area 77.
You definitely want to have
Matilda,
your team on the same page.
Arlott banned by LEGACi.
And it's
Is
kind
that
of
a
a
Masha
risky pick.
or Hilda?
So I don't know if they've gotten things together. I would love to see something like that come for Riles.
When
right
you
now,
call,
I mean, we're gonna be waiting to see what Area 77 has in store.
When you
Very
call her the
amazed
wrong
to see
name.
that Masha banned there for Area 77 though.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, it's Masha. All right.
That's definitely a surprise one. Now,
Barat?
we've seen crazier. We see the Hylos.
I seen Masha a couple times last night in ranked, actually.
Sometimes. So there's that Roger pick though. Now,
you know, fighting my way through that epical immortal.
Or not? You know, when is
that epic immortal?
Accept that this marksman is meta, because now it is officially getting first pick. Last night it was getting picked by Echo
Roger
3 times
again,
in a row.
dude.
Tonight,
Rogers.
Or today, it's getting picked by Area 77, first pick, and
Rogers
Riles responds back. You want Assassins, baby? There you go.
Honestly, I'm excited. I'm happy
LEGACi,
to see this. I mean, it's the last
That's who I'm hoping for.
The season. Go hard. Go with what
just
because
I want to see him get a win, you know.
Has made you your name.
But
I mean,
Area 77 is a good
to lose here, and go with that.
So we'll
on the other side, though, I mean, Roger as a first pick for in the marksman lane is very interesting to me. Could that possibly be a flex pick? I'm not sure. I mean, we've been seeing it, especially internationally in the marksman lane, but here in North America, we have seen it in the jungle lane as well.
I like how Trex has his Echo jacket in the background there.
Just
kind of
Tarzan. I think he has the viability, like
he's low-key flexing his Echo jacket there in the background. That's funny.
All right, we're jumping
Not
right
washed.
In.
That jacket hasn't been washed since, what was it, M4?
A year ago, if you showed me this draft,
sorry,
I would have thought
Trex.
you were
Had to
crazy.
call you out.
But here we are. I'm not like
it's all right. We've only got a couple viewers here.
How our team's going to use him, right? And I think that's one of the reasons.
Oh, speaking of weather, it was nice out.
Same thing with like the Lu Yi.
So we went mode,
really
and we
found. And I think it's going to be the same thing with this. How
one
well
is a berry, little berry bush. I know for sure. The other,
and that kind of brings into play is what you're versing right now. You've got
like
a lot of early game in the Angela and the Nolan. As soon as he starts getting those kills, he's going to start getting rolling. He clears the jungle so quick, so he can get
another
those lanes
annoying
very
guy.
fast. And that's what Chip kind of counters out there too, because he can get around very fast too.
First time he's allowed, and they go ahead and pick him up. So this morning when I was playing with, so it was me, my buddy,
with the rotations of their own.
Marty McFly,
what are we running
Petrie
as right now, right? Is it
we used to play a lot, and then Petrie kind of stopped playing, but
I think I've seen some
he plays jungle.
In the XP lane. I've seen some people play
I'm on what was I
on? I'm
Marksman
like,
or Mage or something like that.
Feel like they want to slot this
and
here.
Marty was roaming, and we had this
LEGACi
chip
feels like it's definitely going to be a
that
was the XP lane still, getting
he
rid
popped
of
up a teleport, and the person that I was fighting on his team went through it.
Yeah, the interesting
and
thing
I went with him.
Is going to be, especially when this.
I was Mage because I was Lilia, so I ended up in like, you know, up by their base or wherever the heck he went.
A lot of teams here in North America.
And then Marty went through it too, and I'm like, dude, how did I get to this spot in the map? Because I didn't click yet. And then,
be able to kind of match that against Harith. And
like, I'm sitting here in the middle of a team fight while I'm asking this, you know. And then I hit my ultimate, and I went all the way back down to the bottom of the map where my shoes were. And I was like, holy crap, that's broken. Like, if you use people like Lilia or Hayabusa or somebody who can have something that's physically on the map, like your shoes, your shadow, whatever, and then you can go through that, you know, fight in the team fight until you're about to die, and then get back to that, you know, whatever's behind. Like, that is some mad rotation right there if you can plan it. I was telling people, before this hero even actually came out, I was telling people that Chip reminded me of Hoopa from a different game, and
still pack a punch.
that's what they do, is they use like the whole, you know, teleport thing, and I'm just like, this is gonna be so broken when they actually introduce this hero. And I think we're about to start seeing how these guys use him.
Because I do feel like sometimes a lot of teams, they forget about that.
By the way, everybody, check out our casters here. We got Trex, we got Private Dancer, links in the description along with the official pages. You can follow along, see all the clips that they do from the tournaments, like the highlights. You can watch full games, or full matches, I should say. I believe they're all best of 3 up to this point.
Angela to pair up with the Harith as well if she needs to, and it's just a dangerous combo right there. Like what LEGACi has drafted is still considered.
All right, we got some good teams here. The LEGACi comes out to finish it up. Okay, decent. Roger is roaming, or not roaming, Jesus, jungling.
It does. It is tanky. It is bulky. It can kind of create space.
So Roger, Chip, Vex, Haya.
We're kind of lacking CC on the side of Area 77. We're lacking a few things, I feel like, from the side of Area 77 here.
I want to say Chip brings a little bit of CC, but is that enough to be considered peel? Especially because you know Vexana is going to be the key target for LEGACi when it comes into a lot of these engagements. And it's going to be a very interesting lore dance here because we have 2 assassins on both sides. And usually when it comes to like the turtle fights or those objective fights,
Stigma should be joining us
away from
at some
the objective until it's time to go ahead and get that retry. They swoop in, try to get the retry, and then
he's hanging out with some fam bams. Like, look at this graphic, dude. That is so sick. I love that shit. The first time I seen it, it blew my mind. I was like, holy shit.
Taking on LEGACi in game 1 of a best of 3 private.
The little bird thing, though, I don't understand
this is going to be it for LEGACi.
Other than that, that's
pretty good. To make at least some type of a statement here, and especially with this Nolan, I feel like they have the draft that they want. At least something that I like to see from them to be able to kind of push forward and at least try to get some type of momentum going for them moving into the playoffs.
Yeah, so taking a look at some of the positions, it does look like JQT's going to be on the chip, so it will be Rome. We've seen that one of the things with the Roger, we don't know exactly how he matches up against everybody. We did see Harith up against Roger previously in some other events, and it seemed kind of like a standstill. But still, overall, Roger's just kind of this wild card. And I'm wondering if that's kind of one of the reasons
for Roger, because
why
he can jump around
been doing so well. Because a lot of teams just haven't really figured out how to deal with this. It's such a different approach than your typical marksman.
Yeah, but I mean, kind of comes in the same way that
I'm not good with Harris.
Does. It's kind of tanky. It's kind of hard to take down. So I understand.
I mean, either way, I would.
But it's going to come down to kind of these rotations, especially in these lanes where your pick is going to be a Roger or a Uranus for ganking. I mean, I don't envy that type of pick for a Nolan.
How dare you mention that?
We're going to see how well it kind of comes in. We're in the opening 30. Minute and 30 minutes. Yureshi takes a little bit of damage, but not too much. We're still waiting for Nolan to kind of come
with
online.
The damage too.
A little bit of a gank on the damage.
Oh, he's going down.
Shadow kill. This is something I just noticed. They swapped roles. ISO in the jungle on the Hayabusa. Tarzan Cutie in the gold lane on the Roger.
Okay, that's all right. So I wasn't mistaken earlier when I seen the jungle emblem behind Roger. They just literally swapped positions instead of swapping heroes.
Very dangerous start here for LEGACi, especially when it comes to 2 assassins. You want to kind of get online, especially for a Nolan who kind of starts to wear off as you start
when you're going up against the Haya. Obviously, if he ganks you like that when you're by yourself, there's nothing you can do. But if you're by your teammates and he ults you, group up. Because if you group up when he ults, it'll distribute his damage between every player that's there.
Forced to try to dash through.
Like, he won't just stay on one person.
PDR there to help out as well. Whoopi gonna try to engage. Does have that ultimate ready to go.
Now it's a risk if he's got other teammates there, because then you know he's putting damage on everybody and eating their health down. But if it's just him and like maybe one other hero, depending on who it is.
This turtle here, a little bit of a misplay there by PDR, flickering out was your Reshi to get away from it, and that would have been a good start for this turtle. Now we're going to kind of be, I want to say, tied here about who's going to have like the better space.
It's always in the back of my mind when I go up against the highest. Okay, if I don't know where he's at, I need to make sure I'm near somebody in case he jumps out with his ult.
And very timely when it comes to these timed objectives, but we might have a little bit of a play at the turtle.
I think with both teams, both teams losing their.
Anyone want to bet first turtle?
So much aggression, they are taking this a little bit slow. Turtle is going to start getting chipped out.
Oh, PDR.
Here. He might not be able to make a way in.
Oh,
to
backfired. PDR goes down. ISO going to be right there at the turtle.
Space for Area 77 to possibly take this turtle, but ISO still needs to be careful. Doesn't have a purple buff right now. Going to go back and let this turtle go over to LEGACi.
Yeah, a very interesting play there. As PDR gets taken down, you would have
they could still steal it.
The advantage here, but still fighting for this turtle.
Should have waited to use that.
A lot of damage. Turtle does go over to the side of LEGACi there. A nice Eternal Guardian comes down. Nothing too major. The Angela Heartguard able to help out Riles to get away, but Jules Cutie still chasing down.
Vex would have waited to drop the
Cutie with the crash course, looking for the slam onto somebody here. PDR
that little
putting him against the wall, forces the flicker just to get out.
Yeah, and unfortunately they are able to
get the knock up with it, and then Uranus could have came in and stolen turtle. Maybe.
Did he
I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking.
Did he stop the shadow kill
I'm
before
not a pro.
finish? I don't know if he was worried about going under the tower or something.
Oh,
dash from Jolie.
What's going on? Why are you?
Was
it worth it?
Himself for the marksman.
Yeah, and trade there 4-3. Area 77 just narrowly in the lead right now. Actually, I want to say they're starting to grow their lead. Tarzan in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
They are just non-stop right now. Tarzan does use the flicker. Should be able to get away from this, though.
Yeah, and this is the slipperiness we were talking about with the Roger, especially if you're going to try to gank him. He's got all of this momentum, all these abilities in his wheelhouse that he can use, especially when it comes to that wolf form, to be able to get away,
that's our problem.
A lot of that damage.
A lot of times we're not rotating enough, or one person like the roam is rotating too much.
Able to use a shortcut.
Or like there's times where I'll play mage and I'll rotate too much.
Jolie finds the kill. Now PDR still in the midst of things. Jolie does go down. ISO to pick up the kill. PDR force use a flicker as Jules chases him down. ISO there as well. You're actually looking for a target. Tarzan finds one.
Like, look
3
at
members
this.
down. Make it 4. Make it 3. Possibly 4. Kuya gonna go down nets. It's a 4-for-1 trade. To the side
My
of
team would have died there trying to dive in that tower.
Look at the way Area 77 juggles the aggro from that tower. A shot going to a different person there so that they can maintain their cover underneath the tower.
I did put in for a new position at the workplace, so maybe if I get that, I'll be able to actually play with them guys more. And maybe we can actually start doing some tournaments.
Also 4-1-4 now. We take a look at Riles. He's 0-1-2. Hasn't been able to find the kills. Hasn't been able to do that much. And yes, the high boost isn't super meta, but when you let it get fed and now you're 6 minutes in, he's got a couple items locked in.
See how on the Roger
he's definitely
now.
Start being able to take advantage of this. If Kuya is a major target, Riles is a target,
I've always focused either cooldown or anti-heal early game. Always.
Yeah, and they're fighting here for this purple buff. I want to say, like, this is going to really set the statement.
Usually
for
it
LEGACi
comes
if they
in handy.
Can't even control their own purple buff. Riles jumps in.
There's times where it's just even that doesn't work. So you might as well just go all out with, like,
chase him down, drops him on force. Not able to lock on though. PDR uses the heavy spin, but all it takes is one more shot. Tarzan looking for the angle, unable to connect. ISO dashes in and dashes out. Area 77 cannot
Dominance
take
isn't bad. I just don't.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this
I don't know. I prefer Necklace and Sea Hell over Dominance a lot of times, unless I'm wrong.
Already a 4K
and even then, usually I play like Raphaelia or
mid, which has opened up the rest of
Florence,
LEGACi's jungle, and they're unable to stop the pushes from Area 77.
Well, they're going to lock on to Whoopi here. The Lycan Pounce does connect. Whoopi brought down to about half health, but Tarzan's going to back off. Yureshi hiding out in the tri-bush, but Area 77 not overextending, and this is when they are, I feel like sometimes we see them play very well in terms of macro, micro, things like that. And that's what we're seeing right now. They're cutting off waves. They're not over aggression. They're not overstepping their welcome. They're just aiming for towers right now.
Yep,
and
objectives win you the game.
From some of the higher ranked teams in North America is they're always about the macro and less about the kills. A little bit of an engagement here.
Penalty zone does land on to Jules and JQT. Force use of flickers. Jules finally going to go down. Ryle's able to finally put a kill into his pocket there. But while this is happening, Tarzan chipping away at the bottom tier 2.
Yeah, and this is just another thing when it comes to it, especially when it comes to an engagement, and you think that LEGACi.
It's crazy to see how fast Ruby fell off too.
Look onto the map. Area 77 has a great sense, and already at the opposite side, making a play for an objective.
Ah, shoot! I'm gonna have to. I guess
from Tarzan is starting to stack up as well. 2, 1, and 2. LEGACi, do they have a way out of this, right? I mean, we finally see some damage coming from Riles. Jolee's going to need a bit more time to really come online.
After one of these matches,
their only opportunity is really just kind of huddle down by time. We're only 8.5 minutes in,
the Discord,
so it's going to be a little bit till they can really kind of spike
about
off.
It later when Stigma.
Yeah, and the problem here now is that front line starting to come by.
Aya going down. See how he jumps to the other guy?
Nothing too major.
So he couldn't finish PDR off there.
They're going to move on to the middle tower. Eternal Guardian does come down. Whoopi takes a little bit of damage, but Area 77 still just kind of testing their grounds.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, this front line of Area 77, you've got JQT on the chip, Jules QT on the Uranus, and they're able to kind of stand in that front line while Ureshi is able to lay down a
Uranus,
ton of damage.
After he gets his first couple items,
and ISO able to just swoop in and pick off, I want to say, the crumbs of LEGACi as they're getting beat down by this front line of Area 77.
Jules QT is starting to pack a punch too and just become harder and harder to kill. But Jay walks right into him, taking out Jolie, able to get the kill.
Down goes Chip.
ISO comes in with a shadow kill onto Whoopi though.
Oops, see, Whoopi got away again because everybody else came over and Aya goes to them.
Off as Jules QT continues to poke. ISO gets a little bit more damage onto Riles, but finally backs off as well. LEGACi able to start to kind of fight back a bit. When these team fights go on, they're able to find some kills now. And though they are 6,000 gold behind, we're seeing some opportunities come in.
Yeah, opportunities, but just as quickly as that happens, as soon as one person goes down for Area 77, it's so quick, the entire team backs up and creates that space so that LEGACi would have to chase, because they know what kind of lead that they have over LEGACi right now, and it's just great playing right now by Area 77, but LEGACi still showing some of those signs of a life.
So, Lord is going to be up. They might try to hold off for the 12-minute mark, see what they can get out of the push. I don't know if they're going to rush it. With a lead like this, they could maybe take their time. ISO looks like he's going to start poking a little bit. Jules QT, though, is just going to become harder and harder and harder to kill. And it's like the one thing they have is the heavy spin to maybe pin him against the wall.
What are items?
Do you really want to use your heavy spin on just an EXP laner?
Yeah, and that's the big thing. PDR with the heavy spin of his own and gets wiped out by Tarzan here. And now we're going to see what else we have. This might actually set up for this Lord take.
LEGACi is playing.
PDR, there's no way for LEGACi to really break in.
They're not.
Forced to back off. I think forces just defend, and you got Jules QT sitting in your face.
They're reacting
as well. ISO has taken Lord.
That's how
now.
They're playing. Like they're not doing
because
anything
they just
themselves.
had a wave of minions come out. It's going to be another 10 seconds or so till the next wave comes.
It's
and already
them
picking up that
seeing something happen and then they
ISO.
react to it and go
was packing
to
a
it.
punch before. He's really going to be nailing in the points against LEGACi the next time he goes in for a shadow kill.
And taking the purple buff as well. Riles is just broke and buffless right now. There's, it's a problem, because especially
today's Saturday.
He was supposed to scale. He was supposed to hit a spike early on. You had this Angela with you to really capitalize on, and everything that LEGACi brought that was supposed to kind of make their comp golden. They don't have right now. They can't use right now. PDR also has taken 3 deaths, not really able to keep up. He's level 9 to where we look at JQT. He's level 11. I mean, his items, his gold, his experience, everything is just falling behind right now on the side of LEGACi.
Yeah, and with Lord coming up at the top, there's going to need to be a solid defense right here from LEGACi if they want to continue on in this game.
Eternal Guardian
does
an
item
come
check.
Down. Jules QT able to hold the front line.
See those items.
Nice dash
see those
flicker
builds.
in. Able to try to get the heavy spin on them, but Whoopi goes in alone. They're going to put out a lot of damage. Tarzan able to pick up the kill. Now the rest of LEGACi forced to back off under the crystal, under the defense, but Area 77 not letting up just yet. Tarzan playing the top side, looking for someone to jump on. Jolie able to find Jules QT. A nice kill for the side of LEGACi. Area 77 might just finally back off, but another wave is coming down the mid side. Smon's force does drop. Tarzan
back up.
Form. JQD.
No, why did you run back up?
You're actually able to pick up the kill. Kill does land on Riles as well. Shadow kill. Locks onto PDR. It's another one. Tarzan wraps it up.
Out.
It's an unstoppable kill.
Dang.
Oh, man. Area 77 should take game number 1
I was just about to say, dang, walk-off team wipe.
Finally, they lock on, and that is it for Area 77.
All right.
Yeah, I
GG,
mean, a rough game for LEGACi there, especially from the start. But Area 77 showing as soon as they got the lead, as soon as they got the offense in their direction, they just kept on pushing, got their objectives, and a pretty decisive victory for them.
I didn't know Hoon went to Area 77.
Well played. I think it was just really clean. They just from start to finish, they kind of just outclassed there. LEGACi unable to keep up. The rotations from Chip as well just kind of made it so they could be in different places, make some attacks here and there, and just kind of
is that an error?
To have to fight, even
damn
maybe they didn't
I was just talking about how production was so much better this year.
From Hoon there on Area 77.
But man,
I mean. But yeah, I mean, a great game by Area 77, and the problem here too was
the guy in the back right is actually not on that
in
team.
Those side lanes that the Nolan was going to be able to.
He's
take
on
down.
GG.
You had a Roger on one side who we've already talked about is very slippery, especially with a lot of those wolf forms being able to get him away and negating a lot of the damage. And then on the other side, you had a Uranus who just basically, I mean, as the more damage he takes, the more stacks he gets, the more unkillable he becomes. So I did not see a very easy way forward for Nolan, and Area 77 really
I like his headset, though.
Yeah, and you're right. He didn't have many targets, and that's exactly what he wants. And then I think just Area 77 never really let up the pressure, so there was never an opportunity for Riles to be like, all right, we're going to gank this lane. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. It definitely felt like Area 77 was driving most of the time. Taking a look at some of the stats, a finishing KDA of 14-8 and 33.
Yeah, I mean, a great game by them, and really kind of came well together, especially when it came to kind of the diving of the Roger and the Hayabusa. And a very surprising Hayabusa, and especially with how dominant it was in this game. As we take a look at the team stats in comparison to LEGACi there, I mean, we watched the game. It's the stories told here in the stats and how well and how dominant Area 77 was.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what that what the Roger build might have been. I know we weren't able to take a look at items, but I'm wondering because right now there's a lot of different builds happening for it right now. There's a lot of people that are taking different approaches. I kind of want to see what Harith was building as well. So on the Roger, full damage, Windtalker, Endless Battle, Malefic Roar,
Goblin,
even a little bit of anti-heal
locked
in there just for good measure, you know. And I'm almost wondering.
Oh,
so on
finally
the side of
we
Harith,
get to see the
something
builds.
we recently just saw was like picking up Thunderbelt sometimes on him, going a bit more on the defensive route. Jolie did go into full offensive here, and I'm just wondering, you know, maybe if there were some different
might have been building necklace there, but didn't get to
here?
it. Should have went sooner.
Well, I mean, it's such a play back and forth. If you want to go a little bit more damage on the Jolie, you're going to lose what kind of makes him dangerous in that marksman lane. For the Harith, he's gonna lose that ability to really kind of sting, to kind of push
ISO,
back the Roger.
getting the carry.
Here, all the stats here: Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, even the Forgotten one going to Area 77, really kind of showing how well they did in that last match.
And I mean, Jules Cutie, first time back on the roster, on the main stage, taking that position of the Sandbag. I like it, and I think overall, and then just to mix things up even more, just to really put salt in the wound, Area 77 also switches roles. You know, they put ISO in the jungle, Tarzan jumps into gold lane. Let's really just kind of rub this in a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see here, and the big thing here for me is the 93% team fight participation there by ISO. So most of those fights, most of those kills initiated, or not initiated, but at least very much finished by ISO, which kind of shows the cohesion when it comes to a lot of these
93% team fight.
Most definitely. I mean, so at this point,
like very little damage taken.
Area 77 just beat them at their own game. It's like, oh yeah, let's do assassins. Let's run it. Let's see what we can do. LEGACi now a game away, a loss away from not securing a singular game all season. I mean, morale has to be low, right? So it's like in this position, it's like, do we just, all right, let's just try to win one, or at this point it's like let's just wait for playoffs. You know, I think and that's a tough place to be for any team.
I mean, at this point,
again,
just
they're
pick who
lucky
you're
enough that they're,
comfortable
like, not
with.
Completely out.
Like literally,
Still
what do you
a
have
shot
to
in
lose?
Playoffs, they will be at the bottom of the seed. If they lose,
Pick your main, like obviously they can't pick them if they get banned, but like just pick something you're comfortable on at least.
What does Riles say to his team right now? How do you keep everybody up and going on this
make sure you got a little bit of CC maybe.
Honestly, at this point, I'm almost kind of at a point of like you go out there, you be comfortable, and you just try to have fun. They've gotten to the top 8 of North America. Yeah, and they've kind of had a mixed. Well, I mean, let's just be honest here. They've gotten thwarted pretty hard here in the top 8. It's basically a welcome to the top 8 for Riles.
Yeah,
and
it's a hazing. That's all it is.
And there's been
this is their haze run. It's the haze arc,
and it's something that we've been talking about here. When it comes to assassin gameplay, it's something that Riles really shines at. That synergy needs to be up there. You guys need.
It just shows like the difference between,
and you need to be able to,
you know, playing 5-man even in ranked compared to
find yourself behind. I mean,
when you're in a tournament.
In contrast to Area
That's why in
77
ranked games you'll have games where it's like,
even get into an
you know,
engagement,
40
and on the other side of
something
the map,
to
they're still
30
making a play, even
something
though
or
they
whatever.
lost a member and honestly lost
and
the
then
fight.
in tournament
able
play,
to make a
you'll
play on the other side
barely
of the map
see 20
to,
points
get
between the
themselves an
two
objective
teams.
as well.
Yeah, everybody knows their job, and at every point of the game, it feels like, you know, the play is, like you just said, the play isn't just the fight that's happening. It's what are we doing on the map right now? Yes, we're taking this fight, but also we're doing this. You know your job, and I think sometimes they don't even need that communication. You know, Tarzan knew immediately when that fight was happening up top or on the mid side is, okay, I'm gonna go take this tier 2 on the bottom while everyone's distracted. And they're just very smooth with it. And it's something that I think I've respected with Area 77 over this past season. I think when they are on point and they're playing at their best, I do think they have some of the best macro. Like when it just comes to overall map control, they're definitely like among the upper class, I think, of some of the members of the team. They're always looking for objectives and not just team fights.
Yeah, one thing that I was looking for when I was watching this map, though, as a side note, is like, what did we see some opportunities that were created by Chip through that, and to kind of make it to where there aren't better choices for it. I didn't see too much of that, and that's something I kind of wanted to focus on too, because Chip, he's available now. We haven't seen him too much, I want to say, in any of the other MPLs here. This is the first showing here in North America. And his tankiness is something that can be said there, as well as the CC ability. But is it enough to really kind of move him into the meta?
I mean, it's still. I think we kind of have to see. We have to see some more teams play it. some other teams play it. And
I love how careful Trex is nowadays, because he knows.
I think until we really know
that those Clippers are ready.
We're kind of tossing this around as Lu Yi.
They have their finger right over there, their little cursor right over the clip button right now at every second.
Is it more viable just to pick that up? I think what
he's
Chip
been the
might
product
come in
of
is maybe
some
you want
clips.
something. You want what the Lu Yi gives you,
He's
right?
like,
You want that teleport.
all right, I don't want this to get taken out of context, and then everybody starts.
You also want a more damaging
thing.
Or you want
like
something
they did
else
with
in your
Chicken
mate's
and
position, so you can kind of still get what
him
you
saying
get out
that
of the
pH was
slightly altered, and then you can still pick sometimes
stale.
So I think there's definitely some opportunity to play around with it.
They got mad because he said sometimes they're stale.
Yeah, the only thing for me is that, especially when it comes to a lot of the,
I think personally, it was just his way of saying that, like,
kind of giving
when you know stuff, like,
potential, and
it's the same in any sport. If you know that a team or a player is going to win,
it's something to kind of be had, something a little bit more experimenting, needs to be
or
done
it's going to be a
North
blowout.
America. Hopefully, we see more of him in North America to be able to just like Roger right now. Everybody's very curious to see what builds are going on with it right now. What the emblems that they're picking.
They want excitement. They want those close matches where it's back and forth, or
I'm wondering,
a reverse sweep like BTK got on GG, stuff like that.
When it comes
not
because the LEGACi
the same team winning over and over and over.
Right now,
and I think that's why a lot of people like NACT this year, is because
have to be a heavy
this is
front line,
probably the most
you give up so much with that. So there's definitely
probably
room
the
for debate.
closest
We'll
at least.
There was some interesting plays in the last
season that
game.
we've had
Some
out of
moments
probably
that
the
they were able to
last
kinda, like,
3.
Boom, everybody
When it comes
show
to
up.
the top
but it wasn't
8
anything that was
teams.
like, you know,
Yeah,
we
you
haven't
obviously
had a
have your
wow
bottom
moment
teams.
yet from it, you
but
know? And that's what I think we're waiting
like
for.
at least
or
top
just
6
someone that is that
are
good with it, because that's another thing. I don't think anyone's had
closer
time to
than they
really
have
master
been
him
before.
Yet. To where you see some of those off-brand picks.
Because
so
I mean,
players
think
are
about
just,
it.
This player's that good
Everybody
with
was
him. Yes,
always
we ban
like,
it when we go against
oh,
this team.
BTK's
So
gonna
we'll
win,
see Area
or
77
oh, the
first to
Valley's
test
gonna
it out.
win, or
waiting on
pretty much
draft
any
two
team
now.
that Zane was on. to be
LEGACi.
honest, they're like, yeah, he's gonna win.
We do this all the time. What do they do here?
There wasn't a lot of
I
interest
think
in
at this
it.
point it's just honestly I feel like
And
it's
now
just
that
better.
other teams
just,
have
just gotta bring,
been doing,
Just
you know,
just
better
good,
or
kid.
better than they were at
Because it's
least.
true, like, it's not like their draft was horrible.
People
They had
are
a
like,
good draft.
oh,
I think
this
a lot
is
of teams could have
interesting.
pulled off that draft. I think they just kind of there's something lacking in terms of.
Don't get me
gameplay
wrong. We still have our top teams that were
especially when
pretty
it
much
comes
obvious to us.
The rotations and how they kind
At
of
the same
answer
time,
it.
we're
It's
just getting to
unfortunate.
playoffs.
The draft, like we said, very
So
positive for
you
them.
could
and something
still
that
see
we
some of these
expected Riles to be able
teams
to shine
grow
with.
and
another
learn
thing I
from
wanna
their
say, too, is
mistakes that they've made so
It feels almost
far.
kind of like they're not as
And surprise us
appreciative
even more.
of like the counters that come out.
That's why I'm not
and being
counting
able to
out
kind of
people like the
protect.
Fiends.
The biggest problem for me is
LEGACi
being able to protect their
even.
jungle. This is almost
I mean, you're in the
shades of what
top
we saw
8,
from
bro.
BTK,
Like,
in the seasons before this, where Zane was just constantly
it'd be the same as holding
under
a
his
top
jungle.
8 for
the
any sport.
retaliation from his team
Top
was
8
a little
boxers
bit
in the
late,
world.
not
Top
always on the
8
same
poker
par
players
with
in the
with
world.
enemies
Like,
and the opponents here.
someone's
And we're
gotta
kinda
be in
seeing that
last.
here when it comes to LEGACi and trying to protect Riles and trying to make sure that he can kind of move his way through the
And
map
to be
quickly.
fair,
Yeah, you got to come in with a certain mindset. There has to
when
kind of be a plan. There has
my
to be
team went up
knowing what
against,
your like,
well,
yes,
me
you
and
could have
Earl's
the
team.
Great picks, or you could have something that works together. But if everyone is
when
on the
we-
same mindset,
when we went up against
this is how this is going to
BTK, I
work,
think it was
right?
BTK the first time
this person
and
needs to be
the
still
Ohio
pushing.
brothers
Us
the
three
second
kinda
time.
need to huddle around more. We need to hit this lane at this
But
time.
we-
You know, we need
I think they
are we
ended a
taking
match in
first
like
turtle, or are we going to try
9
to trade it for a
minutes
tower and gold lane
on
or
us,
something like
10
that?
minutes,
You know,
something
there
like
has
that.
to be. I think there needs to be a bit more depth.
Because the
to
first
level of
time
play
was
than
right
just
before
jumping into the
M3.
game, you know? So LEGACi will be on first pick here.
Or
Chip
no.
is on the ban board. So now Chip,
Was it
Masha,
M3 or M? Yeah, it was
both banned out
M3,
from
and
the
then
side
the
of LEGACi.
next
What do they know that
time
we
was
don't, Private? What do they know that what is
the
with
4
this
and
Masha?
5.
What's with the Masha ban?
I was just about to
What's going
ask
on here?
this because both teams, Area 77 banned it out last time. This time, LEGACi bans it out. Unless I'm missing something from her. When we saw her last week, what did Shark? He went like 0-6 in the first 10 minutes on the Masha. He eventually came out on top. But I mean, here we're gonna see Whoopi gonna go ahead and secure the R lot for LEGACi, and a very strong. We actually, it's very rare that we get to see an R lot here, as it's usually banned.
Yeah,
out
I was gonna
by
say
both
it's usually
teams.
banned, but I would.
Man, you gotta make space in that ban board.
I would rather ban the
Chip,
export.
man. Our lot's second tier now, A tier. There goes the Roger pick again from the side of Area 77. I'm telling you, man, teams are prio in this. I'm excited to see if other teams are also going to kind of feel the same way.
I blame
this
Basic
time we
for
are gonna
that.
see the carry get picked up.
Ooh,
And
Joy coming out.
Joy
Okay.
from Ryle. So yeah, man, just get comfortable. And I think you said it perfectly.
Yeah, it's.
I didn't know we were doing a
with the
police
Joy
theme,
here,
or I
you're
would have
gonna
got like.
a lot of the.
I would have got
ability
a
to
police
close
get
in
up on,
around
you
some
know.
of the side lanes. You're going to use that electrifying piece. You're not going to be able to be CC'd during that. The only problem is you're going to need to have those squishier targets, and we're going to need to be able to get to those easily. If you can't get it from the side lanes by rotating onto them, you're going to need to be able to catch the mage rotating from Area 77. So, and that's going to be kind of a little bit of a task, because as you've seen from Area 77's rotations, mage doesn't rotate alone. They're very precise. They
what's
like
going
to team
on?
up to kind of get those 4-man ganks onto the side
Hope
lanes.
you're having a
It's gonna be very
good
interesting to
night,
see
good
how we
evening,
deal
good day,
with
whatever it
with
is,
Joy as we
wherever
move to
you
the
are.
second
I
banning
hope it's
phase.
good.
So I know, they take. I was wondering. I was like, with the Joy, you normally want the Angela. No way, Area 77 lets that through. Either they ban it. I didn't expect them to pick it, but now it's Angela, Roger, and whatever else they want to pick up in their jungle.
Good.
So
Glad.
Area 77 looking pretty deadly right now.
We're just sitting here watching.
And like you said, without without any
the
small targets, I think the
MLBB
Roger is just an
NACT
amazing
Spring
like, now this is
season
another
final day.
Anytime there's an assassin, something like the Joy or something like the Nolan, Roger's just a great pick for it. He's a bulky MM who can also slip away, like you said. He's just a great answer to any kind of hyper-aggressive jungler that the enemy wants to pick. They are going to ban out the Akai now. LEGACi,
all right, come on, LEGACi.
Need to bring in a ban as well.
We need a win here.
Yeah, very interesting too. It's kind of shades of I want to say a couple years ago when the Angela and Roger was like a very prime pick when Roger used to run into that jungle position because
I mean, Franco
you already
here.
got a little bit of unkillability from him, invulnerability, unkillability.
Want LEGACi to win? Yeah, me too.
When he's moving forward with some of those with that wolf form and
gotta get a
towers, which we saw from the last game. He's not
like I said, I feel for him because we would be.
Kills and then be
I know that we would be in the exact same position
in the human form, so it's gonna be very interesting to see how quickly
there's
they can close the
times
distance, or
where
LEGACi's gonna have something in mind.
I don't think we've actually had a full 5-man team
they were
in
I don't
MCO,
think they were lacking a front line,
but we've done
at
least 4 people
on the side of Area 77,
and we still lost.
See, the more we talk about this Roger, the better he gets, man.
To be fair, some of us only play a couple matches per day too.
He's
so
tanky, he's slippery.
What is this game?
Up.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
We are going to see
It's a
JQ
5
show,
versus
and
5
there is your front line right
MOBA.
There. A solid Tigreal. So LEGACi again has a lot of the pieces they need, right? They have set potential. They have late game damage. They have a nice mid game spike from this
Area
Joy.
77 is looking good, but
they have all the pieces.
Like I said, at this point,
together,
LEGACi just needs to get comfortable and have
and
fun.
That's the big question
see if
here.
They
I think
can,
we're still waiting on that mid
pull
lane
off
from
sometimes
LEGACi. Actually, a mid lane.
Sometimes the weird drafts work.
Right now,
you know, like when you're
having an Angela
in a
draft
like LEGACi, or in a situation
where, especially
for a draft like LEGACi, where they, like I said, they got nothing to lose. They just pick something comfortable.
I was thinking maybe something like
they could
Fermis, but
maybe
also good. Just
find something that just
CC,
clicks,
more opportunity,
and
77,
pull something off. We'll see. A Ling
here. So
wow.
We got the Angela
Okay.
we got the Angela Roger, hyper aggressive. Area 77.
As long
as
as
last day of season, baby.
As long as Carry can level up quick, I think it won't be too bad, but
possibly going to be able to use that Jeet Kune Do to upset the
because Link can come in and do whatever, but unless
here, as we know, he can be kind of
he has someone else there.
It's going to be very interesting here. I
feel like Carry can maybe escape.
It's going to be very rough for Vexana here, as there's a lot of dive.
How do you feel about these picks? Personally, I like Area 77's pick better,
rough for Carry.
but LEGACi.
And here's the thing: normally you have a bulky
like
jungler who can
it's
bully a lane.
It's very situational at this point for
LEGACi. Joy, so Ling
like,
could be okay
if
here.
Ling dives in at the wrong time to get Carry, and then Tig gets the dash, ult,
you can definitely try to bully Ling.
You know, they could probably get him.
If you feel like you can pull it off. Let's jump into game number 2.
Kind of, yeah, just like Trek said. If they can pull it off, they can get some plays here. So we'll see.
Looking to put a win on the board.
Well, and you brought it up, the bullying. They do have a composition that favors the early game bullying. So if you're going to go ahead and go for it, this is what I'd be going for in the first place.
I mean, just 5-man enemy purple buff, to send to everybody over there.
Who would your picks be?
Jump on ISO, show them what you're here for, but instead your Reshi's
just based on some of the games I played last night.
Do we go for him, or
usually we have like an Ixia or a Layla.
But no, let's get your Reshi out of the jungle. Riles does need to be a free farm. This is LEGACi's last
lane,
shot right
sometimes a Brody will get picked up.
And that's kind of the point when it comes to kind of bullying here. There's not much.
If I play Mage, I usually pick Lilia or Nana.
Ignitions on the side of LEGACi, and then
if
2
I'm
Brave
Rome,
Smites on their
sometimes
side.
I'll play Wrath, sometimes I'll play Tig, sometimes I'll play
I was gonna say, if you're gonna bully a
Florin.
Ling, you kind of want to bully him away from his purple buff. As he is
If
pretty
Marty
mana
plays
hungry, and he does really favor
Rome,
that, almost
he'll
like a
play
Fanny as well.
Franco,
So that is kind of the
Tig,
point where you want to try to be able to take
Benedetta.
that away from him if you're gonna hope to I want to say get an advantage over him.
Just depends, but if we picked our, if we each picked our mains, it would be.
It's tiresome being a parkour king.
Let's see.
Down comes Tempest of Blades.
Stigma would be on Ruby. Marty would be on Franco.
Taken out.
I would be on
nice
Lilia.
First blood for the side of Area 77. Joel Studio, a little bit of trouble. Electrifying Beats comes up. Riles like, whoa, too much damage there.
I don't know. Joe plays around with a bunch of heroes a lot. He's probably got the biggest hero pool out of us all.
77,
but like I said, he'd probably be on like Ixia or Layla,
they still had
just for the
3
range.
Dive under the tower.
Although I'd prefer a Brody over Layla.
Riles dove in. Whoopi kind of stood back. He didn't go under the tower to try to get any of that tower aggro away from him.
And now Yureshi is going to bully Riles here.
Neo plays with us.
I think we're going to see this all game long. Whoopi going to try to collapse. Riles will be able to get this. Yureshi dashes through the minions. Going to kind of delay a little bit here. And now
no,
that's
wrong.
Back to the mid. Area 77 holds about a 700 gold lead.
Yeah, and right now
I think it's like Jawhead or Barats maybe.
Turtle, and actually not. Actually, I want to say pretty aggressive for Legacy. They have the turtle down. They're going to be able to take that easily, but that's going to go ahead and cost them an orange buff.
I mean, and honestly, right now in the state of first turtle,
he almost got it.
ISO does secure that. In the state of
he did have to use retry
I feel like
though.
First turtle's not as huge, but wait a second,
so
nice
could just go take his
does
if you
land
can
on
kill him
ISO.
here.
ISO forces uses Tempest of Blades, dashes around, doesn't get enough damage, kind of in a bad spot. Maybe needs to back off. Jolie gonna lock on, get a couple shots off as
little
well.
Shit.
Up in the top side, Jules Cutie also going toe to toe in the EXP lane, as Tarzan keeps trying to chip away down here.
Yeah, and that pop-up knocked
usually
right
Neo
out of that electrifying beats.
Plays Roam if we're like all on.
Pounces on Akuya Ken. Jolie gonna get a couple shots off on Tarzan. He finally does back off. Nothing too major. Let's take a look at these items, Private.
We don't have
you already see
like a
2K
dedicated
on
jungle user.
ISO right now.
He's
He's
just kind of whoever feels like sacrificing themselves
the,
that match.
He's going for a magic item as his first to get there. But
honestly, though, our best junglers are probably
magic and physical.
Probably Neo and Petrie,
Man's got
and
the Starlium. He's got
Stigma and Joe.
The Corrosion, Grim Reaper himself.
If I jungle,
you know, something I want to point
out. It's an automatic loss, pretty much.
Hold on, a little bit of damage in the
Unless
midside.
the rest of my team can carry their lanes pretty well.
ISO going to cause the engage.
Ooh, Ling goes in. Angela's on him. That's going to be
gets a couple shots on
a little bit of a wasted
still no kills on the board.
Alt there, I think.
Yeah, unfortunate for them right now. We'll be doing a decent.
Autumn, though, getting messed up.
Jolie.
Yeah, a little bit of Dolly Parton there. Gets the kill on him. He's going to escape.
Down on the
bottom
side, Riles now going to be able to back off. ISO will not be able to chase.
Yeah, and right now, Area 77 doing a good job of kind of macroing around the map right now to try to get those kills, but Legacy doing a decent job. I want to say a better job this game of being able to answer back. Still no towers just yet, and that's kind of what Legacy's going to need to kind of focus on here is when you start getting some of these
checking my prediction.
Turtles, when you get these objectives, we're going to need to start turning those into towers if we want to keep pace with Area 77 as we move into the mid-game.
Most definitely, and I mean, so they gave up first turtle. Area 77 is, a little bit of damage. Tarzan under the tower, gets the heart guard, and that's where it's going to come in even more close. He was already a tower diver, and now he's going to be able to do it even more. Up in the top side, turtle. Yureshi looking for the kick onto Riles, able to get the way of the dragon. ISO going to lock down as well.
Okay.
Blades has not popped off just yet, but the final slash locks on.
Who's going to get the
turtle?
turtle?
A little bit of trouble, taking some damage.
Legacy
Riles able to take the
it.
turtle as Whoopi takes out Yureshi. Whoopi now locking onto Jules Cutie. Jules Cutie trying to get out of there. Forced to use a flicker in the tower, but Whoopi doesn't want to let it happen. Under the tower now has the Guardian. Should be able to get a shot in, but the Guardian finally goes down. Whoopi forced to back off.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to see from Riles. A great play by him underneath
right here. Boom.
The turtle
they got
there,
him.
Able to kind of dash himself to safety, even though the entire team was around him, gets the retribution, and gets out of there.
Yureshi and Jay here. See what they do. Kick him into
the. It's 3-3
I thought he was
right
gonna
now.
kick him into
Area
the turret.
77 only with a a slight gold lead. This is nothing game changing.
Riles
Legacy
up top
though
here.
needs
Okay,
to try. I think at this point
leave.
Legacy needs to start focusing in onto some towers. They need to find some plays somewhere on the map.
They're focusing their marksman
a little bit of trouble here.
Too.
Tarzan gonna go back to human form. Get a couple more shots on Jolie. Tempest of Blades comes down and ISO picks up the kill.
Yeah, and now we're going to be answered by Legacy.
That's the only thing that sucks about Ling is he can get in and out really quick.
And he's just ahead. A little bit of a reply to Kuya Ken there.
Yeah, the poke and The Roger kind of, even when he goes into human form, he has a pretty decent range on some of those skills. I mean, he's really able to kind of poke. He slows you down, so the chase is hard. It adds even more kind of escape capabilities.
Yeah, they're basically just looking at the map and being like, okay, their team's bottom, we're going top. Okay, their team's top, we're going bottom.
Be able to take anyone down as JQT picks up the kill.
Yeah, and that's 4 men at top, and I'm looking for LEGACi to answer with something on
They should
to
just
the
push
bottom
bottom.
lane.
Push bot, yeah, push bottom. Take that
they
turret.
Might finally be able to take a tower here. I mean, there's nothing really to stop them there. They are going to give up their
Turret,
purple buff
tower,
for that,
whatever.
though. I mean, at this point, I think they just have to be kind of prepared for that. I don't think Rouse is going to be able to get too many buffs right now. We're in a stage where I feel like Area 77's hitting a little bit of a spike.
Take him out, take him out. You're all there. There you go. Get him, get him, get him. Oh, immortality popped. Oh, he gets away.
Able to get away.
How? How did he? Hold on a second. Big penalty zone in the backside. Followed up by Tempest of Blades. Does land onto Jolie. Jolie taking a little bit of damage, but ISO wants to go in the chase. Able to take out PDR. Back in the turtle pit. Jolie does fall to Tarzan Cutie. Kuya Ken and Whoopi now trying to get involved. No final slash just yet. Tries to pop it off, but it gets kicked too soon. Unable to get there. Tarzan under the tower as well. Picks up Kuya Ken.
Stigma. Saw dude.
Right
Still chilling with Dub and Fuzzy. What's going on, guys? Hope you guys are doing good. Nice. And he still gets no one? Oh my god.
Dashes through, but finally goes down. ISO picks up the kill.
This is crazy.
4, and just like that, 4
I was just telling everybody that I was hoping LEGACi would win because that's where we would be if our team was in the tournament.
Area 77.
0 wins.
Riles not able to get his wits about him or to get enough.
They had, I mean, they were doing good. They were doing good.
The equipment right now, you can see a 1K gold lead by ISO right now as we go into the mid lane.
So much damage on
this
the
game
PDR
is the best. Yeah, it's addicting.
Taking out Kuya
really
Ken
is.
now. Gonna try to push back ISO, but the Tempest of Blades does come down, followed up by the way of Dragon.
They're just
ISO
getting wrecked. Does anybody have anti-heal on their team? Like,
gets the final slash, but Whoopi still picks it up. Now Area 77 needs to maybe back off, but the keep
literally
up the
every hero I play has
down on the side of
some
LEGACi. Riles
form
just
of
wants a
anti-heal.
purple buff.
With this much regen that is in the game now, especially all the heroes that have like a passive that can regen,
right now, where Tarzan
I'm always going
anti-heal, able to hold off in this jungle against LEGACi.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't bring up an item check in the middle of the match last one either.
Guardian does come
so
down,
I don't know if they're just not doing it.
Jules Cutie will be able to get away safely.
Yeah, and with that, it's just
back
showing
up,
domination right now by Area 77, locking on to Kuya Ken.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Tarzan. Lycan form does come in. JQT does pick up the kill, though. ISO under the wall or behind the wall. Enemy territory. Finds another one. Whoopi now in trouble. ISO
back up.
Picks up the double. Tarzan under the tower looking
oh my
for a
god,
target. Locks on to Jolie,
this marksman is like watching Joe play. He has 2 health and he's just jumping at him.
A nice little chunk
of gold,
but not enough.
I got clammy hands watching this shit, man.
We're only 10 minutes in. A 5K gold lead established by Area 77. You could see here the damage right now. 42K on to Tarzan right now. ISO sitting at 31K as well. Just an immense amount of pressure being
they just bring up the items. I was watching the gameplay. I didn't pay attention.
Riles, man, he is just
nice knock up. Get him, get him, get him. There you go. There you go. Get another. Get another. There you go.
A little bit of trouble. They find 2 members of Area 77. Yureshi and Jules are down.
Clean up those lanes.
Yeah, and I want to say a little bit faster recoup from LEGACi, whereas last game they were only able to find 1. Oh, we do have an implosion.
Nope.
Kind of a missed implosion.
Don't do it.
I don't know exactly if it fully connected. Tarzan does have the heart guard, though.
Back up,
maybe
back
jump
up.
Back into the fray, get a couple more pokes onto Whoopi. ISO there as well, but wait a second, a lot of damage to Jolie. The speedy light wheel does come off. Area 77 still kind of dancing around the brink of death here.
Oh shit.
ISO brings down the Tempest of Blades on the 3 members
one.
And cleans up house, but goes down possibly forward. Able to dance back, and Tarzan comes in at the nick of time. They find Kuya, and they find PDR.
This is a switch
they got too hungry.
On the roster,
that's what it was.
On the roles that I can get behind. ISO sitting at 8-0-6 right now, and really coming through as a jungler for Area 77.
Whoopi Whoopi's trying, man. He's landing decent final slashes. but it feels like when he's doing it, he's either alone or Jolie shows up a little bit too late or Riles just isn't exactly connected. And those are some of the problems. Those are some of the cracks we've been seeing with LEGACi so far.
Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier that when it's just not the entire team being on the same page. And unfortunately, it starts to matter less and less as we move into the late game when you start getting behind a 6K gold lead, a 7K gold lead. There's very little that you can do in defense
they have
here.
2 people that have dominance ice, but that doesn't really...
Immediately takes out PDR.
I'm not a dominance
one
ice
member
fan.
down for the side of LEGACi. Tier 2
like I said,
on the
I'd rather go.
Ward still coming.
I mean, I guess I do use it if I'm using like Lolita or Pig,
lanes,
but
minions away. Gonna give Area 77 a little bit of a push into this bot side.
I feel like maybe Vexana especially should have like Necklace.
Reshi now able to get the knock up onto Whoopi there. Tower does finally drop.
Think about it.
Now locking onto the mid.
That works with her Guardian, right?
Guard does connect.
Like if her Guardian damages somebody, it still has the same.
Rest of his team. Reshi does use the
effects.
conceal. They're all going to reposition up to the top inhibitor.
So I don't know why.
Knock up. Followed up by the penalty zone onto multiple members.
Ryan.
Ken goes down. PDR will fall next. ISO picks up the triple. They're going to try to lock onto the base now.
I got your information, by the way. Appreciate that. So I'll be getting you all packed up. Ready to go.
Area 77.
It's a sweep.
A 13 flat victory for Area 77. Just like
LEGACi has secured
dominating performance from them.
Last place seed.
Just monsters. Who would have known? ISO sitting in the jungle. 0 deaths. Clean game.
Trying to think of, I guess I could get
sweep.
Liquipedia.
The one question I do have too is,
I don't know, Liquipedia and Start.
Are we going to be bringing back maybe some of these more
both have
games,
different information?
Or is that just kind of where we're at here at the end of the season?
Hope everyone is
well
today. Yes, indeed.
Experiment.
Got the lawn mode.
Fun.
Got our seeds that we ordered in, so we got a bunch of like carrots and stuff.
BTK or
awesome.
DA, you know,
lots of food
kind
to
of
put in the ground.
air. I think if the time fits, we
no, LEGACi didn't win. Area 77 won.
That can run it.
Yep. I was saying that LEGACi got 8th place seed because that's the last place.
Yes, they could maybe respond with something like that.
I'm trying to look
that's
up
the interesting part too, especially because they started out with the assassin pickups there.
Results.
So a good counter there, a good, I want to say, flexibility
on the broken
from
phone.
77 and letting ISO
got a broken
that
screen.
And Tarzan kind of sitting
the
back
team name
in that marksman position.
It's not actually the original reason why.
Sitting back in the marksman position. That's almost like
why we picked it.
Not even the correct statement to put out there because he was very aggressive on this Roger. Very much helped with a lot of these engagements to get underneath tower with that Lycan form.
We are in round 7.
I mean, one of the interesting takes on this, right, is that Roger was a jungle hero for the longest time, so it kind of does open up the door possibly for a lot of teams to maybe swap things around a little. Like, you know, maybe hey, why don't you play the Roger in the gold lane? I'll jump into, you know, something a bit more simplistic on the jungle. You know, even if they can't play Ling or something.
Bloodhounds is going to be up against
devious
activity, yes.
Just about most of these players can run, so definitely
I don't think it's
just kind of opens up this idea.
Or wait, is it next,
now that we're seeing Area 77 do this,
GG versus
does the door
Fiends,
possibly open for other teams?
But Bloodhounds
that's very
is
interesting
in
point
7th place right now, according to Start
again,
GG.
Completely dominated by Area 77 as well. ISO, Tarzan Cutie, Jules Cutie, and Jay Cutie. But it does open up the door for
it's crazy though because
maybe your jungler.
I didn't think the Nighthorde was doing that good. And they got
that mechanical ability
4 wins and 2 losses.
With a Roger to be able to kind of push there. And as you move into the team fights, the engagements are, I mean, there's just so many options with having a Roger on your team.
Maybe like Mobazane Roger could come back, you know? You never know. Maybe we'll see something. Who knows? But yeah, we are going to jump into it. I mean, Area 77 takes the game very cleanly. LEGACi, sadly, like you said, top 8 team, but Riles is back with the big dogs, and I think all the teams gave him a very warm welcome this season. Had a little bit of trouble getting it together, but we're going to see him in playoffs, so excited for that. Area 77 showing some of this flexibility. I think that's what the big takeaway of this series. You know, will we see something different from them when we jump into playoffs here?
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of excited to see. Honestly, I'm kind of eating my words when it comes, because like you know, I hate roster swaps, I hate role swaps. I think it really kind of ruins the synergy of teams, but I want to say Area 77 here kind of proving me wrong. This was a very smooth and fluid game from them, and very exciting to see some of the different picks.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I definitely agree. Very exciting.
I'm not gonna lie though, I thought LEGACi started off good that last game.
Put out that Roger, not just
I just think they
goaling position, but also
started
Roger
maybe
has always
panicking,
been a
kind of like
role that no Tarzan can
instead
play.
of just, you know, like I said, instead of just
ISO's
staying
super clean,
on the opposite side of the map and
they
just taking that, you know, turret for turret sort of trade, they were starting to chase them, so they were like, oh god, they're gonna take our top turret, we gotta go up there. So instead of just pushing bottom turret, they started separating, and I think that's where they started falling off.
And they are faced up against LEGACi. So
but this is coming from a casual player who barely plays the game,
so I mean, from the Hayabusa,
anything you hear
you know, we
on this watch party
you get to see all these old heroes.
Probably not that accurate.
It's definitely we came into this day thinking this is a possibility, right? It's last day. Most of their positions are secured. Area 77 with that win will end their standing at 12 points. LEGACi's sadly unable to put a point on the board.
As I know LEGACi knows, there is work to be done, especially before they have some time before the playoffs to kind of rethink their strategies, kind of get together as a team and iron out some of these deficiencies. Like we said, still a top 8 team here in North America.
I think their timing has a lot to do with it. Like
here, man, it's a whole different game here at the top 8 of North America. And the LEGACi have learned that
you know,
lesson.
They were using the Arlot's final slash, but nobody was there, or they were showing up late. And again, I've seen that happen with us. That's one of the problems that we always have to try and fix.
Will be announced by Trex. Let's see who the MVP is.
That's why I like the Franco, you know, because you can pull him towards you. The other thing that sucks is when you get
12-0-6
heroes that you don't want to pull towards you.
You can
see
some of his items, you can see the builds, and this is a guy we've been seeing on the goal lane.
Because then you pull them in and they start attacking your whole team, and you're like, ah, shit.
Some more tricks up his sleeve. I can hear the viewers, I can hear the NACT fans going, oh, ISO best jungler. ISO new best jungler.
No.
I can hear it now.
ISO is not the best jungler. He's decent,
definitely wanting there. I know there's a lot some people in the viewers are wanting, oh, let's stay with this kind of roster or stay with these type of roles for both of them. But like we were talking about before, it only sometimes works when it's going against certain assassins. It's still a little bit in that experimenting phase, but definitely something exciting to see from Area 77.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming back during the playoffs, a lot could happen. A lot.
Appreciate you guys hanging out.
Hope
you're all having fun.
From experience that
if this is a newer game to you, I hope you guys are learning a little bit.
Just because of
I would play this game. It is available on both Android and Apple in the app stores. It is free to play.
For Area 77. How are you doing today, Jules?
I'm doing good. You good?
Trying to think. I mean, there's in-game purchases, obviously, but you don't have, like, you can level up things without paying for anything. So it's not a, oh, you have to pay to play or pay to win.
You get a Call of Duty every morning telling
you
to jump right in.
But you don't have to do that.
I'm feeling good about it, except the
and then they have, like, tonight, they're having an MCL tournament in the game, which is a community tournament for everybody who plays. You don't have to be, like, on a team or anything like that.
Teams are like, we don't even practice anymore. So what's going on with Area 77?
Yeah, actually, we don't really practice that much. I think they do, but I don't know. I haven't played for like a week, so.
I haven't played for a week. What?
Yeah, I'm confident with
I'm going to download the game. Nice. Yes, that's what we're hoping for. Trying to grow the community.
You guys tried out some very interesting picks, and one of them is
it's really nice.
How do you think of the new hero chip? Is it comparable?
I don't know if you've ever played a game like this. Right? If you have, I think you'll jump into it a lot easier. But they got they got tutorials and stuff to help you out. They don't just throw you into a lobby with pro players. There's different ranks. So it's pretty good.
And have you guys practiced a little bit with the chip in the roster? Like, do you have any tips on how to work that chip in the team?
I think they've been practicing chip a lot, but in order, if you guys want tips, you guys probably have to ask Chip for that.
Ask Chip for that. I like it. We're gonna send a message to Chip on how to play him better. Now, for your team going into playoffs, playoff is gonna happen next week. Are we gonna still see this roster swap every now and then with playoffs coming in?
Man, their cameras are crisp.
Most likely be depending on Marquitti's schedule. So yeah.
So what's going on with him again?
Oh yeah, and if you download the game, once you get to a high enough rank, you'll actually be able to jump on and play with like me and Stigma and Marty and everybody.
That can't really like work out, right? Because it's gonna continue happening.
I had one guy when I was streaming. He was over in
is a little bit more less forgiving if you do go down to that lower bracket because it's double
somewhere in Southeast Asia.
So are you guys?
And his ping was like 250. I was like, oh man, we won.
We have something in plan, but like
it was cool. We won, so I wasn't mad, but
I like it.
It was super laggy.
Keep it as a secret for now. And any hint though into the roster, any predictable roster changes coming up for Area 77, or is that a secret?
That's a secret.
I like it. We're not splitting any facts out here. So what is the placement for Area 77 that you guys want to achieve this season? Vegas?
Yeah, I want to go to Vegas. Trying to see my favorite host.
Oh, well, definitely.
He meant Zeke, Liz,
my
chill.
favorite Jules Cutie at Vegas. So continue working hard, and we'll see you back in the playoffs.
See ya.
Adorable. So adorable, guys.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
It's gonna be hard to bring Liz down after a comment like that.
I still get thrown off seeing every time Liz comes on camera. I'm like, oh yeah, she's blonde again.
Yeah, it's Zeke with a new haircut, you know. Treads don't even know how to comment to that.
It looks like a different person. But, I mean, great. And I'm actually happy because we did see some exciting things from them this game. And then him hinting that there might be some exciting things in the future in store for Area 77 that they're working on and trying to keep a little bit of a secret for the playoffs. And we already know that they do have the capability. We saw them take on and take down a BTK in a surprise upset. So anything can happen when they reach the playoffs.
Fainted.
Yeah, and as they mentioned, they don't even practice, so we don't know if that's true or not. But based on what they're trying to say is, if they put in all the work, maybe they can just might make that happen. Maybe we'll just see Jules Cutie.
If I was
if they
on one of their teams, even if you don't practice, I would still say that,
the fact that certain teams have lost this season,
maybe you don't practice
this season.
As a team,
means that anything can really happen.
Like I would still be like, yeah, you know, we're all still playing the game. We just don't always practice as a team. That way, because I feel like when you say we don't practice,
I didn't even think about that stat that every single team has taken a loss here.
It gives a mental advantage to your opponent,
where it's so hard to predict
in a way that, like, you know, if I'm somebody like Zane or something, I'm like, okay, we play every single day, even if it's not like with each other. And so
a lot of these teams
now
really
I'm mentally
of those hidden
confident
those ideas
where when they say, oh well, we don't practice a lot,
shall we call it,
I mean, that could be them overconfident in themselves, which is bad, or it could be them
actually, before that, we have a lovely giveaway,
you know,
for all
admitting that they don't take it as serious as they should, maybe.
Will be
either way, I don't think it's a good thing to be like, yeah, we don't practice.
The limited quantity is 31.
If I was up there, I'd be like,
make sure you
I'd be like,
scan that code, that QR
yeah,
code, type that
you
code
know,
in,
we don't
and
play
be
as
one
a
of the
team,
first
but
31
we're still
winners.
playing every day. That way we're not, you know, falling off on different techniques. Especially now that like they're allowed to use chip. I feel like, I feel like they all should at least be trying them out. Just to get
giveaways are always a plus, and I think we never really run out of them.
Techniques and stuff down with him. Different team strats.
I don't know.
Even if you're playing with randoms,
we
like
never run out of giveaways, but we do.
You know, last night I was playing with Marty and Petrie, and I found out that like said, anybody can go through Chip's teleporter, like teleport things, not just his team. So
yeah, petition to Moonton for more diamonds coming in.
We'll see.
But upcoming next after the break, we're gonna have GG versus Fiends. We're gonna have Zia take on Kohari the Brave. Nope.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So how are you guys looking at for that matchup? I mean, we heard Basic talk up some big words last week and also in the interview. So if you guys haven't seen that, check it out in the NA channel. So a lot of
Fiends surprised me. Fiends came out of nowhere.
So
I honestly, at the beginning of the season, I was like, "Who is this team?"
Especially in that
and
Marksman
now
lane. How do you guys feel about
they're like
current Marksman
top 5.
I think there's some room for some players, but also we saw last week, like you said, you know, Basic showed up on Kohari, and there was some hype around Kohari. You know, maybe I played a small part in that. But we're also seeing the difference happen, right? Basic really kind of he bullied Kohari last week, and that is the reality situation. So I think Fiends is either going to come into this game, we got a lot to prove here, and they're going to play their hearts out, or we're going to see Zia do something similar to Kohari of what we saw Basic last week.
Well, when it comes to it too, it can't, especially taking on Gaming Gladiators, it's not the Zia show. And it does seem like it's been like all about the Kohari. Everybody's leaning on Kohari to kind of make that play. When it comes to Gaming Gladiators, it's not just on
10
Zia.
likes. Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Team,
be sure to check out the description, follow or subscribe to the official channels for MLBB.
Be relaxed. So all he has to
be
worry
sure
about
to check out the talent that we have down there as well.
Too,
we got Trex and Private Dancer. I don't believe Liz has a
momentum behind him. He's able to push that momentum forward and really
spearhead
into the enemy. But when you're behind and you need to be patient,
it might be that right there.
And you need to wait for opportunities.
Yeah, underwear it says host. I think that might be it.
I think that's what we're going to find out if he has that patience here against a team like Gaming Gladiators.
And we'll find out if Kohari has that patience and that momentum right after a short break.
After a short break, nice. How long? 8 minutes? Alright, I'm going to grab a snack.
The secret is recalls. That's right. Well,
go to the bathroom and all that good stuff. So
after each kill, instead of walking
we will be right back.
It's very important that you just recall and get all your juice back before returning to the battlefield and fight again. This might sound troll or oversimplified in a way, but it's not. It's super valid. Return to base frequently as Fanny is probably the most important part of my efficient energy management. Yeah, that's about it. You can thank me for this amazing tip by coming to support GG and NACT. And I'll see you on the next
Best player.
Of No Trick Guide.
That's great. Alright. I will be right back, guys. See you all in a minute.
What is up, everyone? It's your host, Liz, back with the Week 3 NACT recap. With GG locking in that #1 seed, BTK crushing the dreams and goals of the most anticipated underdogs, DA and Fiends, Week 3 can be best described as a battle for the 3rd best in NA. Allow me to introduce the love triangle among Fiends, Area 77, and the Nighthorde. The story began when Nighthorde first took a hard-fought victory against Fiends in Week 2. We're talking about back and forth full 3-game series. In the end, Nighthorde was able to step it up in their team macro and secure the win. In Week 3, however, is where everything took a turn. While Nighthorde saw a fat out, Fiends put up a brilliant performance and took down NA's powerhouse Area 77. Kohari the Brave once again brought his team from the brink of defeat to hope and triumph. Interestingly, in the post-game interview, the star Kohari will sow some seed that he later comes to regret. Name that like Trex first called you, but everybody else is calling you now Kohari the Great. Are you really? Do you feel like the Great?
I don't think so. There's still so many teams to beat, like BTK, GG, Basic. Like,
are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I think like this game ready up for BTK because I'm just gonna spill it. Like they have the same drop, Tarzan and Mombase. Yeah. So it's gonna be easy.
So you
I
feel
think,
it? You
tomorrow.
feel?
1 week later.
Oh, back in. Whoa. Knock up. Taken out. Basic able to pick up the kill. Kohari. Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy light wheel. No. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Turo against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore. They find the 2-0 sweep.
BTK looking stronger than ever, shutting down Fiends, not creating the opportunity for the reverse sweep.
And this is what Basic gotta say after BTK's victory against the Brave.
How does it feel, man? Kohari, you know, Kohari the Brave has been a topic of conversation for so many people. You got to face him today. Any thoughts on him?
I think I don't know, man. Like I think it's just a below average gold laner. Like I don't see anything special.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I don't know what's the all hype about him because I don't know. It was pretty easy going against him.
And this is why we love esports. Promises made, promises checked. In other news, GG demonstrated in their match against DA why they're still the most expected team to land in Riyadh. Not even top global Freya Mikasa can stop this Sparta's charge. Last but not least, big congratulations to both Roscoe and all the Bloodhound boys for breaking their losing streak and securing a dominating win versus LEGACi. Let's take a moment to hear what their handsome captain has to say.
But, you know, I don't know that you guys are absolutely locked into this number 7 spot. Do you guys have any hopes or goals as far as placement goes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're still hoping to get the dub next week. I think we're against Devious Axe. They're a very, very strong team, but we're going to give it our all, and we're going to keep prepping the way we have and try to keep this momentum up and, you know, go on a 2-win streak. So good luck to them.
That's about to wrap it up for us this week. I hope you guys enjoyed the short recap as much as Shark enjoys lying down bedridden during NACT matches. I mean, what that teddy bear must have gone through. I'm your host, Liz. I'll see you on the next broadcast.
Just pretty much doing the damage of Self and Jay here.
Oh, they tried for the Divine Judgment, but did get caught. Kohari finds the kill there. A blazing duet from ISO, not able to find too many marks there. You can see the vengeance from Uneven with those electrifying beats, able to put some damage on Kohari on the back line, trying to shred down. Yureshi might be the next one, and that is it. You see Kohari. There are no more members for him to take down.
Ooh.
Divine Judgment comes out, Minoan Fury looking for it. Big damage coming on the Fiends as the rest of Area 77 is going to have to back off. Kohari doesn't care though. Look at the damage coming on the Jules Cutie, able to shred him down. They thought it was over and they were safe under tower. Kohari wags his finger.
That's a 4-man set.
Yeah, that's a big set there. Blazing Duet into the back line. Is it going to be enough to put some damage onto them? Sayori might be in trouble, but oh my, Riles gets taken down. Oh my, foe putting on the damage there. PDR in trouble, trying to get back to the safety of his tower. Sleepy finds the kill onto him.
It just seems like Melon is having a great game right now.
Yeah, and right now Kush can be able to find himself the first Lord of the game. Electro Final Blow is out. Basic finds a kill onto Yellow Trade, so they do find the marksman. Mobazane gets taken down by Yato. Basic in trouble here, gets taken down by a fracture.
A little bit of damage on Akuya Nash. Whoopi Able to zone in on Tempest. Tempest dashes through with the Vengeance. Ramses under tower with PDR. PDR taking way too many tower shots, but Tona's welcome locks on. Clean Ash can try to help out, bring down the bash. Riles hooked in onto the tower, and it's a jungler for a jungler.
Yeah, definitely lethal. As you are going to see them invade into the jungle now. This is what happens when you take that turret.
It just keeps going. Ooga Booga, though. The winner, Trechion, denying them, buying any bit of time he can, but still goes down for Whoopi with the Black Dragon, able to zone away LEGACi. Nice Minoan's Fury, plus the knock-up onto Oh My Foe there. Plus the Yin Yang. Ooh, a lot of damage. Reshi able to pick up the kill onto Oh My Foe, but now Roger, or JQT goes down. We're actually looking for the shred. Tarzan as well. It's a 2-for-1. Yeah, and the big problem is Yato's supposed to kind of be the answer to that, right? You need some burst damage. Hold on. Nice damage on a Shark there. Shark trying to dash through, gets the final slash, almost gets the outplay. T may eventually go down for this one. Zia able to collect, able to get a double. Kush goes down, and now they're on the chase for Yato as well. Ooh, a lot of damage. Best player might just go for the dive.
Hello everyone, we are back with Agent Liz, Agent Private, and our favorite Trex. How are you guys doing? Are we excited for the next coming match?
I'm doing great. You know, every time I hear you tell me that I'm your favorite, it really just makes me excited for the next match.
You sound so excited.
Yeah, we're going to be moving into, I want to say, #1 in North America. Gaming Gladiators taking on the Fiends. It's going to be a big highlight reel for the marksman lane. I want to say a lot of people trying to pay attention to that gold lane here in the next match.
Yeah, and I like what you said about how Kohari is carrying his team in a lot of matchups. He is leading the game, but for Zia, he has the opportunity and the privilege to actually just sit back and do his job in his lane. So that's very important to consider as well. Now, what I want to know is, are we going to see Chip back again for this next matchup?
Maybe we see it from GG. I don't know if Fiends will pull it out. I think one of the things that I always point out for Fiends is they really like the support combo. They like Magic and Kohari to be able to combo up either with the Angela, either with something like the Raph. We've seen them pull out the Estes. That's something they really favor into it. It lets them be that aggressive team that they want to be. The problem is when they don't get those picks, they still get just as aggressive. But yeah, I think those are some of the things we need to keep our eyes out. If Magic can maybe secure the Angela, we could definitely maybe see Kohari pop off. But the Chip, GG definitely likes to experiment. It could be something we see from them.
Yeah, I'm definitely favoring the Roger on the Fiend side. It just melds well for Kohari if he can get into a commanding, not even commanding, if he can even edge his team ahead, the Roger's going to play very well into his style of being very aggressive, diving under towers, and being able to get those kills while still creating an escape for himself as well.
Yeah, if only he can actually get that Roger. We know a lot of players have been practicing that Roger, and Zia was one of them on his stream. So let's take a look at first roster change.
Oh man, I've been muted that whole time.
Take it away.
All right, I was worried.
Sorry about that, guys.
Getting swapped out, but it's okay. The man, the myth, the legends. We've heard a lot about this guy. Avery,
basically, I was just saying
swapping in for
what the rules were for the points. So if you sweep a team, if you win 2-0, your team gets 3 points. If you beat a team 2-1, you get 2 points, and the team that got the 1 win will get 1 point. And then obviously if you don't win a match, you don't get any points.
We'll find out. We'll find
but I also mentioned that all that information, the rules, how the tournament's going to go, all that can be found below at the start.gg link
and now
below.
GG's roster private.
Yeah, I think we are going to start off. We don't even have any swaps for Game and Gladiators. We're going to stick with these 5 memorable faces. Zia in the gold lane, Shark bringing
I
up
don't
the
know
roam,
why they
Hoon
wouldn't
in the
put
mid, Best Player bringing up the
Dez
jungle,
in.
and Flied Chicken, who's made a name for himself these last few weeks in the XP lane.
This should be a very entertaining
I don't
game.
know, because let's see what their points are.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fried Chicken, the man, trying to. I mean, he brought up the best entertainment for NA. I mean, we are literally at the center of the show right now, and I personally think the best form of entertainment is drama itself. So I'm proudly saying that NA is a very entertaining region indeed.
I mean, we dress up in outfits. We talk smack to each other. It's a wonderful place to be right now. The NACT soap opera is lit.
Yeah, and right now, Gaming Gladiators, a team that has been on top of NA.
That's what people like. People like drama.
They have
that's why
to get
they
better.
don't take the time
around here
to
right now in North America,
figure out what somebody
BTK have come
is
back
saying.
with a vengeance, got a win
like
off of them. And I'm
Chicken or
what
like
kind of
Treks in the past or like Zane, because they'll say something and then people hear it, and even if they hear the whole thing, they'll still take it out of context because as they're listening, their mind is putting their own interpretation on it and their own beliefs into it. So like if they have a negative outlook on a player, like if they just don't like the player, then anything they say in their mind is already going to be wrong.
Teams like Gaming
you know what I mean? Like they already have that against that player. So then when that player says something about somebody they like, well now it's like tenfold. So it's, you know what I mean? That's what. Why do you think?
Yeah, I think
dramas do so well on television.
I think
people like
definitely
that.
Kind of sets their mind right, lets them know okay, there's still room to improve.
And
okay, this
honestly,
isn't just going to be an
I
easy
think Mobile
run. And I think for the
Legends
first time,
Bang
team, you know, we said earlier,
North America has probably grown the most because of it.
So I think all the big dogs right now on the seedings.
I'm not gonna lie,
every day.
You know, because that's what is in people's feeds.
Last season,
clips. Like that, and then people are like, "Oh, what is this about? What's this game? Oh, I can play this game. It's free.
There's a lot more big fish in the sea right now."
Yeah, and I think that's the real.
Go on, Private.
I was about to say, I think that's a very important point. The important point here is that every team here knows that it can be snatched away at a moment's notice.
Yeah, let's see what our casters feel about this snatch. Who is it going to? I'm already feeling that
UA with the Fiends vote.
Fiends, even though this whole season he has been very serious in the predictions game. He's always trying his best to win, but for Fiends, he has that little faith for Fiends, and everyone else did vote for GG. So yeah, what do you guys think?
I want to point out the UA vote real quick, just because that was, if we go all the way back to like a round table before the season started, I remember him hyping up Fiends, and none of us really had any clue about them. And I just want to say his hype came through, man. So if I wasn't being so competitive about my votes this season, then yeah, I might have voted for Fiends as well.
Well, they have come a long way.
Trex and Zeke are tied.
That
Whoa.
First knocked out Team Gosu in the qualifiers to right now. They've just had a very strong performance. I want to say one of the stronger performances that we've had from a brand new team here in North America. Usually it's kind of the same names, the same teams that are kind of holding up that top spot in North America, but Fiends have come on like a firestorm.
Yeah, and they might just continue improving and improving as they're all very, very young players. And let's get into draft. Actually, draft is ready, so take it away, boys.
All right, into the second series of the night, jumping into the draft. GG up against Fiends. GG will be on the blue side. Now, we saw two teams experiment a little bit earlier today, and we think it could be possible again. I think Fiends, though, are going to come in just swinging, and there goes that Angela ban from GG off rip. Like I said, this is something that I think whether you think you're a better team than them or not, Fiends have definitely showed that these are the compositions that they are very strong with.
Yeah, and I'm actually in the Masha band. I'm actually flabbergasted because I feel like there's some notes, something I missed about Masha being very strong right now. All teams have found a place for her on their bans. I'm wondering though, are we gonna see? We saw a little bit from the last series. Are we gonna see maybe best player flex out a little bit on some of the assassins that he kind of made a name for himself with? He has kind of stayed himself very calm.
So Gaming Gladiators is 2 points
when it's been these very serious matches
ahead of BTK.
I want to say a secure lead in first place right now. We might see best player
even if they lost one game,
on that Ling, get himself on that Fanny that we know he can
pretty
do.
sure they would still be
definitely
okay.
A possibility. I don't think GG will get too crazy. I think Fiends is a team they know that will compete against them, will catch them slipping if they try to get too
So
out
if they
of
win,
line.
say 2-1,
and there's that bonus you get from winning, right? So it kind of keeps teams that being a little more competitive, wanting to at least try to secure
they'll be at
a little
18.
more money in the pot for themselves.
Bloodthirsty Kings, even if they sweep, would only get up to 17.
I saw a clip, and I've been reminded.
I don't know why GG didn't put Dez in, and that's just my personal opinion.
An insane amount of damage
because it's one of those situations for them where they literally
was discovered. Or something that just came in.
Like,
I still haven't
it would
seen
be
it
no
in
problem to throw him in
overseas
just to give him that experience.
But maybe it's just something that
Get his
some
name
of
out
these
there,
players amongst each other have been seeing in rank. Some of these players have been worried
because you got to think about it. Now they're part of an organization, so you're not just. It's not like you're just helping him out. You're helping
right now. Some sort of insane
the organization as well.
Well, relative to the
especially if he pops off,
pretty standard bans all out.
But
from,
they could also be waiting for playoffs too.
You know what I mean? Off the board by Fiends and Minotaur. A lot of that.
They could just be like, we'll save him as our secret weapon in playoffs, and we don't want anybody to see his gameplay in NACT because then it's more of
Fermi's definitely a possibility
more
here.
of a mystery for the other team.
And I think it's even though it's not as like proud, I think first pick, it is something that's still pretty viable, and I think it throws a lot of teams off. And with the Valentina gone, you immediately lose that answer. I will say this though, Fiends, Kohari likes to pick up the Claude, which is a great answer to the Fermis. So GG needs to be prepared that Fiends will counter them if that's what they want to lean into up front. Fiends though, I mean, maybe they call it. It's like, oh, we'll ban out the Fermis then. But we have the Nolan still open, Arlot's open for fried chicken if he wants it. Still a lot of things on the field. Vex, there goes the chip ban though. So no chip, game one.
Yeah, possibility of still seeing that Roger. We saw it prioed in the last series, and we're gonna see what we get here from these guys. I mean, typically you're kind of looking at the XP lane. Yeah, and there goes the Arlet pickup for Gaming Gladiators, which probably leads into a Vexana pickup for Fiends, along with XP lane for them.
Yeah, definitely possibly an EXP lane. They do like to put Kohari
so
up front.
Fiends and Night Hoarder at 11
or
points.
Put Kohari on something comfortable that we've seen him with, something like the carry, something like the Claude. Make sure they're set up. They get the Barats in. Ruby could also be a possible pick here.
And the Night Horde go up against BTK, so if Fiends win at least one, right they should get third place.
Chicken with the Arlot though, or we've seen Shark on the Arlot as well, so a lot of flexibility from GG here. Just a really solid upfront pick.
Yeah, they're definitely very flexible
who won
from
against?
them. Still waiting to see what we're going to pick up from Fiends. 5 seconds left. They already have that Barats, already have that very tanky front line. And there it is. There's the Roger. And this is something I'm actually kind of excited to see because I feel like it does match Kohari's play style. But then again, we also need to see how well they can deal with the aggression that's going to come from Gaming Gladiators as well.
And now GG needs to respond. Do they lock in a gold lane of their own here? Possibly Harith. We saw the Harith do pretty decent against the Roger before. It does seem to be one of the answers, and I think if they don't pick it up soon, they lose some possibilities. Because honestly, the carry, unless Zia just feels confident, unless Zia just feels like good, like I can play whatever against him, he definitely needs something that has some range, because you need to be able to deal with the poke from the Roger. You need to be able to get your minions.
We'll see.
If you get too close
like
to
I said,
Roger,
if Fiends get at least one win on GG,
he's going to get slowed down.
They'll take third place because I don't think Night Horde is going to get a win on BTK.
We said no, Zia's going to be okay. We're bringing in that X-Borg.
Honestly, I am a fan. I think a lot of people already know I'm a fan of Lu Yi and what she brings to the battlefield. It's a shame we don't see her too often. She is starting to come back into the meta. Yeah. We saw last week Hoon with the diversion is very surgical with it. He's able to almost use it on cooldown, whether it's getting his allies to their lane faster, setting up for ganks, or setting up for objective finds as well. So a great pickup by Gaming Gladiators, and I definitely I want to see how this pick will play out.
Could see the Novaria maybe from the side of Fiends here. They go for the Vex instead. I think it fits their playstyle a bit more.
Dang, I think I put Devious Activity in third for my prediction.
It's rocketed. I mean, you
get
a surprising amount of early game damage. You get a bunch of utility. And I think once the enemy picks a jungle, once you know they're going to have something a bit more
I did get LEGACi and Bloodhounds,
and your
right,
mid lane might not get as punished as maybe like a Nolan would or something like that, you kind of know you're pretty safe to pick the Lu Yi, because one thing she does lack is the just kind of mobility, no dash, things like that. But
Guinevere
as long as Fiends able to stay safe, there's definitely going to become a problem with this. Guinevere will get banned from the side of Fiends. We saw best player pick it up in the jungle last week, I think. So yeah, I think overall Fiends covering a few bases. I think they do need to look at this gold lane though and think about what could give Kohari some problems.
Yeah, just on paper right now, I want to say this draft, Fiends, if they're able to close the distance, you were talking about that, if they're able to kind of close the distance on a Lu Yi, who does not really have a lot of escapability, and that's kind of what you have with Kohari on this Roger. He's going to be able to kind of dive through a lot of that CC to kind of get back there and possibly close the distance with that Lycan Pounce. We're going to see if that's going to kind of come into play. We're already kind of, I want to say, countering out the Barats with the Export. You got a lot of that true damage once Export gets all of his stacks on. Then you've got the CC coming from this, coming from the Arlott here as well. So I think the only thing that we're kind of missing just yet is, I want to say, that early game from Gaming Gladiators. That Export kind of fills out, but I want to say Gaming Gladiators usually kind of come out with a little bit more to kind of hold them through that early.
Okay, so there's two things about this Fanny ban. Either best player was like, I want to play Fanny, and the rest of the team is like, no. Or they're really just covering their bases. We were just talking about how the Lu Yi has a little bit of trouble against kind of hyper-aggressive junglers, and I think it's like they could. It's not unheard of to see a Barats get flexed over.
Raph,
so really
okay.
Just take that out of the way.
I'm down.
Fiends,
I'm down.
I was thinking maybe they would pick up the Estes. I think the Rafaela works a little bit better, especially since the Lu Yi's on the field, since the last Insanity's on the field. You're not as honed in to grouping up with the Raph. You can kind of be a bit more split up if you want to, but there goes the Nolan pick for best player, and Zia will pick up the Harith.
Yeah, Harith, you were talking about it. It wasn't exactly shining in the last series, but that's because LEGACi was having a lot of trouble in their lane. But on this side, where you're going to have Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be able to support that lane. They're going to be able to kind of mismatch against Kohari. We're going to see how well he can do into this, especially with the aggression we're definitely going to see from the Nolan.
So I'm assuming people are assuming that Harith counters Roger.
As a target, just because of his ability to kind of move in and out of the battlefield with a lot of those damage negating abilities. But definitely Vexana's going to have a world of trouble.
Vexana, I mean, the whole mid lane is going to have could have some trouble here. Fiends, though, there it is. And I was wondering, I'm like, are we going to see them go for the swap and kind of try to match the pace? So Barats EXP, it's going to have some trouble against that X-Borg, especially in laning phase and moving on. Like, you're literally, it's like, this is the counter to your pick, and we're going to stick it in your lane now. So that could be an issue. Looking at the XP lane, Fiends with this Joy, how is it going to match up against this Nolan and just mid overall? I like GG. They have the Arlott, which that's going to be a game changer, I feel like, against Avery and Magic here.
Yeah.
I almost feel like Joy could actually work in the EXP lane and would do a decent job against X-Borg, because you're going to be able to get behind a lot of his abilities and negate a lot of that damage. So that actually, if that's their plan, that actually might work into this composition very well.
And we don't see the swap. Uneven did stayed on it, so I think you're complete. It's been so long since I've seen an EXP lane Joy. I think it was like M4 when that was really popular.
Yeah, Chicken did it.
But we will be jumping into match number 1. Fiends going up against Gaming Gladiators in a best of 3 in the last day of the season.
Have to say, I'm actually a very big fan of Fiends draft right now. They don't have the R-Lot, or they don't have the Nolan in the that's going to have a lot of that early game pressure, and they're going to have to be able to find a way to stop best player in the early game. But I do like this draft from Fiends.
Yeah, we'll see if I think at this point they need to
audience
take a slow
predicts
pace.
that
Gaming Gladiators will most likely
GG
try to
will
hit
win
the gas
at
on them, as they
83%,
always do with
17
teams that they
safe
perceive
Fiends.
a little
Let's
bit
go.
weaker than them. And Fiends need to just kind of be able to withstand
Alright.
that. They do have the
Best
ability.
player gets the
I think
litho.
once they hit level 4 or so, once Magic
Chicken's
hits level
gonna
4,
take
once
the gold.
Avery hits level 4,
No,
I
that's
think
the
Fiends
XP
can honestly
crab, right?
hit the gas a little bit. Maybe try to bully in
Wrong
on the
lane.
best player. Maybe try to steal a purple buff. They have the heal. They have the bulky jungler.
Yeah, a lot of impure rages out there for the side of Fiends. Definitely not looking to rotate back for a lack of mana on their side. They want to stay in the lane as long as possible to kind of keep up this pressure, or at least be able to withstand the pressure that Gaming Gladiators is sure to put on.
With the poke to Kohari, as he is able to kind of go toe-to-toe with Zia. Zia's going to freeze the lane, though. Let the minions come to his side of the map. ProDestroy already getting aggressive, pushing in, taking camps. On the boss side, though, best player maybe looks for a play onto that Joy, but unable to find it. Turtle up in 15 seconds.
I like
Yeah,
this from
so you
Fiends
don't want
already.
that smoke.
They're
So you
trying
don't
to
want that
match the
smoke?
pace from Gaming Gladiators, taking the enemy jungle, making sure that they're a force in there. And Shark really, I mean, being patient, but I mean, there's not much that he's able to do to kind of withstand it as we're moving into this first objective fight for these teams.
Yeah, best player uses the fracture there onto Avery, unable to get the kill, and with that ult gone, he loses a little bit of utility coming up onto this turtle. Fiends gotta know, they have the advantage, I think, in this team fight, and I think they need to try to push this.
Get it, jump in, jump in.
Oh,
he got it! Oh, he got it!
First turtle, Tone is welcome. Gonna gobble up down on the boss side.
Oh my goodness, and they got Shark.
Blood Fiends take the lead.
A very good opening for Fiends there, especially for ProDestroyed being able to
Kohari's
sneak
dead.
in there beside
Oh,
best player
okay.
to
I
get
thought Z was
that
gonna get him.
retribution
Guess
off
not.
him, and then they find a kill as well.
Moon comes up to the top.
Alright, we
side
got
to try to
items
help
here.
out
Let's
Zia here, let him maybe
see.
go back to base and also escape from the engage. And I think at this point,
What is
Fiends
Vex
should know, okay,
building?
we can actually win some
Necklace
fights
or
here.
clock?
We can catch them off guard, and they need to try
We'll
to take
see.
advantage of that. They have a gold lead, and I think when you have a bulky jungler going up against an assassin jungler, that's when you try to make your play happen.
Yeah, and I want to say right now, lanes are definitely going into the favor of Fiends right now, especially uneven. He is kind of being pushed back into his tower, but he's still doing a good job, and it's going to be very hard for them to be able to find that gank onto him. On the other side, though, I want to say ProDestroy is doing an excellent job of keeping up this pressure, making sure that you're not going to get left behind when best player starts kind of getting those kills, sweeping through the jungle, as he does clear very quickly, but ProDestroy in a little bit of a gold lead above best player right now in the 3-minute mark. So I mean, just a phenomenal start for Fiends right now.
Get him!
Look for the play onto Zia here. They're trying to get him to come over.
Shark came up.
He's not biting the bait, though. He's going to stay under the tower. He's going to play it out safe. And both teams have kind of been like huddling up to the gold lane here and there, looking for one of them to make a mistake. Kohari and Zia
Vex
both
was
been on
building
their
necklace.
best
Okay,
behavior,
nice.
playing very cleanly.
See?
Magic here to help out Kohari.
Gotta build that anti-heal early.
Ooh, nice dodge on the final slash. Kohari able to dance through it. Zia gonna dash in, take a little bit of damage, drops him on's force. Gonna have to back away because Avery now here, but look at Hoon with the diversion. Able to get the duality, procced onto Kohari there, but Kohari able to dash away.
A very safe and I want to say
Hawaiian, what's going on, my dude?
The bait, staying back. Both teams
Aloha, my friend.
using the least amount of spells to kind of get out of harm's way.
My day's not bad.
I almost want to say they're kind
Did
of
a little yard work
matched
before the stream.
because we're going to go ahead and start for this second turtle.
Best player does get the fracture, but gonna get jumped up.
Watch out.
A lot of damage on a best player. He's going to have to back off here. Fiends will have... Oh,
Kohari's
taking a little bit
down.
of damage, though. Does go down to Shark. Best player might look for the re-engage. Fly Chicken with the last Insanity, but not enough damage.
Sia goes down.
Falls to Pro Destroy, and now it's a 1-for-1. Fiends take control of the pit
1-for-1, and they're going to get the turtle here.
Yeah, and like I said,
unless best player can jump in.
Handle there by Fiends here, pushing out Gaming Gladiators for
this
next objective.
Turtle's going to slightly reset.
Getting reset, and I mean, you're not going to get very many opportunities like that against a team like Gaming Gladiators. We're going to see if they pay for it.
Yeah,
Final
they
slash
probably
lands
do.
On a Pro Destroy.
Pro Destroy's down now.
This should be it. Fly Chicken able to get the kill, and best player.
Why did his team not come down to help?
They're not going to fully commit though onto this turtle just yet. We're still sitting at a stalemate.
Yeah, uneven. Unfortunately, not able to find best player. He was looking for it, and Kohari taking a heap of damage here. Well,
what is going on, man?
Territory. I have to wonder what he was thinking there.
Yeah, I think Harith is the answer. I think a lot of teams have been struggling, trying to figure it out, and I think we found it. Harith has definitely gotten the better of the Roger from what we've seen.
Yeah, but I mean, charging forward so far. I mean, honestly, it's Kohari. That's something that we expect. But this is kind of what we were talking about. Is that maybe he has to learn to be patient because he's not always going to have a fight in his favor, especially against a team like Gaming Gladiators.
And now this turtle will most likely fall down to GG. Luckily, GG not ahead, which normally at a point like this is where they start to kind of hit their spike. We're about 7 minutes in. People are going to start getting those second items locked in here soon. Helmet just got locked in for Pro Destroy. Luckily, he's sitting pretty comfy. It's 9 to 10 in terms of levels between the junglers.
Ooh, Kohari might be in a little bit of a bad way there. 3 members, but here comes the diversion.
A little bit of damage. Pro Destroy missed the Daytona's welcome.
No,
but he's still able to absorb some of this damage. The rest of the team is here to help out. Nice slash does land down onto Kohari. Hoon finally going to drop Pro Destroy, picking up the kill.
I thought they were dead.
And now GG
they do
is
get Hoon,
forced
though.
to run away. Fiends able to capitalize.
Yeah, but while all this is going on at the mid lane, you can see best player already pressing. This is like what we saw from the side of Area 77. Even though they lose some pressure down at the bottom, they're still able to make things happen on the other side of the map.
Yeah, these guys are
and
crazy.
They want to try to make up for it by pushing on the bot lane, but they're just not able to break through. So in the end, GG comes out on top in that trade.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is where they start sliding along toward the mid game is where they start hitting their power spikes. This is where they're going to start enforcing their will throughout a lot of these rotations. And Fiends need to find an answer for this. Ooh, Kohari getting very
I don't know. I think they might.
In some of these
they
fights.
might need to pull something off here.
I mean, here's the thing, Fiends like to group up. They like to have 4, sometimes even 5 members together, especially around this stage of the phase, and GG's is just taking full advantage of that. They have the diversion to be able to meet up when these ganks happen. They have best player and a quick-moving jungler to try to get the split pushes. Fiends need to find an answer for that. I think the answer is uneven, but his time is completely taken with Fried Chicken right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of where you're at. He's kind of at a standstill here with Chicken. Actually, we're going to be a gank time for Uneven.
Even's a fast boy, should be able to back off, but now he's lost the tower, getting chased down by the last Insanity, forced to use the electrifying beats just to get away. Bit of a gank down on the bot side, though.
Ooh.
Gonna be able to possibly take down Shark here. Shark able to dash through, gets a flicker, but Avery still finds a kill, and now Kohari looking for the 1v1, but still
he gets away with 1 life. Oh my god, 1 HP. Jesus.
Best play. Oh, Magic!
And they got the...
I thought he stole it for a second, but no. He just gets the kill right when the Lord was going down that.
Yeah, I thought they got the Lord too. I was like, oh my god.
For the side of Fiends, but they lose a Lord. Who does the trade go to?
I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure best player, especially getting that momentum now, able to put a kill onto Uneven. But it was the tower that Magic got. It did flew through me too. I thought he got the Lord. I'm like, wait, he's on the other side of the map.
Popped up like right when the Lord went down. I'm like, how did he do it? He's halfway across the map. Ooh, look at best player though. Maybe in a bad spot. Should be able to get away though.
Yeah, and right now, this is just typical of what we see from Gaming Gladiators. They get the advantage. They start pressing, especially through that middle lane. They've opened up the jungle, and now Fiends are going to have to find a way to defend their jungle.
I think the only command that works right now is the gamble. Yo, Tiffany, what's going on? Oh, the heist works too.
Uneven should be able to get away.
Okay.
They're going to try to push in onto this tower.
I know I shut a lot of them off just for this. That way they weren't filling up the chat.
Because you mentioned
Hope you guys are doing good though. Appreciate you swinging by. Appreciate you swinging by. Like I said before, be sure to check out the links in the description for the official pages for MLBB as well as the host.
Really needs to kind of practice that. Oh, now he's in a bad spot. Speaking of him, taken out. He needs to be able to wait, and he definitely can't be doing split pushes like that on the map when you have a diversion available to GG.
Yeah, and I want to say that that's kind of the usefulness that now
How's
that
you
we
guys
have
stay
with
going?
the diversion. Very much able to counter a lot of those split pushes, so it's going to be very hard for Fiends to even be able to find any positioning around the map.
And that's been like the big weakness of Kohari that we've seen for the past several weeks is he goes for these split pushes and gets cut off, but now uneven, looking for a kill on Fried Chicken, able to find it.
And he gets it.
It's going to be an important one for the side of Fiends. Everything matters right now.
Yeah, and just like that, when they get the kill, best player still putting some damage onto that mid lane, and Gaming Gladiators still doing a great job of pushing through. Fiends have a little bit of an advantage, and they're not trying to let it go.
Stigma saying go GG. You would.
At the 10-minute mark.
I want Fiends to win.
On a Pro Destroy, Zamon's force does drop, and look at Kohari once again.
I was wondering why GG didn't let Dez play jungle this match, because even if they lose one match, they'll still be in first place. Like, there's no way that
we were talking about, or at least that you mentioned, that Kohari needs to be patient.
There's no way
He's not
that
able to jump in there to get those little
BTK can catch them even if they sweep the Night Horde.
That does followed up though by the last
15 likes. Hey, appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Hope you're all having fun.
Fiends not in a horrible position, only down about 1,000 gold. If Gaming Gladiators make some mistakes on any of these fights, they could capitalize on it. Diversion does come to the backside. Hoon and Zia reposition. A lot of damage on a Fried Chicken. Kohari able to get a kill there. Well, this is all this is happening. Best player still split pushing on the top side, and look at Hoon and Zia right now. Ooh, they knew it. They sensed it. They felt it. Somebody peeked a little too early. Shark gonna engage. Gonna get knocked up though. A lot of damage onto Shark. Shark able to dash through. The final hit does
Shark
not
gets
connect.
away though.
He's able to get away safely, but best player coming to the backside gets a fracture off on a Magic, but unable to get the kill. Tone's welcome does not connect. Now uneven back into the fray of things. Lord down to about 20%.
Melt that Lord while the others backed away. Melt it.
Zia takes a little bit of damage as well. Kohari and uneven looking for the backside. Best player going to take a lot of damage. Best player able to dash through. Best player able to take out Magic with Pro Destroy. Takes the Lord and takes down best player. Fiends able to even the deficit. Kohari, though, also in a little bit of trouble. Last Insanity does come out. Fried Chicken not going to fully commit.
These guys give me a heart attack watching this.
Excellent play and a defense there at the Lord Pit by Fiends. I mean, they were getting, the entirety of Gaming Gladiators was there, and they were actually very low. Half the team was down to about half health,
yeah, when the other team starts backing off like that, like, that's when I'm just like,
to get that Lord.
Burn it, you know? Just melt that thing.
Fiends are starting to hit a stride. We were talking about power spikes earlier and how GG had one, but now it feels like Fiends, Kohari finally starting to do some damage. Pro Destroy getting harder and harder to kill. And last but not least, uneven is also becoming a problem.
All right.
Yeah, and right now we can start taking a look at
we got Lord President on the bottom, Barat's on the top, trying to cut that lane there.
36,000 there.
Best player going up the middle.
And then you can see that Pro Destroy sitting there at 30K himself as we start the push with this Lord.
Uneven in the backside, forces out the Zamon's force, makes sure they secure the tower. Kohari gets a little bit of damage on a Fried Chicken, but they got what they came for. If they can get it, top side should fall as well to minions. Look at best player. Is he going to be able to take this here? Pro Destroy does not have his stacks up. He knows it's a fight that is dangerous, and he's unable to stop him. Best player has been saving the day for GG.
Crazy.
Yeah, and this is just showing you the map presence that comes from Gaming Gladiators there as well. Best player's going to go into this bush. We do have a diversion.
Ooh, uneven. The burst damage.
Oh, my God.
Deleted.
Deleted.
They find one. They find a tower. Even when Fiends feel like they're winning, GG is constantly tipping the scale.
Yeah, and this is the thing, too, is Fiends is winning these team fights. They're having such a great game against the #1 in North America right now, but just these different moves from Gaming Gladiators where you have the rotations from best player. Even though they lose the fight, best player able to get the purple buff
Tiffany
and
has
round
more
himself
watch hours
to the
than
mid
me.
to take down a high ground tower from Fiends, and they are not able to find an answer.
Stream Elements, how'd you get on there?
Gold difference. Fiends, if they get a big team fight, you know, I feel like this game could definitely come down to just a 3-4-man wipeout and shove it down mid from either side here.
Yeah.
GG definitely taking a slightly different
yeah,
approach.
well,
They
Nolan doesn't come here
Kohari taking a lot of damage, able to just dash away.
that much
Terrified
anymore.
does lock onto Shark there. GG unable to
Destiny's
force it.
usually
Fiends will
working
get
a
top
lot.
back off. One of the things
Harsh
they have
doesn't
going for
come
them as well
around.
is magic on this Raphael.
Or, well, doesn't come around
Yeah,
as
and
harsh.
the other problem here right now, Kohari, uneven actually, in a little bit of problems.
Pops electrifying beats, may be able to get away, but look at the damage. Hoon picks up another kill.
Hoon is crazy
now
on
GG
that
knows
Louis.
they have a little bit of an advantage here. May try to
He's got his items
force
now.
this Lord.
Just delete him.
Kohari
Oh my
gonna
goodness.
get picked off by best player, and that's going to start rounding things in the onto the side of Gaming Gladiators. We do have another diversion out.
They came in anyways. They came in anyways. They knew they were there. He goes down. Hoon able to pick up the kills. He has taken out Protosaur, able to pick one up for himself.
Lighthouse
It's
with almost 100
4
hours. Oh,
overall
yeah.
in the past 30 seconds. Fiends still on the decline. GG going to start working on this Lord.
Yeah, and they're about half health. This is going to be very clean Lord for Gaming Gladiators.
Holy Baptism does
Yeah,
drop
Bratz
down,
isn't
but it
doing
doesn't
too
matter.
bad.
It
It's
doesn't
just
stop him. GG going to take that
GG
Lord.
started snowballing again on him.
It's almost it's kind of crazy right now because I feel like Fiends
it's
are playing
honestly
a
though it's been
great
back and forth.
game. The only thing
So,
is just some
it's
of
not
the
too
little
bad.
the little nuances of the fights. Like we said, they win some of the fights. They're getting out rotated on the backside by best player, and this is just kind of the value you get from some of these players right now. And I feel like Kohari not as effective on this. Oh, as I
Whoa!
said, he gets a kill onto best
He
player.
was big mad. He
I
came
like
back
it.
with a
I
vengeance
like it.
on that
The
one.
You got me earlier. I'm going to take one from you. Kohari will go down, though. But that buys time for Fiends to take out this Lord. Very clean.
Yeah.
He was mad. He was mad.
Piece right now. Just right now, they're definitely able to hold Kohari down at a point to just about one kill. He's not able to get into those magical spots right now. Actually, Fly Chicken in a little bit of trouble here, but enforcing his will at this empty mid lane
How's
of
it going?
Fiends.
Oh, thank you.
Listen, he's still got a frag armor. He's got an immortality. This man's got like 4 lives right now. He can just hang
It's
out.
always fun.
And, I mean, Fried Chicken's
Here
kind
you
of been
can-
able to just go unsung here.
So here, I'll move
Now we're
this.
creeping to the
Oh,
late game, and
Jesus.
export just becomes more and more of a problem. Avery, they're going to have to be able to burst down that frag armor in like one swift blow to keep him at bay, and right now it doesn't feel like they're able to.
Yeah, and especially because as I was talking about Kohari, just on this Roger, while he can have that outplay potential, he doesn't have that burst potential that we're used to seeing with him with some of his picks.
Even gets a little bit of damage on Azia, but not able to get the finish. Hoon with another kill. Hoon is also starting to stack up. Kohari takes the last insanity to the face. GG zoning them away. Diversion play. Where are they going? Over to the mid here. I mean, Hoon is just always on the prowl with that.
Yeah, and always trying to find a great position behind Fiends, who are right now having issues. The damage, though, from Hoons right now, when he connects with those yin-yang passives of Lu Yi is just, it's insurmountable right now. And Fiends are getting surprised. It's basically becoming a one-hit onto Fiends.
That's definitely disgusting, but GG still not forcing it. I mean, it's... Oh, are we going to get another 1v1 here? Meet me in the mid lane! Meet me in the mid lane! Kohari on the chase right now! Accidentally locks onto the mid lane.
Oh, he's
there.
dead
Best player
now.
able to get away, but now GG want to collapse. Conceal play does come out. White Chicken going for the cutoff. Can Kohari make the great escape here? Gets caught up in the last insanity. Kohari trying to transfer out. Jumps back.
Oh, God! Oh, my God! Oh, Shark gets him.
But it takes 4
That's
members.
crazy.
But in the unfortunate thing there, yeah, it takes 4 members of Gaming Gladiators
that
to
is
chase
crazy.
and gun him down. And the only thing for me is if, let's say this was done during a team fight, that would be just amazing to have to do this in a position where Fiends, the rest of your team can help you instead of being so far forward that only Gaming Gladiators are able to close the distance on you.
Kohari don't care. He just wants the 1v1 best player. He just wants the 1v1, man. Catch me in the mid lane. Catch me in the river. Diversion play possibly coming. They decide not to fully commit to it. Fiends know they can't contest the Lord and give it over to GG. So at this point, We know there's some possibilities from Fiends. The 4,000 deficit. I don't think we can count him out just yet. We could see this go to another Lord, honestly.
Yeah, as we see, we're almost at about a full build there for Kohari. On the other side, I mean, 11 and 12K for the prospective gold laners right now, but 15K for best player. He's already maxed out and just looking for opportunities to be able to kind of lay down. But he is kind of getting thwarted out there by Kohari. But I mean, when it comes to some of these team fights right now, he's just in such a commanding lead for Gaming Gladiators.
Kohari keeping best player at bay once again. Fly Chicken holding the front side, just chipping away, getting those stacks up onto Pro Destroy. Best player able to take out Kohari off cam. But a nice pull-in, nice final slash, and now best player's broken through. Lord is going to go down here. Fly Chicken brought low, uneven, able to pick up the kill. Fiends putting on the defense, but Zia's going to come in with his Lawn's Force and clean up house. They're going to try to lock onto the base here. Fiends still trying to defend. Minions still there to help out. Terrified does look on to Zia. Zia takes the shot, takes down the base, and GG take game number 1.
Yeah, and a commanding game there for Gaming Gladiators. A big fight for Fiends. They put up a fight.
That was a good match.
Unfortunately, the rotations from best player and the ability for Gaming Gladiators to collapse around Kohari were really, I want to say, the points for this game.
I feel like Kohari, once the game starts, he puts some AirPods in, plays his workout playlist, and just goes. Like, he's just on his own mission nonstop.
Yeah,
I think Fiends, a lot of them have the mechanics, right? I think they have some of the mechanics. I think they are decent players, but they're missing some of that critical synergy, right? They're missing maybe some of that critical shot calling. They're missing the ability to kind of cover the map and do things as a team. And that doesn't always mean 5-manning together, but do things as a team across the map, you know?
Yeah, and that was the point I was going to bring up there, is that they were really able to take advantage of, I want to say, Kohari's aggressiveness. Yeah, it's great to get those 1v1 kills against best player, but not when you're basically losing a very... it's basically you still leave yourself at a stalemate because you've killed one player and now you've basically just sacrificed yourself because of the rotations from Gaming Gladiators. And then when we were seeing Fiends, even when they had the advantage, a good team fight for them, you saw Gaming Gladiators able to have that one person out there still making a difference, getting the purple buff, best player, and then getting the mid-high ground tower early after Fiends able to get an objective and a kill onto Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, best player definitely carried them through the hard times of that match when they were behind and things of that nature. Was able to really kind of keep them going, keep them chugging along. Looking at the head-to-head, though, Kohari does outscale in damage, typical, but Zia knows his job, farm gold, and that's what we're seeing. A nice gold per minute above Kohari there.
Telling you guys.
Also, plenty of tower
anti-heal.
Zia's always just feels like the steady trooper on the team. Maybe not the flashiest
you gotta get
player
ahead
all
of
the
them
time.
building
Doesn't always have the game-changing
items
moments,
that will
but
allow
it's definitely
them to
extremely
get
important to the team himself.
The spell vamp.
Also in this game, too, kind of like an unsung hero because we were all really focused on Kohari. Hoon, I mean, mid-game, Hoon was hitting like a truck. There were so many engagements that came out, and Hoon just absolutely dusted some of the members of Fiends to really kind of push a lot of those engagements in their favor.
Started one-shotting. Once we got to about like 10 minutes there, he was just one-shotting. You got hit by that passive and it was boom, you were done. We saw an Even get one-shotted. We saw Avery get one-shotted. And it got to the point where they were able to use those diversions so aggressively. I think towards the end, they knew they were in that bush and they still diversioned into the bush, took a holy baptism to the face and still kept on fighting. So, we talk about all the time. They know their power spikes. They know the moments when they can force a fight. And I think that's kind of the difference between them and some others. And that's something we need to see Fiends work on if they're going to try to stretch this to a game 3.
Yeah, and we've been kind of beating the same point to death. We just need, as great as this aggressiveness is from Kohari, we need to see it kind of resulting in something or happening because of something that's happening with the team. They need to be able to close the distance to kind of help out Kohari, maybe a little bit more of an aggressive composition where they're able to kind of run with Kohari to kind of stay up front with him. I mean, we saw how fast Gaming Gladiators were able to just close in on him, and Kohari, it still took like 4 members of them to be able to take him down. That's more than enough time, I want to say, for a team with synergy to be able to back up your marksman in that lane too, and that's maybe something that Fiends need to work on.
I mean, and to keep with current popular topics, you know, Kohari, yes, it's fun to watch. It's entertaining, but does it win games, right? Like, does it pull it off? Yes, when he catches that 1v1, I'm losing my mind for a second, but it's not going to win them the game, and that's what they got to see. So let's jump in to the second draft. Fiends this time on the blue side, and immediately the Nolan is back on the chopping block. This was a hero that we saw some days not get banned and not get picked at all, and now Fiends have to respect it.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me because when I see it not get banned or not picked at all, maybe it kind of tells me like might be a problem in the team where we've talked about before. Assassins need I want to say a good synergy with their team to be able to kind of back them up, to get them out of harm's way, to close in on a target when they're when they lock in on an assassin there, and that's kind of why I think maybe sometimes that might be lacking for some teams, and so they just rather ban it out or they don't even pick it up. On here, I mean, the standard bans, we do have Chip getting taken out there with the Nolan here and the Chip out there. I'm wondering, I mean, possibly, I would love to see this Masha on the board because I want to see what it's capable of, because it's been banned the last 2 series.
Got to see what all the hype's about, right? What all these bans are about. Maybe they're just trolling us. Who knows? Yeah, I'm definitely, because it's not something we're seeing banned anywhere but here right now, and this is literally our out of nowhere. We haven't been seeing it get banned at all season, and now out of nowhere it's on the block. So Lu Yi will get banned out. Fiends just straight up targeting right now. Let's try to have a real open draft here. GG now in a position is, do they ban out that Angela or do they ban out the Masha? Right? Or
yeah,
do they,
I mean, the Angela, we know why an Angela would get banned out there. The Masha still, how powerful is this Masha that we've been seeing? Is it powerful enough to take priority over an Angela who has had a pretty significant role in the past few compositions to be able to kind of keep, even whether you're picking a tankier composition where they're going to be able to make them even tankier with all that shield on the hard guard, or if you're going to give that assassin just a little bit more survivability and deadliness.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. GG definitely taking their time debating, do we go for trades here?
Is that what we should start doing?
Out the Ruby, so let's trade up.
Mukbang and watch party?
I mean, yes, the Masha's open, but do they stick to their guns and pick up the Angela so you can have the Magic Kohari combo, right? I think that's one of the things that has led them to victory over a lot of teams. And though the Masha has been getting
banned, need some promo codes for McDonald's and stuff.
You stick to what's comfortable with you, you pick up the Angela.
Yeah, and
Southeast Asia gets like KFC and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering what we're going to be picking up here. The interesting thing is the last game, it wasn't so much. I mean, I want to say Fiends had a very great opening against Gaming Gladiators. It's just that Gaming Gladiators reacted so fast to it. Once they saw that they were starting to lose fights and they weren't going to be able to win these, that's when they started sending best player around on the Nolan to start getting a lot of these side lanes or the mid lane or getting those purple buffs during the fights. So, I mean, I want to say the reaction time from them, great on Gaming Gladiators, but we have the pickup of the Masha, and we've seen this before on Shark. Possibly, I mean, we've seen it before on Shark. In fact, last week, I want to say he had a great game, but the opening, I want to say,
the Ruby gets banned. Okay.
I like so I think this was also why we banned the Ruby out. Because we're going to pick up the Joy here, which Ruby, yes, there's some anti-CC, but it's not as good as it used to be on Joy. So Ruby definitely someone that can kind of lock them down. They also prevent the Joy Angela combo here. So Fiends now, they got to respond. I think definitely lock in Kohari here. Either pick up the Roger again or go for something like the Claude that pairs well with it. I think those are 2 great options here. I kind of like the Claude over the carry here just because you still get to Purify, but you also have great escapability. And with seeing
Angela
Joy, I think it's something you definitely want.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to start. Oh, we do have
Valentina.
The Valentina coming out as well. You're gonna have the IMU. I mean, you have the electrifying beats that you can take. So I mean, you're going to be able to do the same type of damage. I don't know if Valentina gets the same type of movement speed to kind of zoom in and out of the enemy's back line. So it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of ultimates that Gaming Gladiators are going to go ahead and offer up for this.
Yeah, I think the Valentina is definitely a little premature, right? There's also options open. I think the Valentina kind of does okay against the Joy in a sense, and maybe against an aggressive Masha just because of the Terrified. Whereas if you picked up something like the Novaria, you're kind of just like prime target, right? If you pick up something a little too crazy, you're
Lilia, okay.
I'm gonna pick up the Lilia. A good answer to the
Hawaiian
Barat, something that can kind of slow down, lay down those glooms.
I still want Fiends to win at least one match, man.
We haven't been seeing the Lilia as much, but in a position like this where you need something to deal.
I swear to God, if Hoon doesn't build necklace on Lilia,
roam
I'm gonna spam his chat.
I think it's a good answer overall.
Yeah, we're in the second round of the banning phase here. I'm assuming we're going to be focusing down on the marksman lane for Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, you see the Claude being taken off the board there. A focus down onto Kohari.
And does Fiends want to go for like the counter? I guess no matter what, they can hold Zia till the end. So I was wondering, do we maybe want to go for a counter pick marksman instead of showing our cards first? Because what happened last time was they picked the Roger and then Harith kind of gives some trouble there. Fiends, though, GG knows we don't want to give him the Claude. We respect the Claude, and I think Fiends missed out on that. There goes the carry ban, though, so 2 major ones are out. All that's left, do we see the Roger ban here, maybe? And then Fiends takes out the Harith, something like that. There's the Roger ban. Does Fiends now go for the Harith ban and just really drop down the pool here?
Yeah, and then after you take out the Harith, we took it out Bruno. So Harith is available, but I almost feel like Harith is great when it comes to like countering certain members, like the carry or the Roger. So it might might not be the most optimal pick. It's. I mean, you have the carry left. I mean, you have Ixia is still out there. Yeah. Although without a Matilda, I feel like Ixia can kind of be like a little bit of a sitting duck when she ults with that full barrage. Who else? Do we still have the Brody is still out there as well.
I feel like the Harith works a little better with the Angela than the Brody, maybe. I think Fiends end up picking up first marksman here. No, GG's gonna pick up the Brody. I think Fiends, I mean, you gotta go for the...
Wow.
Wait, what?
Exborg Yin?
No
Hold
marksman?
On. Jungle Yin? No, Gold Lane, Xborg. If Kohari stays on this, it's Gold Lane, Xborg, EXP.
I don't know about this.
Where's their I don't know about this, man. I guess it's going to be super damage on the Yin. Unless they end up going for Jungle Yin. You break it down. Your analysis today, Private. Tell me about it, bro.
Everything you know about compositions out the window. We're going to see. I mean, if any time to pull out something risky, something experimental, the last day of the season is the time to do it. Is it the place to do it against a team like Gaming Gladiators? I mean, we'll see here. It might be something of a surprise for them.
I mean, if you're gonna test it, do it against the best, right? do it against some of the best in the league. That's the only way you're gonna know if it's really foolproof. Here's the thing: I feel like the only damage they really had, like the mage damage, there would have to be Yin. But the only way Yin's really gonna be able to capitalize being a damage though is if he jungles. So there's kind of my problem here, which means I need to see Pro Destroy move over to that Yin. But it doesn't look like it's happening right now. We got a second left on the clock. Nope. It looks like Uneason is going to stay in the EXP lane on that Yin. Game point for
we'll
GG.
see.
Fiends putting everything on the line at the end of season. Yes, they still go to playoffs either way. But can they pull this off? If they pull this off, it makes
If they pull this off, this is going to be the craziest draft
it's
ever.
Interesting. It's unique. The only problem with Yin, like you said, he needs to kind of shine. He needs to get a lot of that damage, and that he only really shines in that jungle position. In the XP lane, you're going to be held back. So, I mean, we're going to see how well this forms up in the next match.
You take us in, Private. Take us in on this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2 and some unique ways between Fiends trying to take this to a game 3 against
I love
Gaming
Private Trex
Gladiators.
casting.
Against the odds, we pick up the Yin. Against the odds, we throw someone else in the EXP lane. So wait, it's Gold Lane, Xborg, EXP lane, Yin. Jungle Barats, the whole deal's here. Let's take a look at these audience predictions. 80% over to the side of GG, and I think it is very well deserved. We got a treat right here, Private. We got Masha in the Rome. It's the whole shebang right here.
Yeah, what do we got?
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of wondering, especially you're going to have the Yin into the Masha. I actually wonder how that kind of works when Yin ultimates. He gets Masha into his own dimension, but I almost feel like Masha, especially when it gets to late game, is going to be able to take him down. And then we have a surprise kill at mid already. Fiends finding themselves up 1.
Okay, don't let him catch you slipping, GG, because Fiends, we've already seen it. They're not the, a lot of teams get kind of passive against GG, and GG has to be ready because Fiends isn't scared to like take the 50-50 fight at any point in time. They will always jump in the paint with you. So GG maybe needs to slow it down, wait for their power spike to hit.
Yeah, especially want to get that level 4 on Yin. I'm so excited. I want to see what happens here once he gets that level 4, because I've always thought on paper it could be a pretty big game changer.
Speaking of level 4s, best player able to get the electrifying beats onto Avery. That makes it a 1-for-1 now. Fiends actually pick up a kill up in the top side. Zia goes down. Kohari able to find one.
Well, you saw it here, folks. The counter to the Brody is the export in the gold lane. I mean, the double fighter lane is not completely unheard of. It's just it hasn't been mainstayed in this current meta.
Destroyer also picks up the turtle. Well, we do have to give credit to Magic because the Magic was hanging up in the gold lane during that time. So I'm guessing maybe there was some stun combo there, maybe some heart guard combo. Zia in trouble.
Going down again.
Magic getting the kill this time. Fiends now with 1,000 gold lead, and Zia having a very rough start.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where to put this right now. Kohari doing a great job. Zia maybe getting a little bit overly aggressive. I mean,
we forgot.
Hold on. Hold on.
Fly Chicken actually able to make it out, and this was my worry about Yin. Like we said, because he needs a lot of those damage items to really and be ahead. That's the most important thing, is he needs to be ahead to really be able to kind of ult the enemy players, get them into his dimension, and then really take it to them.
Best player though always shows up in the nick of time. When GG's slipping, best player shows up. We saw it in game 1, and we're seeing it now in game 2.
Yeah, I just call him the Sandman. He finds them when they're sleeping and puts them to rest. The best player doing a great job of getting around the map and finding these low health Fiend players.
Look at him look at Fiends though, cutting off the tower. Shark gonna try to engage, keep Kohari at bay. He decides to use the Heart Guard and Pro Destroy instead. They're gonna back off though, but still Fiends holding a small lead here. I think this is the time, right? You have the Angela. It's time to bully. Get up in the jungle. Give best player a hard time.
Get up in that shit, son.
Yeah, and
all right, we got items.
I mean,
what do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
The equipment in
oh my God, Hoon! He's going Enchanted Talisman first.
Zia right now doing a great job in his lane, but are they going to be able to translate that as Fly Chicken goes in?
Xborg already has.
Fly Chicken going to get the better.
Bloodlust axe.
Not today, sir. Not today, Attack Titan. Zia though might go down himself.
Zia goes
Magic
down.
The final shot onto him, but they're going to collapse onto several members.
Magic goes down. Avery goes down.
Kill. Down goes Avery. Down goes Magic.
Down goes Shark.
Destroy shows up in the nick of time to help clean up himself. Kohari still there as well.
Best player goes down. Maybe.
Just dodges. Pro Destroy unable to find it. Pro Destroy just needs one hit.
Nope.
Best player escapes. Hoon gonna be the next target though. Pro Destroy going under the tower. He doesn't need a heart guard. He doesn't need a friend. He's looking for a Hoon but unable to get him.
I think he might have preferred that hard guard. He
probably.
Spend some time underneath that tower and get the kill. Unfortunately, and now you're starting to see best player doing best player things like we saw from last game. Now starting to move around the map, starting to steal buffs, starting to get into enemy territory.
Definitely. I mean, he's 2-0-3. He's feeling himself right now. He's feeling good about everything. Turtle up though, and I will say Fiends might have the advantage over it with Zia not packing the punch he needs to. Fly Chicken gonna maybe have to step up here.
Okay, they get
Kohari
Turtle.
Being in the place he's in, we saw how much Xborg was a problem last time. Could become a problem again.
Ooh, uneven gonna get found out here by Shark, and you see best player already on the orange buff of Fiends. Is he gonna be able to get away?
Best player wants nothing to do with any of these team fights. I'm going to take buffs, I'm going to push towers, and I'm going to show up maybe for a kill here and there. And that's exactly what he did last game, and it worked so well. Fiends, again, their playstyle is group up. Use our support roam to make these team fights able to just steamroll over. And best player just takes advantage of it every time.
And it's almost like a utility jungle of a different style. He's instead of just being that tanky, CC heavy jungler, he's going to be this like split pushing, stealing enemy buffs jungler that yeah, just a machine out there for the Gaming Gladiators.
He's a buff stealing.
Chicken's going down.
Taking monster, but Kohari in a little bit of trouble here. Fried Chicken trying to get the kill.
Oh, he uses a flicker.
Immortality does proc. Now Fried Chicken a little bit of trouble. Will get terrified. Comes through the wall, trying to escape.
Oh man, I thought he got away.
Gets the kill. They're going to move on to the tower, but GG. They find that mid lane tower game after game.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's almost crazy because when you get these, actually Magic in trouble gets a surprise in this form of a shark.
That thunderclap hurts, but now Hoon in trouble as well. It's blow for blow, hit for hit. Can he connect though onto Hoon? Hoon finally goes down. Avery's want to find a kill, but uneven falls the best player. It's bloodbath 7 minutes in. We're clocking in at about 2 kills per mile right now.
2 kills per mile.
Just not able to find his footing here with this Yin. He's able to kind of, get them, isolate some of these players, but he's not able to get the kills, and that's kind of the problem when you're not using Yin in a jungle position.
And it looks like they are going to swap over. Kohari's going to start dealing with Fried Chicken instead. And yeah, uneven, like you said, doesn't have his footing, maybe feeling a little uneven. Shark, what's the damage on a Magic there? We're starting to see that thunderclap come in clutch. Damage is definitely coming up. Zia. Shark going to get pulled away. Uneven 1v1 Pro Destroy. Able to lock on to a lot of damage on a Hoon. Uneven also able to finally put a kill on the map. Zia gets the torn apart memories and takes out Pro Destroy right before the turtle. Kohari and Fried Chicken also dancing down in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I want to say they're juggling.
Yay, Hoon got necklace finally.
It's been staying relatively even. 8-10 right now. Fiends keeping up with Gaming Gladiators, but that's going to start changing here as we start hitting more and late. We're already starting to see Shark starting to one-hit some of the players here. Magic, one of the last recipients.
Oh my god, what are they? They just ignore their tower. The wave comes right past them. We're going to chase. We don't get anything for it, and this is where Fiends make their mistakes. Maybe if they put as much pressure that they put into the kills, into mid lane tower, into bottom tier 3, they'd be able to keep up. GG knows it. Kohari now in trouble. Pops the last Insanity, just trying to get away. But best player is going to be able to keep up and get the kill.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's
Are they throwing? What's going on here?
Lackadaisical kind of approach at the top there where they just kind of charge into that tower. You can see here Masha only has 1 item right now, really, and is still basically one-hitting a lot of the members on Fiends. So maybe this is something that we've kind of overlooked about Masha.
Man. And no one is. We have 1 defensive item between all 5 members of GG right now, and that is on Fried Chicken. Just to make things clear for everybody. Uneven going to go down. Shark able to get the 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap, and down he goes. Now they're going to move on to Avery. Bravest Fighter comes in, but the stun does not connect. Kohari here to help out. Zia is going to chip away at the top tier 2. They're trying to defend it, but the minion's still locked on. 1 more hit, and that tower's going down.
Kohari got best player there with the flicker.
From Kohari with the last Insanity flicker, but now Pro Destroy's in a bad spot as well. Stunned up, taken out. Zia picks up the kill, and GG take out 2 for the price of best player.
And that's the difference you're getting between Fiends and the Gaming Gladiators. Fiends actually get a kill, but not really aware or that synergy to be able to collapse around and be able to help out Pro Destroy, who quickly gets surrounded by Gaming Gladiators. And that was in the Fiends jungle, so they would have been able to. It just kind of comes down to who can react quicker.
And now Lord is up, so someone look at the damage on a Hoon though.
Oh my goodness.
Packing a punch. Hoon pops the black shoes. It's 1 utility down before this Lord. And per usual, Fiends are going to try to get the head start here, but GG are watching.
Yeah,
we're watching too.
And they have a good position. They're not really trying to. I think they have confidence in their ability to take it. And here comes Shark onto the side lane. Uneven is out of there.
Yeah, uneven. He was trying to get a nice position, unable to connect it.
Who gets
Shark
the Lord?
Uneven away. They know that's the saving grace. Last Ascending does pop on a Zia. Kohari trying to do some damage. Able to take out Zia. Well played. Now Lord down to about 10%. Best player still trying to play the angle. Heartguard is on Pro
Destroy gets it. Shark goes down. Hoon's looking like he
able to just get away. Gaming Gladiators.
Nope.
Able to find one at least. Make
best
it
player
two.
gets
Best
two.
Player popping off, doing best player things once again. He's going to hit the 1v2 up against Magic and Pro Destroy. Looking for his next target. Does get the Daytona's welcome. Going to get bashed against the wall. Can they get the kill here? The stun. Able to make it, but Magic goes down. Best player making the play right before Pro Destroy takes him out.
Man, and you know that has
Man,
to hurt
this
Magic
is
right
crazy.
now.
They're just trading blow for blow.
Trying to find an escape.
Ooh, Avery though. Able to dash through.
Oh!
Can he get the kill here? Both players forced to back off, and Pro Destroy here to help
out.
Oh,
man.
GG got to run away this time, but watch for Shark in the bush. We know the damage is there. He can definitely one-tap Avery here.
See, it gets the
and he
blade.
just picked up a BOD, so he's going to be doing even more amounts of damage. Kohari's going to go ahead and check this bush. He finds himself a Shark, but Shark doesn't really want much of this. He's looking for the squishier members of Fiends.
And again, Fiends, they make some good plays. They get the Lord, but still unable to capitalize and take towers, still unable to claim material with their wins.
Yeah, and you see already a BOD and a Blade of Hephaestus there for Shark, and he's already doing so much damage to the point that he's able to zone out several members of Fiends during these objective fights. So, and it's becoming a reason right now why Gaming Gladiators are being so dominant during these Lord engagements.
Yeah, it is just pure attack on GG. I think that could be one of the reasons also why Fiends is able to kind of keep up, because they are all squishy. If Uneven gets to a point where he can really pop off, we could see some crazy scaling coming from that side. But Shark is becoming a problem. Kohari with the 1v1. Able to get the Heart Guard just in time. Uneven shows up as well. Able to take someone off the map.
Chicken's going to go down, it looks like.
On to Fly Chicken. Fly Chicken taking a lot of damage.
No, maybe not.
No, Bravest Fighter does come out. Best player able to pick up a kill.
There he goes.
Uneven though. Fly Chicken goes
Avery
down.
might fall. Pro Destroy goes down.
Able to find him. Zia.
Kohari in trouble.
Magic
might fall too.
Final shot and takes him out. Fiends are falling. GG are rising.
Avery gets
though,
best player
get
and
best player
Hoon.
just in the nick of time. Make it a double kill. Make it a 3-for-4.
Yeah, and what an unfortunate turn of events for Fiends, especially Pro Destroy, able to scoop up Fly Chicken, but he doesn't stun him against the wall. He shoots it into his teammates, and that gives Fly Chicken enough time to get his ult off and get himself away, or at least be able to tank more damage when, if he'd been stunned against the wall, they would have been able to clean that up and then move on to other members of Gaming Gladiators.
Most definitely. I mean, this is the kill pressure from Shark right now. It's like, even though he's not an actual, a traditional roam right now, the pressure is still there. Avery's been playing such a great game with Fiends right now, 4-2-7. And even though Avery's not always getting the kills, still also a kill pressure of himself right now. Look at the damage on the Fly Chicken there, on to Hoon. Fiends taking control of the pit. Look at Shark! What is he doing? Magic goes down. Someone's got to get back to base. He's going to be able to work onto this tower. Fiends now being disrupted. Everyone's split up. A lot of damage on a Pro Destroy. Pro Destroy unable to do anything. Taken out. Shark 1v2ing right now. The damage from Uneven though. Able to get the kill. But Gaming Gladiators get the position over the Lord Pit.
Yeah, and I mean, nowhere is safe right now from Shark, who dove into enemy territory to get that kill onto Magic.
Shark is crazy,
Fiends,
though.
They didn't have to fully commit like that. Kohari able to flicker through. Best player looking for the chase. Kohari will not be able to get away, and now it's just Avery on the field.
Yeah, and as confident as Avery might be, he's not going to be messing with Gaming Gladiators for this push. Now at a 3K gold lead at the 15-minute mark.
Man, that's crazy.
Nothing to 3K though. It's not 4K, almost 5K. Let's actually make it. It's not completely losable. Fiends could definitely stretch this out to at least one more Lord. I think there are some ways they can win this. at this point, you're at the base. I think you can stick together. You don't have to worry too much about split pushing anymore. We're at a point in the game where capitalize on the
don't get caught.
you came in with and try to make it work.
Yeah, and right now locking on to Avery, but now you're going to have an engagement at the bottom.
Ooh, uneven.
Shark goes down. Hoon might go next.
NetherRealm, Avery gets taken out from Hoon. Pro Destroy able to get the gobble up. Best player goes down as well. Uneven going to capitalize on a Hoon.
Zia
though trying to unload, looking for Uneven and finds him. The kill goes down, but the Lord is on the base. Fried Chicken able to solo it with the Lord. GG, take the sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, what a great game there. But as we started moving toward that 15-minute mark, Gaming Gladiators hit their stride and ahead by a mile.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take another break.
Before the side and able to get a victory.
And I'm going to jump into
Fiends definitely bring the chaos
Discord.
to GG. They force them to really just go for it nonstop. But GG show why they've been here for a while. They show who they are. They're veterans in NACT. And they can, if you don't want to do the slow pace thing, they can definitely keep up with the fast pace.
Yeah, and I almost kind of wonder about the Yin pick. I almost feel like they might have done a little better with almost any other. Like I
taking a break too.
Awesome on the export right
Appreciate
now.
you guys hanging out.
He didn't really have a great game, but he
Hope
wasn't as susceptible
We're
to getting picked off like Uneven was on the
Yin.
And I'm wondering like if were there better XP laners to kind of go up, or if that was primarily just to try to take Shark off the board.
I mean, 90% of the time, Uneven was taking them away with his ult just to get diffed there. So, I mean, yeah, there was, I think literally, like you said, any other EXP liner probably could have been a little better. I think the idea was right. It's a way to catch best player, right? It's a way to maybe catch some people off to secure yourself some lords, but it definitely wasn't able to be executed correctly.
All right, I will be back.
Yeah, and
Bloodhound Avery, baby.
Yeah, Avery with the damage out there, and Pro Destroy with the damage taken. But man, a great game, and especially when it comes to like the rotations, getting out rotated, and just the adaptability of Gaming Gladiators when it came to this series.
Most definitely, well played. Kohari head to head up against Zia once again. You know, Kohari definitely has some things to work on, just like most of Fiends, but there's definitely like there's some prospect there. I'm excited to see Fiends in playoffs. I'm excited to see them, you know, in possibly future seasons. They remind me of like early NA, right? When a lot of us were just kind of, it was team fights. It was, we're just going to beat you with micro skills. But I think some of the top teams have evolved past that. Teams like GG, but they still have it in them from what we saw in the last fight. And we finally got to see the Masha, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at some of these stats, especially the damage done, it was 60k and 88k for Fiends there. So I mean, they had the damage, they had partial game plan there. It just comes down to the execution, which we've seen can be almost unmatched by the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, for sure. And you can tell that the micro skills for Kohari and his teammates are there. Definitely, they're winning team fights, they're winning one-on-one fights, especially with second game Hoon getting taken out of the map within 1 minute basically. There's a lot of micro skills that they have, and then every time they do execute it, but the macro awareness as well as decision making is definitely, you can see there's improvement to be made compared to a top team like Gaming Gladiators. But it's definitely fun, especially I really enjoyed watching Yin just trapping you in there with nowhere to go and having to face that showdown against Yin. That's something very fun for me to watch.
Definitely entertaining, definitely fun to watch. And it sounds like we don't get to see it we don't get to see the end very often, and I always wonder, you know, that's got to be the hardest thing for the cameramen behind. So big shouts to the cameramen at NACT. It's like, do we choose the Yin ult or do we stay in the land of Dawn? What do we do here? But yeah, always fun to watch.
Yeah, very exciting. Unfortunate for the Yin pick there. It's just those glaring and obvious issues when it comes to kind of the slow pace
saying that YouTube isn't
and how slow the farm can kind of be there. Really doesn't
getting
mesh well
sedata
with a character like Yin, who I feel like needs to be ahead to really shine.
Yeah, but for Masha,
yeah, it looks like it's working.
is that build that Shark went on Masha something that we're seeing in other regions as well?
I don't, I mean, it wasn't in MPLPH last night, unless it was in the last game, but I don't think it was. It's not something we're seeing all the time. This is definitely kind of new. Unless
17 likes, appreciate you guys.
Crazy stuff happens over there, man.
I mean,
that
very
would be where a
entertaining.
Masha damage build would happen.
Because he did go on private.
I say like the Philippines have picked up Masha once, so I mean it's not a huge thing. So I mean definitely here, especially since Shark has been using this for about 2 weeks now.
Oh my god, doing the research, checking accounts and
He's
stuff,
ahead
looking
of the
at
meta.
history. He's got Mobile Legends open on Shark's profile right now. Like, let's see, how long's he been playing this?
I mean, they're definitely doing their research, and I think Masha is definitely making a presence because the early game, Gaming Gladiators was actually losing a little bit with back and forth. Zia getting 2 deaths and 0 kills in the beginning, but Shark was able to get his double kill and also make a lot of plays just on his own in Masha as a roamer, but building damage on Masha. That's something I wonder if we're going to see that going into playoffs and when they're facing more competitive teams. But I don't think that's even fair to talk about because Fiends, by points base, they are one of the top teams right now.
Yeah, I think Fiends have taken the NACT by storm. Do I predict them as like a top 2 finish? No, but
No.
I do think that
I think Fiends
like hot
is...
take, I think they could take down a big team in playoffs. I think like, they might be a team that maybe takes someone home with them, you know, like, you know, and bottom bracket happen to get a win over a team that's somewhat like, I think something like that could happen from them. You know, they're definitely, we got to keep our eyes on them.
Agree.
Yeah, and especially here where almost anything can happen. And I want to say, it wasn't the squash match that a lot of people predicted against a team like Gaming Gladiators. I want to say a lot of back and forth between them. First game, I want to say a little bit stronger for Gaming Gladiators. This one, almost because Gaming Gladiators decided to kind of get down in the trenches with Fiends to kind of duke it out there. It was a little bit more back and forth and a little bit more of an even game up until those last few minutes.
Yeah, for sure. First game, the gold lead was actually very even all the way until middle to late game of the match. So it definitely shows Fiends is putting their A game against the GG. Now, Trex, let's announce the MVP for Gaming Gladiators. Who will it be?
Best player, baby. I mean, definitely from game 1, during those hard times, whenever it felt like Fiends had the advantage, he's the one who was the lifeline for them. And then even in game 2, same thing. Essentially the lifeline through them during that early game, during that mid phase, able to get them to where they were spiking.
Bloodhounds and
best player last week's MVP of the night as well. I mean, doing a great job here. We saw him able to kind of close the distance, and especially not just getting the kills, but also becoming a nuisance for the enemy team that when they were able to win those engagements, he was all over the map, stealing buffs, taking towers, pushing lanes, and this was very quickly too, very quick for him to be able to respond to the enemy compositions.
Yeah, and it's like what you said in game. It was very good way to sum it all up. Best player does not want anything to do with all these losing team fights. He does not want to be there. He does not need to be there. He knows where he's supposed to be, and he makes it happen. He turns the game around. So definitely amazing performance from GG once again. And we have an interview with Shark. Shark and his teddy bear. Where's the teddy bear, Shark? I've been seeing it a lot this season.
Right here.
You want to introduce us to
My
him?
lucky one.
You're a lucky one?
Yeah, that's why I winning right now. Got the teddy.
Ah, the teddy bear is your secret weapon. What is it called?
He's
What's the
using
name
a
for your
buff.
teddy bear?
Oh, I haven't named yet. Oh, maybe I call him the Teddy. Teddy.
The Teddy? Okay. Teddy is making it happen. We're in the winning streak. How are you feeling? I saw your Masha. You're making a lot of presence in the second game, especially when your team was losing, like Zia losing his lane, Hoon getting first death in the entire
yeah,
in the
teddy bear
entire
equals
game.
luck
But
and
your
buff.
Masha made a
Yeah.
presence. How meta is Masha right now?
I mean,
it really doesn't matter right now, because when I watch in MBL, it's always like first with Masa, and when we have Masa, we can like one shot the bot line, and your team can like focus on the front. So it's really good right now, and yeah.
Yeah, and
that makes sense.
What is your build on Masha?
I mean, you have to build like full damage, like all BOD, yeah. So you can one shot the golden. Yep.
Yeah, you definitely made that happen. Now, when you guys pick Masha, then do you need some specific adjustments in your other teammates? Like we saw Chicken tanking a lot of damage with that Lapu, so does that have to happen in order for you to play Masha?
I mean, we gotta like miss the trap. Like when we have Masa, we need a tongue, but we forgot we have Choi already. So I mean, we have to try it to see how is it. But after this, we need a tongue jungle when we have Masa.
Makes sense. Makes sense. And we saw Matilda banned out a lot. Are you guys gonna continue banning out that Matilda in the role position?
I mean, I called a team to ban Matilda because it's pretty boring to play Matilda because we keep winning. So we try to make the game more harder.
Oh, true. I mean, it's pretty boring for you to play, and also it's annoying when enemy play it. So it makes a lot of sense that you guys are banning it. Now, on to the playoffs. Playoff is happening next week. Now, there are some words on the street that there might be a roster change for GG in the playoffs. Is that gonna happen? Because you guys didn't change roster at all this whole regular season. Anything that you can share with us?
I mean,
don't take the bait.
Who knows? Maybe. I don't know. You have to see the future.
There you go.
It's gonna be the surprise, but
there you go.
No comment at all.
Okay, true. We're gonna see it right around the corner next.
Liz reminds me of Mara.
Now,
she's always asking like
spicy things
really spicy
with,
questions.
With fried chicken. So how do you feel about chicken adding on to the GG roster this season?
I mean, he good, but his gameplay sometimes is boring for us because he keep farming and don't fight a lot. So it's pretty important to watch him.
It seems like for you, it's very important for the gameplay to be fun. Not only do you guys have to be winning, it has also have to be fun for you.
He just throws chicken.
I mean, I don't think so. Everyone in the team is like good, not only me. So yeah, I need my team, not they need me.
True, and you're making a lot of the plays happen as well. Now, last spicy question is how do you feel about the Chicken drama right now? I mean, he is the center of discussion of the entire MLBB community in a sense. What do you feel about the PH drama?
I don't know much about the drama. I just heard like nowadays, but it's kind of fun to watch them. But
see,
yeah, I just
see,
stay
people
behind
like
and
it.
watch them fighting. Yeah.
I agree.
So it's
I
not
agree.
boring anymore. Yeah.
It's not boring anymore. What about NACT? Do you think? How do you feel about NACT production?
Oh, I mean,
boring.
I mean it's kind of alright, but I think MBL Philippines little bit better than us. Not boring at all. Little bit.
Okay.
Just little bit, yeah.
No hurt feelings. No hurt feelings. Shark said we are just all right, and all right will we be. Thank you, Shark, for joining us.
But you gotta think, Shark has also been on the international stage. Like he's been to M Series, multiple M Series.
Yeah.
So, like he's.
You're doing great, Liz.
He's been.
Tears. We're just all right, guys.
But he's been on those big scenes where they have,
of being the favorite host,
you know,
to,
like
the
a lot behind their production, and now
what's a roller coaster of
I mean, like, yeah,
it's a roller coaster, Liz.
I
NA is definitely not anywhere near an M series production, but at the same time, it's definitely improved.
Roller coaster of
you know, I said that earlier.
This night, and very interesting matches. I mean,
like the graphics, the transitions,
very
all
fun
that
to watch.
is definitely better than it was
and
before.
if anyone gets mad at you for anything, you just have to remember this isn't actually Liz. This is our new blonde host, Beth's. So just remember that, guys. When you at anybody, you have to at Beth's, not Liz.
Yes, Asian Beth on duty today. Who is Liz? Yeah. All right, guys. Private.
I just wanted to add a little bit of tidbit because I was able to look at it during the interview that in the last week, Philippines have banned Masha 8 times. I have it as 8 right now. So definitely up there in the meta. So it's something that for everybody to kind of keep their eyes on.
They looked it up. Good.
Yeah, for sure. Chart did his research, and I think Masha, we're seeing it in ranked a lot more as well. So
yeah.
Definitely a lot more Masha bans coming up. Now, upcoming in the second half, we're going to have LEGACi versus Nighthorde, and LEGACi versus BTK, and DA versus LEGACi. Sorry.
You got this.
Oh, what is going on?
One more time.
I just got hurt by Shark so
Just
much.
She blames Shark.
Nighthorde, guys. So coming up, we have Bloodhounds versus DA. Very exciting matchup. We'll see if Bloodhounds can continue their victory from last week.
He is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP.
Shark tilted Liz. She's tilted.
Doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped.
Sharky Shark, right? Sharky Shark and the GG bunch.
Next time, look before you enter enemy portals.
And then? Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Jeez, what a massacre! And to add insult
I've not played that new hero yet. Probably should.
Without missing a beat.
Alright, let's see where Stigma's at.
Skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna? He flickers to the high ground. Portals up. Surprise!
It got dark quick.
Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
One. Alright, so just messaged everybody to see if they were gonna do MCL or not. So see about that. Free painted skin, whoa. guess I could hop on and collect all my items, at least, right? All right. Claim all. A lot of stuff to claim. Holy crap, I'm still claiming items. Masha got buffed, that's why everybody's playing her. In the last patch, we adjusted Masha's play style to make her a bit more difficult to play, which has resulted in her not being as strong,
Agent
blah, blah, blah.
back on duty with Trex and a private dancer. How are you guys
Her
feeling
passive
about
got
Bloodhounds versus
buffed.
DA?
Private, you said it earlier, Bloodhounds on a roll right now. Got their first win last week. You know, we had that interview with Boca Roscoe, and he was talking about how, you know, he likes it. He knows that they're still from behind, but I think it's definitely a morale boost. So if there's a time for them to get a win against a upper tier team, today's the day.
Wow, yeah, I want to say a lot of humility in the interview from Boca Roscoe. He
Ruby got
understands
nerfed.
where they are right now.
Mia got buffed. Tig got nerfed.
The rankings
Melissa
in the top
got
8 of North
nerfed.
America. They understand there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and maybe they might have been making some of those leaps and bounds here, especially if you want to get a victory.
That's a Hanabi skin.
You can get one over DA here, but on the other side of that, I mean, Devious Activity have just been on a roll.
They have been on a roll, but today we're looking at a roster change. So Trex, let's look at the roster for DA.
I don't know.
Please.
I'm confused.
We got Melon coming in. Now, this is a roster change we've been seeing, and it's not super huge. Melon coming in. We've seen him play now for like 2 weeks in a row. So it almost feels like he is no longer swapped in. He is just part of the roster. Wondering if this could be something that carries on more even into the playoffs. So we will have Melon in the gold lane, T as the roamer, Yato in the mid, Kush as the jungler,
Just got home.
and Mikasa
Awesome.
in that EXP lane.
I literally logged in.
I think the team has talked a little bit
before
about that
these
little
guys
swap
started
out there.
talking again, and I just
fact,
finished collecting all my items on the game.
a lot of these players have families, schoolwork, things that needs to be done on the side here, and gotta pay respect.
Dude, you missed it
so
last night. Me, Marty, and Petrie got a 5-game win streak. That's awesome.
So I mean, and not really hurting Devious Activity at all.
Yeah, Melon has been doing actually pretty well in the previous matches we've seen in the previous weeks. And today we also have a roster change coming in for Bloodhounds.
I missed some of my items. Hang on.
Yeah, today we are going to see Ramses swapped out for Temptless, who's going to be picking up the slack there. And Bloodhounds for their full roster going to be coming to us with Sleeps. Uga Booga, who's going to be the roam for them. Boca Roscoe picking up the mid. Easy Peasy in the jungle, and Temptless in the XP lane. Like we said before, Bloodhounds looking to continue that momentum that they gained last week with their first victory, and hopefully be able to bring us something fresh.
Where's he been? I have no idea.
Against Devious Activity.
He was just over at Marty's last night.
And
so
what were our predictions be coming from the caster's desk?
When I hopped on, I
Let's
seen
see
him,
how
or
we
he said
feel
that he was gonna
about
have
this
Petrie jump on
matchup.
too, and I was
So it
like,
looks
hell yeah.
everybody is voting for Devious Activity
See if I can pull it up here.
over Bloodhounds, even though we talked about momentum, but history has proven that Devious Activity has been on a roll this season. So, you know, they might have a little edge on here. But we talked about this before the match today, that with Chip added on,
so we got 4 right here.
Onto the,
1,
the
2, 3,
pool
4.
to pick from. If there's a team that's gonna pull out Chip besides LEGACi, it's going to be Bloodhounds.
Everything's in
it feels like
reverse,
every
so
team's
I'm
banning
trying
it, and
not to-
everyone's like, you know, seem to be prioritizing it. So Bloodhounds definitely have that type
And
of
then that
mentality
last
where they're
one
willing
was
to try
when
something, even maybe if it
I played
doesn't
with
benefit
Joe,
them.
and we had a
so I think
crappy
Bloodhounds is
jungle
definitely
that
up
wouldn't
in the possibilities for this.
help.
I do want to say that if there was a big
So-
upset tonight, though DA has had a
Or
good
not jungle,
season,
roam. Yeah, it was the roam.
They have taken 2 losses the past week. Yesterday, last week they lost to GG and they lost to BTK.
But
whereas
Yamile
Bloodhounds
said
is
that
hitting
she
some
was
momentum.
downloading the game
If there was
earlier,
gonna be
so
any
maybe
match
she'll
tonight
jump
that I was
on
like, this team would normally
play
not win, but
every
they could win tonight.
now and
I think
then.
Bloodhounds maybe has the
I
opportunity.
don't remember what level you gotta be to
It's so
play.
unfortunate to have your last 2 games be against Gaming Gladiators and BTK, just some of the top, the very top of the mountain in North America. I mean, if any team can kind of brush that stuff off their shoulders, get back on track, it's going to be Devious Activity. We're going to see how well they can perform with that. And we were talking about Chip possibly being picked up here. We've seen that, I mean, it not just from the Bloodhounds where they have these kind of not so meta pickups, but I think we even saw last week where Devious Activity not really sticking with the meta. They had a Hanabi pickup with an Angela that melded so well to the point that BTK
your third account
was having trouble trying to bring her down. So if we're talking about off the meta,
Jump
it
on,
could be just as
sucker.
likely for Devious Activity to pick up a Chip as well.
1v1 me, bro.
And they might be creating their new meta here. So, boys, draft is ready. Let's get started.
Let's get to the draft.
Mission started. All right, DA up against Bloodhounds. We are 2 bans in. Wondering if DA, did they miss? Last week we saw a miss ban as well from, I forget what team it was. DA did not ban this just in from our mission supplier. DA decided not to. Either it was a mess up, they decided not to. Who knows? The world will never know. Maybe we can figure it out in the interview. DA does not ban, though, that first pick.
That's just a show of confidence from Devious Activity when they decide they don't even need a ban here. But as we're seeing from the side of Bloodhounds, the mobility taking
I'm on Discord.
They know Kush is a very mechanically gifted jungler.
You're
He's
good?
going to be able
Yeah,
to kind
I'm on
of,
Discord.
He specializes in those assassin
Already in the
type,
call.
figurines there. But I mean, if you're going to start banning out those types of junglers, Kush, there's a pretty deep hero pool that Kush can actually choose from.
Can we just face the fact that everyone has been banning this Hylos against Bloodhounds? It makes me wonder, it's like, is that the hero that gets them the win? Like, if Bloodhounds just got that Hylos, man, they'd be sweeping through right now, because literally GG, BT, everyone bans the Hylos against Bloodhounds.
Yeah, I mean, and then also they've been banning out that Valir, so maybe if now that Valir is open, Boca Roscoe finally going to be able to unleash these poor unsuspecting top rankers here in North America. But that's already wrapping up our first banning phase. We're going to see where this first pick goes for Devious Activity. I think we've been seeing a focus onto the marksman lane as of late, where it comes into the Roger or the XP lane. We're going to see where Devious Activity land.
I mean, Arlot's open, definitely plenty of Arlot's open, Roger's open. They go for the
And they pick up the Ruby.
We haven't been seeing get prioritized as much recently in the past week or two, but still something solid, something open, something you can flex around, not showing too many cards at all, still keeping yourself open for counterplay.
Yeah, very interesting too. Ruby kind of fell off the pick ban rate with her last nerf, which kind of cut her regen in half.
They just nerfed her again.
Not just that, her CC was kind of
Let me look
really
it
shredded
up.
as
Let me
well.
look
Her
at it
CC
up.
time there.
Let me look it up
It hasn't
real
been
quick.
prioed as much. But in answer to that, we're going to pick up Arlot and Xborg for the side of Bloodhounds.
Where was
yeah,
it?
so quickly showing, I mean, they do pick up some powerful picks.
Where do I find that again?
Downfall, they do immediately show their hand. There's no flexibility with the R-Lot at this point. But still, I mean, you pick up the X-Borg in anticipation to any kind of bulky jungle that maybe DA wants to bring. You get the R-Lot, which is just essentially a powerhouse right now, no matter where you put him. There go. Oh. No. That's what they didn't ban. That was the first ban, you know? It was all... That was Matilda, Ruby,
events. There it is. Okay, patch
Matilda,
notes.
Ruby, Roger. Which just those 3 heroes right there.
I have arrived.
You
Sub
already
Stigma.
have a hard to catch Roger. You add a Matilda up on top of that.
Yeah,
it's even
328.
More. Plus, you have a roamer that lacks a little bit of mobility.
The game. That's
has
the real
great
question.
CC, but kind of lacks mobility, and now you have Matilda to help pair up.
MCL
with
is what,
EXP
9
at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that are answered here on the side of Devious activity, especially with the Roger pick with a Matilda, which means you're going to have the aggressiveness, the tower diving.
Yeah, I have that.
And all Matilda needs to do is use that guiding winds beforehand. Roger dives in. He's going to have a quick escape to get pulled back out of it, with a lot of shielding to add, especially once you get that flask of the Oasis. In answer to that, Bloodhound's going to go ahead, pick up the Lilia for
The 6th. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Lilia is solid, but I don't know, man. At this point, the Matilda's scary. I think Matilda's sitting at 100% right now. Has anyone lost with it just yet?
Now you can see me.
It's probably been the most pick-banned hero in NACT. It's been the hero that has never slipped through the cracks, I feel like.
Oh, are you on Discord?
I want to say it's sitting at 100%, at least in season, not counting qualifiers or anything.
See if I
know Private's looking that up for me real quick. Now we're into bans. Harris going to get banned out from DA. Valentina going to get banned out from Bloodhounds. I bought you as much time as I could.
Bucks on.
Yeah,
looks like.
It's only about 55% right now, but it has the most bans in NACT right now at the Matilda. I mean, it just depends on how it's used here, but I don't see devious activity thwarting.
Well, okay, so I kicked him from the last
especially with the comp
squad.
that consists of a Ruby,
You're
of a Roger
master
there.
this
And
one.
we have the another focus there on the mechanical heavy mobile junglers of Kush there being taken off, with the Fanny being taken off.
I'm trying to figure out how to
banned for the side of devious activity. So we're looking for a jungler and a mid for devious activity, and it looks like
that I don't know. Want me to Google it real quick?
A roam and marksman for the side of Bloodhounds.
Are you talking about
definitely? I think
Discord video capture on OBS?
I mean, the Harith is banned. DA already calls it. It's like, yeah, you're not going to get to use that. I think the Brody has done well, has the range at least to poke along, and has the early game damage, right? Because one of the problems that a lot of people are having issues with against the Rogers, he can kind of close the gap quickly and unleash. Brody has a second skill to answer to the closing of the gap. Also has some poke range to be able to clear waves with him. So I think it could be a good answer for Bloodhounds here.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing. We've already seen how well Harith does into it. It's kind of risky to see how well some of these other marksmen can play into a Roger, which is, I imagine, why Roger has kind of moved into the meta in the marksman lane. Is there's not a lot of people
video
that can close the
and
distance that he
your
can.
webcam
Not just close the distance, but
click start virtual cam
as he closes the distance with that Lycan pounce, and then be able to get himself out of harm's way. Not even with the Matilda, but with Matilda, you're going to have just as much trouble. But they're just going to go ahead and just raw it out there with a Bruno, with that high amount of crit damage that he brings.
Drop my vape.
A lot of crit damage. Bloodhound still lacking. I mean, still need a jungler. Still need a way to try to handle this Matilda here. And with the lack of CC, only having this R-Lot, it is looking a little bit scary. DA now, I feel like DA can pretty much, they're feeling comfortable. They have their core. They have a lot of what they need at this point. Pick up just about any mid laner, pick up just about any jungler, any utility jungler, and you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, this, I want to say pretty standard draft right now, coming from both teams. Nothing too exciting yet. I mean, unless Ooga Booga just goes right outside the wire right now. We do have a Dairoth coming up from Kush.
All right, we're testing. We're testing. We're downloading. We're seeing what works, and I mean, I think it's solid, especially, and it answers if BH wants to go for something like the Barats here, if BH wants to go for something bulky, you have some of that armor shred, but DA just really investing full into, we're going to be aggressive here.
Yeah, especially with what he brings to the early game. Not just that, but even when he starts falling off, he's going to have a great backup there in the name of the Roger. The Matilda is going to start coming online. I want to say all aspects of this game, the timeline, they have a character there that's going to shine on there. And Ooga Booga, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I have been waiting for him to just kind of hunker down.
I just googled a way to do it on Streamlabs.
There.
Jungle Xborg?
That seemed fairly simple enough.
Yeah, I would assume so. Jungle Xborg are a lot in the XP lane.
All right. All right. All right.
Obviously, it probably won't work for this stream.
That's what Bloodhounds is doing.
But I could send,
I thought I was missing
could send you
for
the
a second. I was like, wait a second, what are we looking for?
Like the video that I just watched for
Jungle Dyroth. I feel
future
like Dyroth
streams,
close
you know?
distance, and I think Dyroth wins out on that, honestly.
Yeah, he's going to have that Abyssal Strike. He's already lowers down a lot of the armor percentages from the opponents. He's going to drop that down, and he's going to be able to come in with an Abyssal Strike. Not just that, but the Abyssal Strike is going to be able to help with the taking of the Lord.
Well, let's jump into it and see if Bloodhounds can put another win under their belt. Or will DA end the losing spree? This is game number 1 in a best of 3 of Bloodhounds up against Devious Activities.
Let's figure it out at some point.
I'm actually kind of excited about this because
Right.
I want to
That's
see
a future problem.
especially with their execution. This is really going to come down to a lot of those objective fights and really be on Ooga Booga to get those sets when the retro comes
I don't
up
have
for
your
these
new,
objectives. He's going to really need to hone down onto Kush.
I ain't got you
at that
you know what I mean?
precise moment to give an opportunity for Easy Peasy to pick up these objectives.
I think in laning
I haven't
phase,
had
Melon should get the
anybody on
better
yet.
of Sleeps here on this Roger. Again, Sleeps doesn't really have a way to deal with the dive. Roger also has a great poke when in human form, so I think Sleeps could have a little bit of trouble.
I'll be on
Booga, though, gonna get the
my
knockout on the
main
tee
account,
early
though.
on, and make sure Easy Peasy secures the whip out.
Yeah, and we can see here from
you were on your
the
noob?
emblems here.
Yeah.
I mean, typical stances for most of them right now, especially when it comes to some of the roams. Oh, actually, bouncing in there.
Gonna get knocked up though. Kush goes down. Easy Peasy able to get an outplay there along with Ooga Booga.
What one you get on?
I thought it was a for sure kill. He hit the level 4.
Man.
Gets knocked up right before he's able to really unleash and get the final hit in.
Yeah, and that's going to be one for Bloodhounds if they can kind of keep up this momentum. But unfortunately, you can see Sleeps is getting zoned out from his, and that's kind of the value you're getting from a Roger. And a Brody's just not going to be able to compete with that in the lane, so it's going to need to be
tag.
some
What's
presence
this
from the
all-star
rest of
tag
Bloodhounds, probably in
detail?
the name of Ooga Booga to come down there and support him.
I think after taking that loss from DA, losing your jungler, they know, all right, maybe we have to slow pace, which isn't exactly what you want to do when you have a Dyroth in the jungle, especially paired up with the Matilda. So I'm wondering, does this slow them down? Do they keep on trying to play the aggressive route? Where do they go from here?
Yeah, and right now Sleeps has a good positioning because Melon doesn't know if Kufra's still in that bush.
Think we can
Once Kufra
stream
shows
snipe
himself, he's
these
gonna become
guys?
that same aggressive Roger.
Look at
at the
this
bottom lane.
all-star skin
Able to
of
bring down the
Moskov,
frog
dude.
armor.
Yeah, I seen that.
Abyssal Strike comes out. Easy Peasy still able to get away there. Kush now going to have priority over this
When the
turtle
thing popped
as
up, though, it
Bloodhounds
said
back
Hanabi.
off.
Yeah, that's
Really?
unfortunate
Yeah.
for the Bloodhounds. They take a lot
And I'm
of
like,
damage
no,
and
that's
then get zoned
pretty sure that's
out from
Moskov.
this first turtle. And that means that Ooga Booga was not going to be able to get in there. He came in already with the Tyrant's Rage, or Tyrant's Revenge, so he wasn't going to have that ready for the turtle fight.
Infernal Wormlord,
with
dude.
Circling
That's
Eagle.
fucking.
Has to be careful for that bouncing ball from the
Just
Kufra.
do.
We saw him walk into it one time. Could become a problem. Also, with the Roger, another issue to kind of have to dance around that. Dyroth also doesn't exactly have a dash, but does have like a chase dash. So, I mean, Ooga Booga could be a possible answer here to a few things. He's going to get the knockup, though, onto Melon. Melon going to take a lot of damage. Sleeps, dashes in, and able to get the final hit. Melon goes down.
Ooh, and this is what we've been missing from other Bloodhounds games, especially from Ooga Booga, is that setting potential. As we can see here now, starting to take a little bit of a lead, 2,100 in the pocket of Sleeps right now, over the side of Melon right now.
Yeah, and I mean, if he can keep doing that and getting the advantage early on, especially on a on a Bruno is huge. Once you get some of that crit damage in, get your Berserker's Fury in, start working on the rest.
Oh, I guess I could have stayed on my other
Bruno
account.
Can be. I think what's going to be huge for DA is once Mikasa can start moving around the map a bit more, and they start actually getting some utility out of this.
Was anybody else getting on?
Was he? Did he just steal that?
Joe said something about because he asked me. He's like, "What are you doing tonight?" I said, "Not shit, playing game and
just a little bit more in the pocket
all that nonsense." And he goes, "Oh, I was just seeing if you wanted to go get some drinks or something."
But still 2 kills in their favor.
I'm trying to
game. Gold counts in the land of Dawn. It's a game of pennies. It's a game of seconds.
So I don't know if he'll be on or not.
I think things like that, like you said, it's if you can just slow him down a little bit more, maybe make it
Turtle's up in 5 seconds.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Easy peasy at 7. Melon. I mean,
so I've missed like every game today. Who's been winning?
Everything matters in the end.
Yeah,
GG won both theirs, and Area 77 won both of theirs.
For this turtle, and I was talking about it. It's going to be all down to Ooga Booga to
BGK played.
No, they play last.
Kush able to secure it. T doing a good job at zoning them away along with Yato. Bloodhounds.
Right. So Area 7, where are they going against? LEGACi?
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem right now is Bloodhound's having a little bit of an issue when it comes to their timing.
I think I had LEGACi on
some of these objectives. Not able to
Carrasco build necklace, good. How long have I said build anti-heal early game? And now they're finally doing it in the pro level.
Pretty much brought it down to a stalemate. Uga Booga able to get the knock up. On to Melon, sleeps.
I almost always build necklace or see Hell right away, don't I?
DA look for the gang.
Yeah, 100%. That's one of the first things I build now too.
In the tri-bush. Sleep just trying to clear waves.
I mean, the recent updates probably have a lot to do with these guys building them early now, but
Tempest is cutting lane. Bloodhound's not trying to force fights. I think they know where their spike is. It's a bit later in the game.
It just makes sense to me. Like if they're using heroes that have a passive that gives them lifesteal or spell
How
vamp.
does I say it?
I'm going to build anti-heal.
Yeah, right as you say that, easy peasy gets taken down. What I do like about Devious Activity is they got caught once, and they were ready the second time Bloodhounds tried it. But on the side of Bloodhounds, like you said, they were able to see it coming. They backed off. They didn't force the fight. Oh, as I said that.
Oh, Melon in trouble. Tyrant's Rage connects in the bouncing ball. There's no escape. Melon going to go down, and that's 2 kills now in the pocket of Sleep. Sleeps, though, takes a little bit of damage to the face. Circling Eagle, able to get the knock up. Eternal Guardian, and T gets the kill. Now Bocarasco, though, here to help out, looking for Yato. Yato in a little bit of trouble. Bocarasco gets a couple glooms off, but not enough damage to secure another kill for Bloodhounds.
Yeah, a little deep for Bloodhounds there, and Sleeps pays the ultimate price for it. Bocarasco, though, very quick, able to close the distance to help out his teammate for an escape for what could have been a double kill for them. So right now, just narrowly hanging in the lead for kills, but the gold slowly starting to dip into Devious Activity.
Somehow Melon is still up in EXP right now.
All right, you ready, guy?
He denied Sleeps of a lot of minions in the laning phase, and that is paying off right now. Tempest, though, taking a little bit of damage. Watch for Ooga Booga. Waiting for the knock-up. Able to connect onto one. Get the Tyrant's Revenge. Cook, taking a lot of damage, and easy peasy finds the kill.
Play a couple.
I don't like seeing myself.
Eternal Guardian comes down on Ooga Booga. Gets a knock-up. Bloodhounds.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to get that on
the
screen.
Yeah, and right now I want to say things getting a little bit more even for Sleeps down here in
third
this
guy?
lane. Even though the level advantage actually
one
going
of the
to Melon. So I mean, right now 2-4 Bloodhounds, the lead slowly slipping.
Oh shit! I didn't even see you add somebody.
When it comes to the Goldie, we're gonna start seeing as we start pushing onto
how did the third guy just get
that's
into
where
our
the
lobby?
real push and the real power in these compositions is gonna start shining. Is when we start downing some of these towers.
We could definitely be going the long haul. The pace of this game right now, still not a single tower taken. We're 7 minutes in. Lord's going to be up in 73, and both teams just kind of taking their time. But I feel like as the game creeps on, it really kind of favors Bloodhounds more than it does DA.
Yeah, especially because you're going to have the setting potential from Ooga Booga to be able to kind of start things off here. But as we've been seeing, it almost feels like Bloodhounds are just always a few seconds behind some of these objectives.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think the Kufa pick is really, like you said, Ooga Booga could be the key to this win here. Even in deal, I think it was just kind of a clutch pick. They saw, because it even helps dealing with the Matilda, all the dashes. It just, there's the damage from Melon, though. Bocarasco, no time for black shoes, immediately taken out. Easy peasy in the mid side as well. The Abyssal Strike locks on, fragile armor goes off, but easy peasy will go down. Templess might just be next. Kush pops the retribution just to slow him down, looking for another hit. Gonna move on to the tower down to the last side. Yato falls, sleeps, might be next. Melon able to get the final shot and take him out. Ooga Booga now, also taking a lot of damage. Melon up against Booga, will find the double kill.
Oh, man, and just like that, the tides have turned in favor of Devious Activity. Can we talk about the reaction time of Devious Activity blindly throwing an ability into that bush down at the bottom? They find Bocarasco, and then the entire team quickly pours on the damage before he can get the black shoes off.
Very well played, and now they get the Lord. And I think once DA, we've seen it, once they get that moment, it's like, all right, now we hit the gas. Now we found a stride here. They're going to, I feel like at least 2, maybe 3 towers crumble here. Maybe more if they really play it off well, if BH makes any huge mistakes. Templess able to get the final slash off. Will get caught up here. Ruby able to delay him from escape, but Templess still able to find, but no, pulled back in and taken out. Ooga Booga does get a beautiful Tyrant's Revenge, but nobody is there to help him out.
Yeah, and I want to say that's just a second behind. He probably could have saved his teammate and actually turned the tide of that battle. And that's just talking about the pacing of this game and how quick you kind of have to be able to react to a lot of these ganks. Mikasa 2v1 here against Bloodhounds.
Sleeps also in a bad spot down. Bot was able to find a tower, but will pay the price for it.
Ruby's
Lord now
sustained,
creeping
bro.
down the line. Bloodhounds is trying to defend.
Yeah, and unfortunately right now, you can see right now, the gold has swung in favor of Devious Activity, about a 4K gold lead for them as we continue on the action in the bottom lane.
And Melon takes another tower. Melon now moving on to the next target. Under the tower, does a lot of damage on a Templess there, but finally backs off, and Lord still coming,
been a minute
has not
since we
been
played
touched yet.
Lolita.
Yato there does not have the Eternal Guardian, so can't try to force an engage here. We're going to move on to the next 2 tier 2s in the mid and the top. Ooga Booga looking for the setup, unable to connect onto Yato. Now he's in Hell's territory, though. A little bit of damage from Yato there. Easy peasy here to help out. Sleeps also holding down the backside, gets a couple free shots. Watch out for Mikasa, though, coming down from the backside. Able to hit a nice I'm offended onto Templess and get the kill. Melon now smells blood. They're going to take another tower, easy peasy, awfully low. Needs to be careful.
All right.
Wave coming down the top side as well. DA looking
First
for one
game of
more
the day.
strike, one more inhibitor. Watch for Ooga Booga.
Had a very eventful day today.
Decides not to pull the trigger.
Yeah, been everywhere, dude. I've been all the way back and forth and back.
Activity to wait for that 8-minute mark, and now the game, the last 3 minutes have been nothing but Devious Activity pushing through all of the lanes here. You can see on their side a 2K gold lead for Melon against Bruno right now. He's almost at full build and ready to start dishing out damage.
Yeah, he's going to start taking buffs now. He's essentially a jungler at this point. They just feed all the buffs to him. Kush helps kind of carry through the early game. And he's just able to continue to farm, and this is when DA will really hit that spike.
Yeah, it's almost right now. I mean, Melon has an angering amount of like a damage negating ability. He's able to dive into the back of the towers, get the kill, then bounce right back out without anybody being able to touch him while he juggles between human and Lycan form to kind of close the distance on Bloodhounds members.
Ooh, nice. Tyrant's Revenge on a Kush there, followed up by the last Insanity. A lot of damage, able to get the kill. Melon, though, getting some free shots on Ooga Booga. Templess trying to zone one away, goes into wolf form. Does not pop off and Lycan pounce just yet, still playing the distance. Gonna clear up the mid wave. Yato working the side. Terrify on Ooga Booga. Templess tries to lock on Yato. Yato uses the flicker just to get away, but now Melon getting a couple more free shots. Goes into wolf form, looking for the Lycan pounce, looking for the final shot. Able to pick it up. T gets the kill. Now Templess in between 3 members, taking a lot of damage. Easy peasy pops the last Insanity, but it's not enough to save Templess. Now Easy peasy on the back foot, trying to back off. 4 members still up for DA. 2 down for the side of Bloodhounds.
Let's get
now,
the litho.
take a look at the Lord. 70% getting chunked up. No retribution. Kush finally back on the map. Bloodhounds forced to back off as Mikasa continues to chip away at the Lord.
Yeah, and right now this is going to be enough to push away Bloodhound, secure this Lord. But Melon, man, in the fray, in the middle of that fray, they just are not able to take him down. Sitting right now at 4-2-4. He's just having a heck of a game right now, and the value that we're seeing out of these Roger picks in the gold lane.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, and he went for the most of the time we've been seeing the Roger pick up the flicker. He goes for the Purify this time.
Yes, I
so
got it.
Even if Ooga Booga catches him, he can slip out of the cracks. You pair that up with the Matilda as well. That is one slippery Roger as we get farther and farther into the game. And I'm trying to think of, like, what's the win con for Bloodhounds here? Like, step 1, buy more time. Step 2, Ooga Booga has to land a set. But who does he even set? How does he turn this around for his team?
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem here. And it kind of comes down. It's going to come down to the positioning for these objective fights. But what we've been seeing right now is Bloodhounds can't even get into a position. They're being zoned out. Now they're on the defensive, and now they're going to have to defend the bottom.
I'm so confused. Did I see 2 big swords on Ooga Booga right there? Ooga Booga going to get shredded down. Melon able to pick up the kill. Lord still crashing through the bot side. Now they're going to move over to the mid. Another wave coming. Going to maybe try to force this one. If they can crack 2 inhibitors here, it's huge for the side of DA. Mikasa jumps in the backside, gets the offended on to sleeps. Now in bad territory, able to use the Matilda to guide on out of there. Still keeping up the pressure, but no more waves of minions coming. DA going to be forced to back off.
Yeah, and I hope this isn't what we've been seeing before, which is Ooga Booga likes to build that BOD.
Yeah, maybe before I can get my ult off.
For some reason there. Oh, Yato finds a kill on to
Yeah, they're going to take this turret here, it looks like. Nice knockup.
Dives on. Easy peasy taking a bit of damage. Ooga Booga able to get 3-man knock him. Throws him against the wrong wall. Melon gonna be able to take the tower. Templess trying to do everything he can, but he still falls. Boca Roscoe next on the chopping block, taking out a 3-man wipe. Can they make it 4? Ooga Booga gonna get knocked up. Mikasa now trying to close the distance. Easy peasy comes out with the last insanity, but the winner Truncheon saves the day for Yato. Easy peasy looking for something to grasp, but just can't hang on. Bloodhounds with 1 man left will go down as DA take game number 1.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. It's just those little plays that matter, especially when it comes to knocking the enemy against the wrong tower. It turns an opportunity into a problem for your team, and Devious Activity capitalize off of that.
Ah, man, I don't know. Finger slip, pressure, who knows? But if he just would have hit him against the top wall, it could have been the turnaround. They would have been under tower. Oh man, that hurts to see. And like Melon did have the Purify, so he was okay. But still, it was that hurts to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see here, especially, I mean, around the 8-minute mark, it was kind of even, but Devious Activity took that advantage and really pushed through, especially being led there by Melon. Kush, I want to say they had the answer for him, especially kind of in the early game to be able to kind of shut him down, except for when it came to a lot of these objectives. After that, through the mid to the late, Melon, just, I want to say, a monster here. 6, 2, and 7. Great game for him.
Definitely, Melon does go for more of the damage build here. Ooga Booga did pick up a BOD there at the end, you know, just for that extra damage on the Tyrant's Rage. Melon gonna be the carry. I mean, and Melon, I'm becoming Team Melon slowly. I'm wondering, like, do we want Melon on the roster for playoffs here? He's been on the past three games or so. Maybe more. We've seen him a few times, and he normally always performs. Even when DA loses, he normally performs.
Yeah, and he's been doing such a great job, and it's almost crazy to talk about because one of the players has to sit out, so Melon takes over. But Melon, I mean, he absolutely shines when he is on the roster. And we can take a look here at the damage. A combined 140,000 damage for Melon and Yato.
Tons of damage. BH just unable to really keep
Man, they're just ganking me everywhere.
100% team fight participation, so he was the one kind of sparking those 6 kills, always heavily involved. But Bloodhounds overall just not able to keep up. I'm honestly, though, with the Matilda going over to the side of DA and how dominant it has been when we see it in the right hands, Bloodhounds did a okay job. I thought that might end a lot quicker. They were able to get through the laning phase, and I felt like if they could have just kind of handled the mid, not made a couple mistakes, the game really could have gone into their hands there.
Well, and that's the difference between those super top tier, top 4 teams in North America is the opportunity of them making those mistakes is smaller and smaller, and they're able to take advantage of when other teams do. And that's kind of the difference between the top 4 and I want to say the bottom 4 here in North America is the bottom 4 are still kind of making some of those mistakes, those missed opportunities with the Tyrant's Rage, hitting them against the wrong wall. I have to ask,
I had none of my skills.
was it a difference maker to be able to make that BOD on the Kufra, or I mean,
there was a lot of difference makers. that was the Ooga Booga Wasians build right there. That was the old school build right there. I don't know, man. Only time will tell. I know it felt like a difference maker. Towards the end, he was getting shredded down. And BOD is such an expensive item too.
Yeah,
like it is, like you get like a tank item and a half for the price of that BOD right there, man. Like you could get a Blade of Hepatis or whatever instead of the BOD and probably still get the same, you know, get exactly what you need. Like it's, yeah, I don't know, man. And this has been kind of the issue this season with Bloodhounds, you know, kind of going for the unconventional things, and it's not working. I'm just surprised because it felt like last season Bloodhounds were kind of getting out of that cycle. We're kind of just
oh my god, why
basics. And then we come into this season.
Why do you keep just wailing on him?
High hopes for them,
right.
And then we have the things we've been seeing.
Yeah, and that was my point exactly. Is there's Blade BOD? That's an expensive item, and there's other things you could have gotten. I don't want to lay it completely. That's not the only downside that happens. It's just one. It's one of a number of mistakes that add up, especially when you're talking about a team like Devious Activity. And all of those little mistakes are going to be able to take advantage of one by
Founder,
one.
what's up?
Creeping forward until, like you see, at the 8-minute mark, they're ready to charge forward, and you're having issues as you're on your back foot. Pretty standard bans here we see as still with the Hylos, a ban on the side of Devious Activity. Bloodhound's going to go ahead, start things off with an Arlot pickup.
And I feel like if Ooga Booga wants to be an aggressive roamer, then, you know, hold on to something like the Arlot, something that you can, you know, output that damage, you know, be something like that, where I think something like that could fit in Ooga Booga's hands, because he wants to be able to, you know, do some things. He wants to be able to maybe cause some mayhem, cause some damage. That's okay if that's
Ruby
the type of
picked
roamer
up
you want to
first
be,
again.
but it needs to be on the right heroes. On the side of DA, they're still prioing that Ruby. And honestly, Mikasa makes it work well. We've seen T do well on it. Matilda no longer on the field, so there is a chance we could see this Ruby swap over to the mid, because honestly, I'm sure last game, they planned on Bloodhounds taking the Matilda. Like, they first picked Ruby probably with that in mind.
And then the priority continues with this Roger pickup. I mean, we still do have Harith out on there right now, so they can pick it up to potentially be able to counter it. But I do want to say, like, as we saw from the first series, if you're going to pick up that Harith, you need to be able to defend him. The Harith needs to be very careful. Just because you're able to dominate in lane and get the upper advantage, you still need to be able to watch out for some of those ganks. And Devious Activity has been very good about pushing those side lanes.
Most definitely, and they're going to pick up the X-Borg once again, same as last time. This time lock into Harith, which has seemed to be possibly one of the answers to the Roger. Let's see if Sleeps did actually play a decent game last game. I do want to give it up to him. Even in the laning phase, he's able to kind of sidestep a bit here. He did have a little bit of issues. He got starved of some minions, and that kind of cost him a lot when it came into mid-game and everything. But I think with the Harith, he'll be able to poke those minions. He'll be able to sidestep and kind of play around this Roger.
And that's another good point there, is that the adaptability of Devious Activity. They were having, Bloodhounds were having a great game, especially with Ooga Booga and Sleeps together. Kufra was catching those great sets. However, Devious Activity responded very quickly. The next time that happened, the entire team from Devious Activity was ready. Push them back. And that's kind of the difference. Another one of those kind of mistakes that you need to always kind of be adjusting. You can't dip too much into that same well, and we're gonna see that Kush picks up this Fanny.
And I mean, it's a perfect, exactly where you want to slot it a lot of time. If you're not going to slot it last, you slot it in the last of the first phase. So you can ban
now
out
I'm
the
dead.
I didn't think I was gonna run out that quick.
Maybe now it's either do they ban Kaja or do
oh,
they ban Kufa here? I think
he gets
either of those are very
away.
possible for the side of DA. Bloodhound's going to ban out
Appreciate
the
you
Vexana,
guys.
so
We're
limit
just
down on the
playing some games, getting ready for
I've always been of the
MCL.
minds in North America, because a lot of people want to wait for that Fanny. They want it to be the last pick, to be that surprise, so you can.
I'll probably
take
keep
out
the
all counters.
stream
I've always
going,
been of
but
the
I'm
mind,
gonna
if you
turn
can't
the
pick
camera
Fanny
off and
first,
probably
then
mute the
you
mic
aren't good
from
enough
it.
to be playing. if you don't care about any of those counters, but Kush, we already know. We've seen Kush on the Fanny. He is amazing, and you're definitely going to need an answer for it. I think you talked a little bit about it. We see the Franco taken off of there. Kai would probably be next on the list to be picked up, but I'm not even sure. I mean, yeah, I could go into the roaming position here. I'm actually not sure if Ooga Booga plays a Kai.
Yeah, I mean, they need something here. They definitely need something. Here's the problem with the R-Lot. I think that's another reason why DA picks up this this Fanny, because it's like, all right, they already showed Xborg, they already showed R-Lot. Yes, you could put Xborg into the jungle. That's definitely a possibility, right? It's definitely something we could see. We've seen it tonight already, but yeah, they're running out of answers. I think DA might just pick up the Kaja for themselves here, even maybe, just to kind of deny it. At this point, they feel pretty good, and I think I don't think they have to be too picky, right?
Yeah, the only thing about the Kaja is we need some type of burst damage from the Bloodhounds to accompany that Kaja. What we have from them is stuff that needs some stacks. Xborg needs some stacks to actually really be doing a lot of damage. R-Lot, he could use that final slash. Once Kaja gets a Divine Judgment, R-Lot can use that final slash, push them even further back in. But you're still going to need that burst damage to really kind of surprise them. And speaking of burst damage, De Paquito now on the side for Devious Activity.
And that confirms the Roam Ruby for T. So, which I'm a big fan of the Roam Ruby, especially if the R-Lot ends up being a Roam R-Lot. Ruby kind of slows down the R-Lot. Whenever R-Lot tries to dash in and do a bunch, Ruby can kind of answer to that and maybe put Ooga Booga into a bad position. You pair that up with this Fanny and the movement from this Paquito. I mean, it's just DA's looking aggressive right now. They're looking like a mean level 4. They're looking like a mean, 5-6 minutes.
Ooh, so this is going to be a tank R-Lots, I believe, and the XP lane Xborg. So just as you were talking about, Ooga Booga on an R-Lot, something that can have a lot of effect in there. And the Eudora from Boca Roscoe. Man.
Good job.
I mean,
it's going to be a hard fought game for Boca Roscoe
up here.
I mean, not to doubt his ability. He's great. He's going to have to play the game of his
Dang,
life
I
here
didn't get him in time.
You're basically saving your stun just for Kush to come, for Kush, and once you've blown your load as a Eudora, you're basically a sitting duck and you have no other purpose.
He
out
said
there.
blown your load.
It's gonna be interesting to see how they can kind of juggle this around.
And the problem is there's so many more threats than just Kush on the field, right? Like, okay, yeah, you kill, like you said, you're just a sitting duck and you kill Kush, but then you got a knockout strike coming at you. You have a Roger, who is also one of those that used to be one of the junglers that you would have to fear for the same reasons you would fear Fanny, It is tough. Also, I mean, Boca Roscoe's gotta go flicker here, because if any point you get caught up by this Ruby, you're dead. If any point Boca Roscoe gets caught up by anybody, you're dead. I feel like Bloodhounds has to play this game a certain way. Boca Roscoe needs to be in bushes at like all times. He needs to play like an assassin, essentially. So let's jump in. The game number 2 match point for Devious Activities. Bloodhounds.
Jason, what's going on?
Yeah, looking to take us to game 3, but a lot of things that are going to need to go right for them as well. So it's going to be very
all right,
interesting
does
to
Devious
see
Activity
how Boca
sweep?
Roscoe, I mean, we'll see.
I think they do.
The thing is you can catch Devious Activity.
Damn it.
Back and forth from these lanes. It just depends on how well Ooga Booga and Boca Roscoe can meld together through some of these rotations.
Taking a look at the audience predictions, it's 68 to 32%. Which honestly is not bad. There's definitely some Bloodhound fans out there, some Ooga Booga fans, some Boca Roscoe fans. A little bit of damage onto Ooga Booga as we speak about him. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Bloodhounds have a few answers to what Devious Activity brought, but they are definitely high-risk answers.
Yeah, I mean, and oh man, I'm not even sure. Was he able to? He was.
Yeah.
Did he miss it?
No, Kush got that one. Kush just walked up and Grand Theft purpled him. No problem. Ooga Booga goes down, takes one with him. We just stole your ride and took out your friend.
Yeah, not a good start for Bloodhounds already. And that's kind of the problem here is you have to expect that type
Appreciate
of
y'all
thing
hanging out, stopping in, hitting the likes,
your team needs to kind of be in there with your jungle to kind of help you out with that. Mikasa taking a heap of jungle, or a heap of damage from Tempest, though.
Yeah, that's
that's
a
Stigma
huge start.
in the
You're
battle
supposed to take
with
Fanny's
us.
buff, not her take yours.
As we watch
still
the
level 3, it's going to be a very
NACT.
slow start for Bloodhounds. They're already kind of in a composition that wants to lean in towards the late game a bit. When you have something like Eudora, when you have something like an X-Borg, you have this Harith. Yes, they have this Martis, which is supposed to do very well in the early game, but slowing him down like that just completely puts a halt on Bloodhounds here.
Yeah, luckily he does have his 4, but we're going to see how this first turtle goes. Because, I mean, Fanny really not a turtle holding type of character.
Dude, this guy's sustainability is nuts. Yeah, oh, they won anyway. I wasn't even fucking focusing on the map.
Mikasa and Kush.
Yeah, we know.
Punch does land on the members. Last insanity combo up. Mikasa goes down. Boca Roscoe able to get the kill. But here comes Kush looking for Boca. Boca falls, drops, taken off the map. Easy peasy.
I was getting the protection points, though.
I'm offended there. And now Turtle maybe prioed over the side of DA.
And this is exactly what we were talking about before. Boca Roscoe uses his abilities to be able to take down Mikasa, and then Kush swoops in once he knows those abilities are down and able to put the kill on to Boca Roscoe.
Something I missed, though, Yato did fall as well in this past team fight, so not super bad for Bloodhounds, but losing the Turtle, losing a couple buffs here will start to stack up. A Bloodhounds.
Fanny comes in, gets the kill.
Takes out Sleep. T does go down. Up in the bot side, though, so Bloodhounds find at least something. They're trading. They are at least trading here.
Yeah, it's actually it's kind of crazy how quickly Bloodhounds they get just a little bit of damage onto them, takes them down to about half health. Kush is so quick to be able to swoop in under tower, find the kill, and then find himself an escape here. And actually, Boca Roscoe keeping a little bit of a lead here on the enemy mage.
I wish we had 2 more people.
Booga Booga will go down. Melon able to pick up the kill, and now Sleeps is on his lonesome. You mentioned Kush. The man is at 3-0 at 4 minutes in. Was at 3-0, I think, at 3 minutes in. So we're averaging a kill per minute, and that is dangerous for a Fanny right now. Easy peasy has to start to be the answer. And I don't know whether Bloodhounds need to group up.
Top like a motherfucker, dude.
Nice.
Holy fuck.
Walk in, but Melon
I'm gonna have to do a dab after that one.
Yeah, and
that one got me, dude.
Kush was looking for another kill a minute there. And unfortunate for Ooga Booga, even on this R lot, I feel like he's kind of limit testing right now. There's a few points where there's like he doesn't have his team with him, but he's still engaging devious activity, which I mean, you're not going to be able to kind of one-off onto the entire team. You need to have the rest of Bloodhounds there to be able to help you.
No, Sleep's not like this. Kush picks up the kill.
Yeah, Kush. 4-0-1 right now, and this is just the map presence that Devious Activity have right now. They don't even need towers down right now to have a command and control over the map.
Listen, they need to work. They need to run something we call the buddy system. You know, I don't know if any of you guys have ever been out with your family at theme parks or whatever. It's buddy system right now, because if anyone is alone, they are a target for Devious Activity. Speaking of, Tempest goes down. Another one.
Alone. Yeah, another one. Unfortunate. Ooga Booga
Said the MCL was 9, right?
Some help.
So I might take a break here soon to do a video call with the group.
On the Eudora. Surprisingly,
to get
the
baked
hero
before
we're worried about
MCL.
actually has one of the best KDAs
I haven't
right
done
now.
no video call. today at all.
Which is amazing right now. Oh, Sleep's in a little bit of trouble there. Does get taken down by Melon, but
I want to say yeah, but I can't check because we're in the lobby.
They secure that. Ooga Booga goes down. Kush able to pick up the kill. T falls to Easy Peasy though. Easy Peasy gets the decimation. He wants to look for another one. Can he pop it off? Yes, he does. And he gets away. A nice shutdown and a triple kill. Definitely worth it in my opinion. You get some gold. You're able to kind of get back into the game a bit.
Yeah, I mean, amazing play there, but overstayed his welcome a bit. You said it yourself. I mean, worth it. But now standing at about 7 to 11, we're about a 24K goal or 2,400 gold lead by DVS activity. Not K yet,
but not yet. I like the word "yet" there. That you take a look at some of the items though, private.
Yeah, you can see how they're already picking up the belt and the endless battle there.
I'm assuming it's 9 because
Bocarasco goes down.
The countdown clock hasn't popped up on the home
dashes
screen
dashes
yet.
out, but Devious
Already
activity got what they came for.
Yeah, that's true. And it doesn't usually after a game it'll say MCL tonight.
Once you kind of expand some of those abilities, you are a sitting duck. Not just a sitting duck, but you're not really of value to your team anymore. Once you've blown that full Eudora load at the enemy, maybe you gotten a kill.
Ooh, Kush walks into that one. Definitely gonna have to start being a bit more careful now that Easy Peasy's kind of tipped the scale back in his favor. He's back to level 10 versus 10 up against Kush. Ooga Booga gonna go down here. 1 in 5. Not where you want to see an Arlop, but still, they got to be careful about what bushes they walk into with Easy Peasy running around.
Yeah, I want to say it's almost a clash of play style right now for the side of Ooga Booga. He's really having trouble kind of like capitalizing on this.
How you doing, man?
And here is that replay for that turtle fight.
Yeah, Easy Peasy, able to pop off and just really risking it here. Able to go toe-to-toe with Kush. Kush didn't have the cables to really pop off there. End up going down. If he didn't go for that purple, it was a good trade, but it could have been better.
Could have been better. And unfortunately, another turtle fight coming in. Bloodhounds
I got booed from the lobby. But yeah, it's 39 minutes.
Here. Ooga Booga goes the flicker. Final slash and whiffs it. Ooga Booga now in trouble. Gonna go down for that one. Melon able to pick up another kill. Kush falls to Bocarasco, so they find something in the midst of this chaos.
And they get the turtle.
Able to find the turtle. Able to get a nice hit onto Melon there, but here comes Paquito Mikasa with a knockout strike onto Bocarasco.
Do you want to run one with Buck real quick while I sit out? Are you okay with me hanging up real quick and starting a video call and smoking real quick?
Is that a final slash?
I can turn them. I have the mic turned on the game, so you can still hear me there.
Unfortunate, does not able to
I
catch the team.
I can wait.
And while they are able to get that turtle, the entire team suffers for it as Devious Activity able to kind of force and push through that. I mean, we're not so bad on towers. We are just getting the top one now for Devious Activity. Bloodhounds really need to be able to round this out. We see damage kind of coming through for the side of Devious Activity as we look at the stats.
Sleeps able to drop to Zamon's force, but in comes Kush.
Oh,
nice. Help out. Mikasa goes down. Kush as
2,
well.
Okay.
Bloodhounds able to get a double kill into the hands of Ooga Booga.
Tempest 2-1 in the bot lane.
The Paquito and the Fanny kind of scale down just a little bit, but as that's happening, look at who's 5-0-4 right now. Melon.
Another one comes down. The rest of his team is coming down. Yeah, pull him into the turret now. The rest of his team gets there.
Kill on the checkbook, and Melon engages like
T goes down. Yato to follow.
On the top side though, Easy Peasy finds a double. Yato.
Now they're after
and
Melon.
T go down. Kills all over the board. Melon in a bad position, looking to try to find something. Oh! The outplay on the Bocarasco, but still falls. A nice shutdown for Ooga Booga. He's going to need the kill. He's going to need that gold after the 6 deaths previously.
As soon as I saw him heading, I'm like, don't let it be Bocarasco to check this bush, because he's going to be able to like and pounce on him, even with that stun out from Bocarasco. He finds the kill onto him, but then meets his end by 2 members of the Bloodhounds.
Melon's like, let me just make sure. Oh, Kush.
What is going on, man?
Ooga Booga able to put another kill on the map. Mikasa unloading, though. Yato and T here to help out. We're starting to have some back and forth. The scales are tipping into the hands of Bloodhounds. Even though it's small, the gold has finally started to favor them.
Yeah, went from a 4K gold deficit to now they're up by about 300. And Ooga Booga's finally starting to come online.
I'm wondering what his build is. I'm wondering if maybe the reasons he died so much early on, did he go damage? Is he going full damage Arlot Roam right now? I wouldn't like put it past him, and it would make sense for the Let's take a look real quick. No, he's going semi-defensive. Picked up the mallet for a little bit of penetration.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't a typical R-Lot build. He's just a little bit more aggressive in the early game than you would like most tanky R-Lots there.
Ooh, Melon finds Boca Roscoe there, and that's what we were worried about. Even if he can escape Kush, can he escape Melon? Eat 1 in 4 on this Roger.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I want to say, like, especially when you have all the members up of Bloodhounds, Ooga Booga was doing a great job trying to get those sets. So we're not going to talk about that last turtle set that he tried with the final slash there, but he just needs to be a little bit more careful so that he can be a deciding factor in some of these fights and not get picked off before these objectives happen.
At the front.
Definitely testing right now. Ooga Booga does get the final slash, but not able to. What happened there? No purifies on the side.
I believe it got canceled.
It got canceled. He still has it. I was like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah, so, I mean, and this is what we were talking about. He goes on the tee, but this is... you waste... I feel like you kind of waste that final slash, but Boca Roscoe there on the side to bring it up.
Kush coming in.
Sleeps in a bad spot. Yato able to find the kills. Mons Force does drop. Ooga Booga trying to play the distance here. Tempest with the last Insanity. Able to collect on Mikasa. Melon on the run now. Here comes Yato looking for the Terrify. Able to get the final slash himself with the IMU. Decimation not able to get the kill, so he will not be able to continue. Kush getting caught off. Ooga Booga flickers through looking for the kill. But he goes down. Melon now going to capitalize. Tempest in a bad spot. Melon now on the run. Easy peasy on the chase. The back and forth right now of these two teams.
Yeah, actually doing a great job. I want to say this is the signs of life from Bloodhounds that we were seeing, or that a lot of people have been wanting to see, back and forth, and still able to kind of hold their own, especially when I want to say Ooga Booga is on the money. Unfortunately, there kind of got baited into a dash under the tower, not able to make his way out of there.
Oh, that damage. Boca Roscoe's just a glass cannon right now. If he gets even touched, if they blow too close to him, that man's going down.
If there's a harsh word that is said around Boca Roscoe, he might crumble down.
All right, Lord now up. DA back up to about 700 gold lead. Nothing too major. Definitely still fightable for the side of Bloodhounds here. Look at Kush, though. Now that he knows he's not as valuable in these team fights, he takes to the off lanes.
Yeah, and we're definitely waiting. I want to see Ooga Booga kind of get the set. I mean, right now I want to say T.
Easy peasy, gonna start the
Lord. The set onto T, but there was a lot of abilities used in that process. A lot of ultimates, which they didn't have for the rest of the fight, which kind of made the fight turn a little bit more on the side of devious activity and a little bit more back and forth.
Too easy.
Need to see Ooga Booga get that set, find one of the squishier members, find maybe even more than one member of devious activity, so that the team can get the set and find an advantage.
Tempest should be okay here. Has the immortality still. They're going to start rushing this Lord, though. Kush has to go back to base. But they're not going to let him. He's getting held up by Tempest. And now no retribution for the side of DA. This should be a Lord for the side of Bloodhounds. Easy peasy able to get it. Ooga Booga just has to get away. It is a clean take, but Melon not going to let it happen. It's 1 for a Lord. I think it's a fair trade for BH.
Yeah, definitely not even just a fair trade, but I want to say still puts Bloodhounds ahead a bit because they get a little bit of breathing room. They're going to have the Lord coming out. They're going to have super minions coming out for their side. So a little bit of an advantage there for Bloodhounds to see if they can capitalize here from a devious activity. I want a great play there from Bloodhounds and great synergy from the team to be able to stop Kush from being able to go back.
I think... You know, DA knew. I was thinking they need to try to get that mid tower. DA knows that they don't want to let that break just yet. They make sure they clear the wave. They expend most of their forces there. And while this is happening, Melon in the boss side able to take out Lord. Kush
oh shit!
Stunned up. Boca Roscoe
I thought Kush
finds
was
the
dead.
target, locks on, but unable to get the kill. Has Kush maybe? I wonder if Kush has got an Athena shield in the clutch right now, because that's going to give Boca Roscoe a hard time. It starts to make him a little less valuable on the map. Kush going to come in, dance back and forth. Tower does finally fall. Bloodhounds have broken through.
Yeah, I want to say the Athena shield doesn't really matter too much here. He does have the Athena shield. It's the stun that's going to be the real problem for Kush, because you're going to have the rest of the team to kind of deal with there. And I want to say Boca Roscoe knows his one and only job is to wait for Fanny and get the stun.
Up, and there it is. Speaking of it, Kush goes down. Kush is going to have to just start playing the offlane. Last Insanity on to Melon there along with his Mons Force. Melon, no escape. Sleeps, gets the shutdown. Ooga Booga now dances through 3 members, able to get the vengeance. Back and forth as Easy Peasy and Templars follow up. Mikasa able to just slip away with his life. Minions are now crashing on the bot and top. Bloodhounds going to reverse gears, move on to the mid side, and try to take another tower.
Oh man, there's nothing I like more than a little bit of a tower dance between members of your team to be able to kind of juggle that aggro, make sure that you can try to get some damage on without anybody taking too much and everybody escaping all at once. And great job there by the Bloodhounds, who are starting to show some great signs of life.
All right. Bloodhounds looking to try to capitalize more, take a purple buff here. T does come through, gets pushed back, Samon's Force drops, and T goes down. DA starting to lose out in these team fights, and now it's a 1,600 gold lead for the side of Bloodhounds. I talked about late game possibilities for them, the Harith, the X-Borg. These are 2 heroes that are going to definitely scale more and more as this goes on and become a lot more of a nuisance, whereas Paquito and Kush on this Fanny are going to become a little less useful as this goes forward.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to 2 factors here. I want to say Ooga Booga being able to get the sets that he wants on the people he wants, and also Boca Roscoe not being seen. Boca Roscoe cannot be aggressive here. He needs to kind of wait for the Fanny to come, for Kush to come to him, get that stun out, and then as soon as you take Kush off the map, you've seen that this entire fight start to change in the Bloodhounds' favor.
I mean, DA, an answer here. I think they need to find a way to pick someone off. Let's take a look at the items, though, real fast.
Yeah, you can see already have that golden staff picked up there for Melon. He's in a great position right now for the damage he wants to unload and the tankiness, but now we're starting up on the Lord.
That Kush going to try to find an angle in. Ooga Booga does distract them. Might go down for it. Last Sandy does connect. Yato able to get the kill. Kush dancing around the side, and Kush takes the Lord. And now it's Chaos brought on to Bloodhounds. Kush finds Boca, looking for the next target. Easy peasy, trying to keep him at bay, but Tempest has now joined the fray. Able to get a little bit of chip damage on a T there. DA have dispersed. Backing off. Yato caught in the midst of it. Taking some damage, no last insanity, able to connect, no kill, able to fall except for Melon. Bloodhound still in the game.
I want to say there was a space and an opportunity of at least like 3 seconds where the Lord was so close. Everybody had the ability to retry. It seems like Easy Peasy got caught into some CC. Kush able to swoop in, get the retry there, and then follow the advantage. And that's how some of these games kind of play out. Is once you get an advantage from that Lord, your team's able to kind of push out there as Easy Peasy gets found out in the bush.
They shouldn't lose too much on this. They should be able to clear this wave. DA not going to be able to get too much of a gain from this. Towers are now even, except Bloodhound still has a tier 2 in the bot side. But still, we're back to a standstill. It's a 200 gold lead. It is nothing. Anyone could take this.
Man, this is
close.
close.
This is another game where it's really kind of even. 21-26 isn't a huge advantage for devious activity. I do want to say though, as we're starting to push on, as Bloodhounds are on the defensive, it's going to be harder and harder to get a lot of those pickoffs, unless it's actually on Ooga Booga to get some of those sets, especially from that final slash.
I mean, the same could be said for T here, right? He's got to be able to make something happen. I think if Bloodhounds play it tight, they can have the advantage here. As long as they can hold the front side, make sure Boca Roscoe and Sleeps are okay. Melon can never really jump in. And T gonna go down. Immortality does proc. Shouldn't be able to escape from this one. Zamon's Force drops as well. And Kush forced to run away. And look at Templars up on the top side, ready to hit the split push, ready to try to move on to this inhibitor. But Melon and Yato are gonna go back to base.
It was something that's funny to me is that as Bloodhounds was engaging that, you saw Boca Roscoe so far away from his team. He was backing up because he knew that Kush was looking for him. So he was well behind, waiting for an opportunity for the devious activity to get low before he kind of claimed that distance. And I mean, playing it as good as he can for, I mean, it's a Eudora pick. You don't expect too much out of it, but I want to say Boca Roscoe doing well for a hero that can get picked off like that.
And take a look at the damage dealt. Everyone has played their part on the side of Bloodhounds. Ooga Booga actually the most damage dealt on his team, surprisingly. That is one mean roam. We know how Ooga Booga likes to get. Now Kush in the boss side, gonna get stunned here, taking a lot of damage, able to just get away. DA looking for a moment to strike.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Boca Roscoe. You're at a point right now, especially with Athena shield on Kush, you're not going to be able to surprise or burst him down just by yourself. You need to have the team helping you. So it's going to be like in a team fighting scenario where the rest of Bloodhounds are going to be able to lay down on Kush as he gets stunned. And that's something that Boca Roscoe needs to realize when he's letting out some of these stuns.
I think it might be at a point where it's like, do you switch up the combo and go for the first skill first, the lightning, so you can maybe get a multi-man stun instead of just trying to focus on Kush? And there's kind of risk in that, right? Because it takes a little more time. You have to kind of be a bit closer to a big team fight. But a lot of damage on Ooga Booga taken off the map. Kush takes a big shot to his face, but still able to withstand it.
Yeah, and you saw Boca Roscoe just waiting in that L bush in the mid zone. He found Kush, was able to get the stun, but by the time the stun connected with Kush, he was already far enough away that the rest of Bloodhounds could seal play here, though.
T keeps walking right into it, though. Boca Roscoe does go down. T able to get the kill. It's a good trade for DA. Melon versus Sleeps now, but easy peasy. Here to help out. Yato dashes in.
Oh my goodness, he just gets eaten.
As well, Melon gonna be able to get the last hit, the shutdown. And Templars with the last insanity on 3 members. The last man standing for Bloodhound still has the immortality. Yato gonna use the IMU for the last insanity himself, but Templars still survives.
Yeah, right now a 30-23 devious activity starting to push their way through mid. Deciding now if they're going to go ahead, push through mid, or go for this lore. Looks like they're going to go do a little bit of a combination of both.
I mean, it's just Template's 30-second death counters on the board for Bloodhounds. They decide to play it safe, keep it cool, keep it calm and collective.
Now, right now, Melon sitting at 12-3-7, having a phenomenal game right now, especially because Kush, I want to say Kush not having one of those regular Fanny games where you're able to kind of enforce your way around throughout the entire map, but Melon doing a great job of kind of being that backup and still the stellar player to help out through these pushes.
Most definitely. Now, I'm so happy that Roger's back in the meta right now. Because he's not like your typical marksman. There's a little bit of excitement there. It's kind of got like assassin vibes to it. It's just a nice switch up, and I feel like we've had so many crazy switch ups to the meta recently over the past few months since M5. Things have definitely kind of taken a different direction, but Ooga Booga in a bad direction. Forced to use the flicker just to get away there. DA trying to close the jaws. They're going to move down onto this tier 2 as Lord encroaches in the mid lane.
Oh, conceal play comes out, and they're still pushing onto this bottom lane.
Oh, Kush looks for the target, maybe overextends. Mikasa goes down, Kush under the tower as well. When a Truncheon does come out from Mikasa, easy peasy, unable to connect. Tempest into the backside with the last insanity, finds one more, goes down for it. T, though, able to do a little bit of damage. Slow down Sleeps. Mon's Force becomes useless there. More waves are crashing. DA doesn't want to let go of the gas just yet. Cushion to the backside. Looking for Boca Roscoe.
They're hungry for it. They want the sweep. They want it.
Now on the hunt. Like in Pounce.
Looking
for the final shot. One more on the Ooga Booga, but he gets stunned and does not connect.
Oh, man, a great push for devious activity. No more high grounds for Bloodhounds. And I want to say, like, it's now you're at a point where it's do or die, because you're not going to be able to, you can't let them get the next Lord, because you're not going to be able to withstand another push. And it's basically down to Bloodhounds. What do you do here?
Kush is doing the old, I thought he was just going to wait for someone to come and try to take the purple. It's like, I'm just going to sit right here until one of you fools comes for this purple buff. Does play it safe, though. Going to go back to base. Easy peasy. Comes home to an empty house.
Aw, the sadness. I would have said he probably would have sat in that bush if not for the fact that he had just lost his purple buff. So he didn't have the blue buff. He wasn't going to be able to kind of spam
turn this around.
Those cables to actually be able to get the kill.
They might get it.
Now with minions like crashing in towards Bloodhounds, devious activity have broken through the inhibitors. This game becomes a lot tougher.
After this, though, I am going to go ahead and probably.
DA doesn't even really have to push them. They will constantly win the lanes for them. But you add Kush on top of that. You add the layer of split push that DA can have if they want, and it's just a constant looming threat over Bloodhounds.
Yeah, and it just means that the Bloodhounds are going to have to be quick and decisive about what they want to do. There's not going to be any. You're not going to be able to spend a lot of time just hiding or waiting or dancing around the Lord. You're going to need to be able to make something happen and make it come quick, or these minions are going to be starting to force their way into your core.
And at this point, everyone is maxed itemed at least, so it's not like they're behind. Essentially, they're only behind in terms of macro and map. I think we're at a point where Bloodhounds could maybe just if it gets too bad, you might just have to try to force the fight, right? You might just have to force the Lord to happen a little bit faster, because as you said, they can't dance around. They can't take their time with this. So at some point, it's like, do we just go for the all or nothing here?
Yeah, I want to say you saw 3 immortalities there for Bloodhounds, 2 for Devious Activity, but Devious Activity also have the Winter Truncheon on their side too. So I mean, they're kind of even when it comes to a lot of the staying power. And now trying to bait out this Lord, they definitely want to fight, but they're not. I want to say Bloodhounds not in a great position to actually start something here.
He gets the I'm offended onto Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga gets a stun. Zamon's Force does come down. Bloodhounds willing to bring the gamble, willing to put it down.
Oh god.
Ooh,
Melon goes down. Mikasa might be next. Nope, gets away. Ooga Booga's immortality popped.
On DA.
T coming through, doesn't get through fast enough. Oh, sheesh, Yato.
Does come out on Yato.
Immortality.
Able to do a little bit of item juggling.
Yato goes down. Ooga Booga gets taken down by Kush though. Oh, they're trying to get him. T goes down, saving Kush.
Easy peasy with a double kill, and that's a 70-second death counter onto T. Bloodhounds might just try to run this down the middle. There's minions coming down the bot side though, and time is on the line. Kush gonna come back in, gonna get stunned up. Bokarasco able to take out the towers. Zamon's Force does drop, but they still only have a handful of minions to try to push their advantage. They opted not to go for the Lord. Can they finish this here? 27 seconds till Melon's back up. They decide to back off.
Man, this is so back and forth,
man, right now, Bloodhounds in a capitalizing position right now to be able to take advantage of this. Kush having some problems even being able to get in
Power
there.
lock.
They're going to go for it right now.
Sleeps, pops his Zamon's Force. Kush takes about a half health of damage. Tries to dance around, just trying to clear the minions. They pull it over to the side tower. Well played by DA.
Yeah, and that's just the value you get from a team like this right now. Pulling the minions to the side tower to get that aggro so that they're not able to push on the core, not able to get that damage there, and now possibly at an even stance, or actually to allow Kush to be able to get close to this Lord.
Yeah, it's not even a clean Lord anymore. Kush gonna try to swing from the chandelier here. Pull something off. The knockup does come in. Melon also playing the distance. Lord getting low. Kush dashes in but Sleeps able to pick it up. Yato also playing around. Look at Mikasa into the backside. Able to lock onto Easy Peasy. Last Sanity does connect onto several members. Yato's got one of his own up his sleeve.
No,
takes out Sleeps. Template's now in trouble. Untargetable, gets stunned up, goes down. Mikasa able to find the kill. It's 2 members down with 70-second death counters for the Bloodhounds. DA now on the advantage. Lord should be coming out soon, but they're running out of time. DA looking for the finish. Wait, Lord finally out. It's going up the top side, though, and DA's coming down the mid. Ooga Booga going to get locked up from Kush. Kush got under the tower. The decimation does lock on, but the immortality props. Immortality's procking all over. Add in a Winter Truncheon just to make things spicy.
Mikasa goes down. Yato goes down. T might be next. No, he gets away. Melon goes. Ooh, Melon gets away.
Melon's on the run. Lord still coming.
They forgot about that 6th player in the Lord here, trying to handle out these minions. And Devious Activity now going to have to run for the hills. Down 2 players with 50-second death timers, while Bloodhounds, I mean, it's a 3v3 right now, but you have the advantage of the Lord on your side for Bloodhounds.
3v3, 3v3. We're coming up on 30 minutes on this game right now, and honestly, it feels like DA might be able to buy the time. 30 seconds, Lord.
Over 4 hours, yep.
Down the mid. Can they defend this one more time? I got a feeling they're going to try to aggro it over. Another wave of minions comes just in the nick of time. Kush gets stunned up. Nice final slash onto Melon, onto T. Kush in the backside, looking for Boka. Taking a little bit too much damage. Ooga Booga able to force him away. T also taking a lot. Easy peasy. Finds the decimation. Immortality down, T down, but the Lord has fallen as well. They want to lock onto the base. Can they finish this? Ooga Booga does it.
Wow.
Bloodhounds bring
Bloodhounds
us to
forcing a
game
game 3. GG.
Who would have thought
Wow,
it? Bloodhounds taking that momentum from last week, finding them a victory, one game over Devious Activity, who've been at the top of North American, I want to say, ranks here. What a game by Bloodhounds.
Woo-wee. We got us a game 3. We got us a game 3. First one of the night. Bloodhounds go the distance. 30 minutes on that one. 60-something kills over on the map. I'm out of breath, Private.
I apologize to my Eudora lovers out there. I mean, it played. He was able to kind of push through, but I want to talk. Ooga Booga did a great job of trying to get us some of these sets. A little bit of a shaky early game from him, but able to get those sets that allowed Easy Peasy to swoop in, scoop up a lot of those decimations to really turn the tides here.
I mean, overall, I think everyone on Bloodhounds ended up getting it together, ended up pulling through there. Templars did a great job at holding off the off lanes, you know, kind of keeping the macro in play, making sure Devious Activity weren't going to get any split
They almost
pushes.
had it, but
Ooga Booga had a rough early
Bloodhounds
start, but eventually got his bearings on the R-Lot and finally started connecting on those final slashes. And not only that, but they capitalized
very
for once when
close.
DA made the mistakes. You know, Bloodhounds took advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, almost want to joke that all it takes is 30 minutes for Bloodhounds to really get their momentum going. But man, they're able to hold it in for the first half of this game to kind of keep it a competitive edge. You can see here, look at the damage dealt
look at
there.
how close
Not even close. All in favor of Devious
32,
Activity,
34.
but able to kind of hold the line until you got to that late game and really start turning out
All
a
right,
lot
I'm
of
gonna
these
turn
fights.
the camera off.
I mean, I think, again, DA lost their time, right? They were on a strict schedule there. You're on a strict schedule when you got a Fanny and a Paquito on your team. Melon as well. I mean, Roger's good, but eventually there comes a time when it's just not as effective. And the clock was ticking, and Bloodhounds were able to make it there.
So we'll still be here streaming. I'm just
even
not gonna be
before
on
that,
camera
they
or
started
anything.
coming out on top of fights. You know, around the 20-minute mark, around the 22-minute mark, they started coming out on top in fights, and we just slowly started to shift towards Bloodhounds. They made a few more mistakes towards the end there, but were able to hold it together and get the win. Take us to a game 3, baby.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of amazed here because I almost feel like there's better picks that could have gone in to try to counter the Fanny, and they were still able to kind of be successful with what almost I consider like a handicap almost there. So and this is what a lot of people wished to see from Bloodhounds from that mid game on. That is the Bloodhounds I want to see from the first minutes going on there, and that's sans a few of the mistakes that we saw in the early game. Ooga Booga had to get his footing on that R-Lot play, and then to allow Easy Peasy a lot of those the offense that he was able to get there, and then the pushing power from them. A great job by the
Rio, I
Bloodhounds
appreciate
in
you.
showing why they've
Hope
been
you're having
here
a
in the
good
top
night.
8 for
Good
2
day,
seasons
good
in a
evening,
row now.
whatever it is, wherever you are.
I'm going to take a quick look at some of these replays.
Taking a
which I'm
break
sure
quick,
there's a lot
and
of
then
them.
we're
Don't know if
going
we're
to
see them
jump
all
into a
coming in
tournament
more
while we
towards
watch
the
the
end of
tournament.
game,
So I turn
towards
the camera off,
turnaround.
that way it's
and this was just the back and
not
forth,
too
man. It felt
distracting
like
from what we're watching
maybe
here.
DA was about to end this. Nothing but templates.
But if you'd like
on
to
the
check out the
field
official
here,
pages of
you know,
this
I'm wondering
game,
at this point, should
which
they
is
just, I think there was
Mobile
a few times
Legends
both
Bang
teams, it's like, do we
Bang.
just run it down mid, or
You can
do
check
we
them
play
out in the
safe?
App Store.
And
You
that's
can
the
get the
call.
links
And
to
this is one
the
of the final
channels on
defenses.
here on YouTube here.
Yeah, and that's kind of
down
the
below
the
for the
amazing thing about
pages
this.
as
Like,
well
I don't
as the
feel like
casters that
Devious
we have
Activity
today.
played it wrong. There was
But
a
I
lot
appreciate
of points where
y'all.
they could have pushed in the base. They just decided to go for Lord. It was the safe option, but still couldn't clean it up. They couldn't get that last push onto the core and be successful about it.
And them getting this Lord, though, this Lord fighting for them was so crucial. Like, he was going top. I thought he was just going to leave the base. And I think if he left the base and didn't come back involved into it, it could have possibly been GG's for the side of Bloodhounds. But the Lord helps out, turns the tides of battle there, then ends up taking the route down mid. I mean, just very well played overall by Bloodhounds, able to pull it through.
Yeah, and I want to say a very safe game. We were talking about easy peasy, getting those opportunities from Ooga Booga. He did a great job finding those decimations. And I want to say a well-played game by Boca Roscoe. I can't stress enough just how much I don't favor Eudora's, but he didn't become like this huge, I want to say, feeding potential on his team. He was able to keep that spacing, knowing that the Fanny was going to be coming in, looking for him, and still getting some of those stuns. Even when Fanny got the Athena shield to the point that Boca Roscoe was finding the kill, still finding the stuns, which allowed Devious Activity to kind of be able to capitalize, to just jump and maul onto Kush very quickly. And we're gonna see if we change up the plan here. I mean, man, I was really excited with that game, and I'm very happy to see Bloodhounds be able to take one off of Devious Activity and make this a very competitive series.
I mean, if they win this here, it is kind of huge because it holds DA in a number 6 position pretty much. It holds, I mean, it puts DA in a pretty low spot on the roster. They jump up to 9. They like tie with Area 77. No, they sit in pretty much a number 6 position. Which again, I think DA, we expected a lot more from them, and BH right now, they got some momentum, and we saw already last week they won a game. They're bringing that into now, and now is this going to be the turnaround for them? You know, they just went 30 minutes. After a 30-minute win, you're up, man. You're feeling good. After a 30-minute loss, you're hurting, man. You are hurting.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of that we were talking about before. Last week, Devious Activity took 2 L's, given those losses were to Gaming Gladiators and BTK, but maybe
I'm not going to bed.
A little of that momentum.
We're just going to do the tournament.
Points, that BH is,
unless you mean you're going to bed, then sleep well, Founder.
We're adjusting the draft just a little bit now. We're taking out Hylos as usual, but Xborg being taken off by Devious Activity.
Which I think a smooth Templars was a problem on the Xborg, and the Xborg just can be an issue, especially when you know a team like Bloodhounds wants to kind of play you in the late game. I think that's most of the time that's where Bloodhounds really tries to take games. You never see them with like a hyper aggressive early game. So DA kind of covering those bases here, making sure that whatever they do decide to bring, it's nothing that's going to completely crack them open at 20+ minutes.
At 20+ minutes.
Hey, man.
It's kind of fun. What do we want that can help us at the 30-minute mark? It's amazing to have a point where we're looking at games like that right now. But I mean, a long game, and Bloodhounds kind of withstood the test of time there, especially when it came to a lot of those team fights. Just an amazing game by them. We're gonna see if this kind of adjusts or translates into some type of a different draft here, though. I expect not to see a Eudora. We did leave open some of those same assassin picks though for Kush.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm wondering if he's gonna risk it this time. I think it's game 3. I think at this point, I mean, yeah, you got playoffs coming. Maybe you don't really care that much either way you're going, but still, like I said, there's that $100 bonus for your win. There's also, you know, pride on the line. Does DA want to be the team that lost to Bloodhounds in Discord chats tonight? I don't know.
Just take some pride in that. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Bloodhounds fighting for that $100 right now, very deeply, and they're gonna go ahead and take off Roger. I think we didn't see Sleeps play it at all this series yet, so it's gonna definitely something to take off the board from Devious Activities, because it has been a monster for Devious Activity.
And if Melon, I think big chance we see the Harris come from DA here. If they don't, I think Bloodhounds definitely bans it out. And Melon has normally kind of been in the driving seat in laning phase. I think if Bloodhounds could give Sleeps a clean game for once, one where he can really like maybe get the advantage early on and not be fighting from behind throughout the whole game, I think it could be huge for Bloodhounds.
And I want to say that clean game Not to be taken the wrong way, that clean game depends on Ooga Booga and his early game. He needs to kind of find his footing and find it quickly, because you're not going to be able to do that while taking a decent amount of deaths or getting caught in bushes and not knowing just how tanky your character is until the mid game. You want to give Sleeps as much of an opportunity as possible to be able to come online and become a menace to devious activity.
Bearmies here for Bloodhounds could be nice. They need a mid. I'm almost thinking like supporty, right? I'm almost thinking supporty something for them. They have the Roger, they have the Barats. I think Bloodhounds have picked something like that before.
Angela's still open right now, so I mean you can go with that.
Angela is still open, could pair well. They go for the Navaria instead, so kind of more front to back lineup on the side of Bloodhounds so far.
Yeah, and you're going to have, I want to say, it does come online a little bit later for a mage, but once the Navaria comes online, you've got that poking power, you've got that slow, you've got an immense amount of vision that you're able to take advantage of. But we're going to be moving into the second banning phase. Both teams looking for, well, actually, I want to say devious activity, looking for a marksman, looking for a jungle, while the Bloodhounds are seemingly looking for a roam and an XP lane.
Definitely. So Fanny banned out. I love that. I love the respect, right? Because I mean that was almost the game change right there. Fanny Kush was what, like 5-0, 4-0 at 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. DA need to ban though. Take out Roam here. Kind of maybe just hammer heavy into Ooga Booga here.
Yeah, I mean,
either way,
I was going to say Arlot is still open, but I mean, it's a very tanky composition that Arlot's going to need to get like a huge lead in the early game, so I'm not sure if Kush is going to be going that way. You may be looking for something maybe with some magic damage, possibly the Gwen. Something that can burst down the Barats. I'm not sure here. Possibly I want to say Joy, but I want to say she's more of a nuisance for some of those squishier backline heroes than she is for some of those tankier front lines.
Yeah. Ruby ban on the side of DA. BH, I think, yeah, or Nolan. Nolan, Joy are super clean for DA, really. If they want to go for it. We've seen them both tonight. We've seen how they can work. They ban out the Ling instead of either of those two. I get it, because there's a feeling of like DA's already thinking like kind of weird, like they picked up the Fanny last game, which yes, Fanny's good, but it's not something you see too much in current meta still. Does DA just go all in here?
I was going to recommend the Joy too, but the only problem is I want to say she's more of a nuisance in the early game for Barats, because Barats doesn't have...
We're wrong. Joy's banned.
Oh, yeah, so it's not the Joy at all. But definitely wrong. Tigreal going to be taken off the board there. I want to say, actually, well, something that we haven't seen in a while is Diggy to possibly help. But we need some type of counter for the Kaja. I like that we took the Tigreal off there. The only other answer I have right now is possibly the Minotaur. So Kaja goes in, a Minotaur activates the Minoan Fury, so that you're going to have a heck of a time trying to get yourself back out of harm's way.
Diggy would actually be game-changing here for Bloodhounds. I don't know if they'll pick it, because I don't know if it's really in their repertoire like that, but it would Eternal Guardian, Kaja, Final Slash, and then if Kush wants to pick something aggressive, it helps with that. I think it could definitely be a game changer here. They go for the Fredrin EXP.
I'm pretty sure. That could be a Fredrin jungle. We've seen the EXP Barats before. It's not great. It is, if you can withstand the laning phase on Barats, I mean, he comes in handy during the team fights. It's just his laning phase is a problem that I'm not sure a team like Bloodhounds is going to be able to really shine through. We see on the side of DA, they're going to go ahead and pick up carry.
All right, now give us our last pick, Diggy from Bloodhounds. I think Kush can just about pick anything in jungle right now. If he wants to go aggressive and go the assassin route, like with the Nolan, it's totally possible. Or he could pick up something like the Basha here, Guinevere. So Guinevere's kind of high. I mean, it's a risky pick though nowadays as well. But tons of even more CC. Like if there was ever a time to be like, just pick Diggy. Now is the time. Like if there was ever a time where it's like, just shouting at you, right here. That's the game-changing pick for Bloodhounds. But they're not going to pick
the only problem for me with Diggy is Ooga Booga needs to be, he's going to need to be patient. I'm going to need to see a completely different Ooga Booga out there for Diggy.
That's why I don't think they're going to pick it. It's like, he's not going to take it.
We're going to see here as we're waiting on that last roam pick here from Bloodhounds. Minotaur is still an option as well. You want that big setting potential that will withstand the Divine Judgment from the Kaja coming in. Oh,
similar, you get some anti-skill, I guess, but what do you even call that from his ultimate? Anti-skill usage?
It's anti-dash. So, I mean, it affects Mikasa, it affects Kush. Melon is the big problem. It doesn't do anything for Yato. But, I mean, if Yato gets pulled in, I mean, that's going to be a lot of damage put on him. I don't know. I don't know. It depends on how Ooga Booga's going to be able to land.
Eudora, so
it's not a Eudora, so I'll give them props for that.
All right, Private, you take us into this one. Last game of the series.
Well, I mean, so we're gonna have. We're gonna have the spear coming from them. But ladies and gentlemen, we are at game 3 here. Bloodhounds holding the line against Devious Activity, looking to get their second series win of the season, while Devious Activity looking to cement themselves as a top 4 competitor here in North America.
Let's see if they can do it. Can Bloodhounds defy the odds right here? They do end up putting Fredrin into the jungle, so it's going to be an EXP Barats for Templis. Taking a look at the mid lane, there's a nice wave clear from Boca, but I do feel like Yato will be up and up on these rotations, able to move a little bit faster, and T's going to just be in Easy Peasy's face here.
Yeah, and I want to say we just saw Templis up there on the Barats, was trying to head him off. Oh, nice little poke there from Boca Roscoe.
All right, Ooga Booga also there to help out. T, I mean, at this point, DA feeling him out. Again, you're not going up against your typical roam. You're going up against Ooga Booga on the Minstatar. So you got to kind of, is this going to be something we can deal with? And T obviously feeling comfortable against it.
Really interesting, especially from those emblems. It kind of looks like Ooga Booga's looking for like a damage kind of build here. Not a lot of sustain or tankiness, especially not a tanky emblem there. He went with the marksman emblem to try to get off that passive he does where he stuns them after 3 hits. Or wait, I think it's after like 4 hits, he's able to stun them. So definitely wants to try to get a lot of hits off in concession.
Bokarosco already going back to base for a little bit of mana. This could be a nice time for DA to maybe make a move. 18 seconds to the Turtles up. I mean, I think DA, after a 30-minute game, it's like, all right, we're going to take this game a bit slower. They definitely picked a slightly more mid to late game comp here. They have a carry this time. They don't have to, heavily invest into the early game. I do think they want to try to play for Turtles, maybe try to get a snowball here, but they have late game options as well.
Yeah, right now, Kush actually in a good position here.
Oh, big knock-up on 2 members. Templis going to go down. Boca Roscoe going to go down, but no, Templis just gets away because of a flicker, but still, they find Boca.
Yeah, and they are able to kind of burst Templis down to the point that he's not going to be able to join in for this fight, and this is probably a free turtle for Devious Activity.
They get the knock-up on Ooga Booga. Eternal Guardian slams down onto Easy Peasy. Kush should be able to take this. Easy Peasy still playing the distance, though. Mikasa going to dash him away, and they miss the retry. No turtle for Easy Peasy there. Devious Activity going to be able to take that one along with a kill.
Yeah, and right now, 3-0. A very different start for Devious Activity here in the 3rd game. Not trying to make the same mistakes they'd made in the 2nd.
Melon also getting the advantage on this gold lane, and now T here to help out. Does not use the Divine Judgment, but just takes a couple tower shots, and Melon will be able to come out on top of that one. T goes down for it, though.
What's a couple tower shots between friends there? Melon absolutely ate those just to get the kill onto Sleeps. And unfortunate for Sleeps, gonna take the loss there. And a great rotating there by Devious Activity right now. A much tighter, much more fluid game opener for them.
I mean, that's a good trade in my book. Melon able to get a kill onto the gold laner, all for the price of T. I think and we mentioned earlier that we want to see Sleeps have a good game this round. And what is DA doing? They are denying that. Puga does get a nice hook, but gets the Divine Judgment pulled back. Yato able to pick up the kill, and now Sleeps in a bad position. They're going to be able to chip away at this gold plates. Maybe even look for another kill here. Melon just unloading, stacking up right now.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing here right now for the Bloodhounds. All of that pressure mounting down at the bottom lane and not able to answer it with any pressure of their own. Bocarasco rotated a little bit late down to that to try to help, but they're not able to kind of create any type of pressure anywhere else.
Sleeps in a little bit of trouble. Did pick up the Vengeance, which I don't know. I mean, he's able to get away from that one, but mostly we've been seeing either Flicker or Purify. Vengeance here to maybe help deal with Melon. Not working that great. Melon already able to take the tower. I have a feeling that could end up biting him in the butt later.
Yeah, especially I want to say like most of the Rajas have been more aggressive, total and complete damage builds from them. Oh, Kush.
Oh, nice knock up on a Tempest there. Tempest able to flicker away just in time again. Easy peasy though, now alone. Looking to try to contest his turtle, dashes him. Kush able to still secure it, and now Easy Peasy in a bad spot, drops down the Appraisal's Wrath. Unable to find anyone, pays his life for it. Ooga Booga will be next.
Yeah, and unfortunately, right now, Mincetar not playing a pivotal role for Bloodhounds, the way they expected at least. Sleep's able to push down this bottom lane, but 7-2 really speaking for Devious Activity and their momentum.
I mean, 7-2, 2 towers cracked, one of them being the mid-tier 3, 3,000 gold lead. DA's on a roll right now, and they're not just on a roll, they also are getting Carrie a nice early start to what she wants to be at later.
Yeah, oh, Mikasa, they're able to pick up a kill there quickly. 4 members of Bloodhounds are there to help out with that as Kush going to go ahead, grab himself a minion, and an escape.
But they trade that up for the purple buff. It goes into the hands of Melon. A nice place for it to sit. Bloodhound's still on the back foot. Not too much control over the map. They need to try to find a way to open things up here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't really know what their setting potential is right now. Ooga Booga needs to land the spear, but he is absolutely getting bursted down at every turn. Even before some of these engagements happen, sometimes after, but he's just not that pivotal role for Bloodhounds to be able to help them right now.
Ooh, a little damage on a T there. Oh, they all walk into an Eternal Guardian, though. Completely stops the advance of Bloodhounds. And you said it, you know, no set potential really for Bloodhounds, no dive potential. It is all just kind of poke and pull. And it's going to be a problem because here's the thing, they have to try to walk into a divine judgment if they have to. They have to try to walk into an Eternal Guardian. There's just a lot of stopping force on the side of DA.
Yeah, and Ooga Booga getting picked off again. Now sitting at 0-4. 50% of Devious Activity's kills are coming from Ooga Booga right now. And Sans from last game, I feel like they're really utilizing those kills to get an advantage and really enforce their will this time.
And here's a problem, right? Like, Temple's in the bot lane split pushing, but even then, you can see it's like a slow split push. Yes, he has a little bit of wave clear, but it's nothing crazy. He is able to get a tower, and I think that is Bloodhound's best option. I think they need to just 4-1 it around the map right now. They need to kind of stay close enough to where they can help each other out. Once again, use the buddy system. Tempest can be on his own because he's a bulky boy, but that is about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure. Oh, Divine Judgment.
Buddy system down. Bocarasco down. BH unable to defend. Tempest now. Gonna maybe have some backup from Easy Peasy, but Yato and Kush are here to help out as well. Easy Peasy tries to get the time. Ooga Booga flickers in. Gets knocked up. Taken out. A nice kill into the hands of Kush there. Easy Peasy might just be next. Mikasa here to help out. Tempest trying to help out Easy Peasy. Doesn't have the Appraisal's Wrath. Final slash. Mikasa able to take him out. Tempest Gets Atona's welcome. The stun, just trying to get away safely, but not today.
Man, and they caught Ooga Booga with that pop-up, and then the Violet Requiem. I mean, man, just a bouncy House of Doom before they put him down. Right now, 13-3 Bloodhounds. This is quickly slipping out of their hands right now. Devious Activities trying to make up for some of that lost time from the last game, trying to close this one out early.
And I mean, and it's not like last game where Bloodhounds were kind of able to like pull him back from 1,000 gold lead, keep it short. This is becoming a steamroll for the side of Devious Activity. And last time there was some better win conditions, I felt like, for Bloodhounds. They had a lot more CC. They had more set potential. This time, it's looking a little grim for the side of Bloodhounds.
A little grim. I mean, especially when we're looking at it, I'm trying to look at like win conditions, what they can do to kind of start these fights off. If they're going to have an effect. Ooga Booga sitting at 0-5 right now. Easy Peasy having a little bit of trouble at the bottom.
Push, being aggressive. Oh, a lot of damage. Ooga Booga goes down along with Easy Peasy. Bocarasco takes a couple speedy light wheels to the face there. Forced to back off, uses the Astral Echo just to get vision on everybody. This isn't looking good. We're at 8,500 now. Lord finally on the map. DA gonna waste no time and go straight for it.
Yeah, this is a completely different game from Devious Activity. I want to say, like, even with their kills, they're doing their best to kind of transition everything into towers, lords, pushes here, not wasting any type of advantage that they got like they did from last game, and having quite a decisively a good game here in their third.
And it's very clean, just textbook overall. They pick up the Guinevere jungle, which, I mean, again, it's not the most popular jungle right now, but if you can get a couple of those early laning phase knockups, which is exactly what Kush did, you succeed with it. And T as well, being so aggressive in the early phase and the laning phase, slowing down Easy Peasy. Now Easy Peasy has 4 deaths. Everything just kind of went exactly how DA wanted it to.
Yeah, and especially when we're talking about the Eternal Guardian, because it sets up for Kush as well. Eternal Guardian comes in, pops them all up. Kush just needs to swoop in, get the Violet Requiem on them, or he can jump in himself as well. So it's just like a great combination by them. Ooh. Oh, another Divine Judgment.
Melon able to get the kill. Lord still coming. Bloodhounds down 1 member. A lot of damage on Ooga Booga. Melon able to get the kill. No T finds him asleep. Gets away with just a sliver. Yato flickers in. Lord is on the base, and it's 5 members chipping it down. DA take game 3 in a very quick fashion.
11-minute domination for Devious Activity. Obviously not wanting to take any chances against Bloodhounds. A very crisp, just as you said, textbook game there for Devious Activity in dominating fashion.
Yeah, I mean, what? Completely switched gears, because even game 1, there was some moments of possibilities from Bloodhounds. Was not completely out of it. That time, DA found their role. And again, and it's, you know, Bloodhounds, we see them do well in game, like when they have their stride, but I think there's just a couple drafting issues here and there, you know? I think there could have been some better picks than the Mincy. A lot of better picks than the Mincy, I feel like. You know, we were talking about the Diggy, and even if you can't play the Diggy, I just think Minotaur, just a lot of possibilities to kind of delay DA from being so aggressive.
I'm not even sure about the Diggy here. Oh, and you can even see here, he didn't even go for defense here. He went for physical damage. I want to say Ooga Booga's style does not really complement some of those roams that are not tanky, that aren't going to keep him up through a fight. But man, on the other side here, Devious Activity, what a game, a phenomenal game played by Melon. Yato even with 12 assists himself.
I don't know, man. I'm wondering. I'm just kind of like, because I feel like Boca really, like, he has some determination for all of this. So I'm just wondering, like, who's making the call? Like, who's making that shot call to be like, let's build damage Mincy right here? Like, I got to talk about the elephant in the room right now. Like, I don't want to interview with DA. I want to interview with Bocarasco right now. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, especially from that third game, completely different. The whole of Bloodhounds not even able to get off of the ground. They, from the opening minutes, devious activity held them down, kept the momentum in their favor, and until an absolutely, especially a crushing 11-minute game there, domination over Bloodhounds.
Very well played. DA just showing why they're here, why what they're doing works. Even with some of the slightly different picks that DA does do, like the Kaja. They're one of the teams that have been picking up the Kaja here and there. It's not like out of this realm for them, and they make it work. But look who it is, our beautiful host, Beth.
Well, unlike Trex, I actually want to get an interview with Uda Buda and get his thought on what came in with that Mincetar. I mean, seems like first 2 games he made a huge presence, especially pulling out his signature Kufra again, that he made a lot of dominance last season, and we finally see it back. And then third game, it's the old Uda Buda back again with some questionable picks indeed. So very interesting, but that's obviously not gonna happen. But I still think Bloodhounds has a lot of potential, especially second game. They had a very first 2 games, actually, like you guys mentioned, they were on a gold lead as well for both games. But third game, it shows that DA just dominating.
Feels like I got cheated, you know? It feels like I got cheated, you know? Like, you build me up. I get all this hope for 30 minutes, and then game 3 happens.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like I said, it's kind of comes down to like a play style there. Mincetar, I mean, it's been a reoccurring theme when it comes to Bloodhounds, is these kind of outside the wall picks, but we've already seen the Hylos is getting banned out. Once you kind of counteract some of these not normal, not meta picks, what you're left with is some picks that don't really meld well, and that seem maybe that they might that Ooga Booga or others might not be as comfortable on.
Yeah, for sure. But amazing performance goes to DA, and we've mentioned it, Melon making a huge presence, and he will be the MVP. So Trex, why don't you take us through some replays?
I mean, Melon, man, he's been the guy. He's been him. He has been him. How should I say it anymore? He's been pulling it off, and we got to see him on the Roger today. Then even on the last game, we get to see him pick up something different. I mean, just overall has played so well, and I think a lot of us are wondering, like, is this a guy who's going to become a major part of the roster? Is this someone that maybe should get off the bench and get in the game?
I mean, you were talking about it before. Seeing this Roger is so refreshing in the current meta because of what people can do on it. And people like Melon absolutely shine on heroes like Roger. I mean, and you talked about it. He's just coming onto the roster as a fill-in right now, but has absolutely shined on it and become, like, I mean, I think one of the games he was over, like you see here, he was at like 10-1-8 for that game opening. So, I mean, a dominating performance there for Melon.
Yeah, and I definitely like the Roger going either gold or jungle. Roger making a lot of plays that you wouldn't expect with a lot of the marksmen currently in the meta, especially if you see plays from Irithel and then other less mobility marksmen. But Roger back in the game might change the meta up.
I mean, he's a huge wrench in things, but I think it is finally balancing out. The Harith works very well against it. Even certain different builds with the Harith work very well against it. So I think for a few days there was like, what do we do with this? What, you know, it's like this random thing that just fell into our laps and nobody really had a clue how to deal with it. And now some answers are coming, so things are definitely kind of balancing out a bit.
Yeah, and especially now that the Roger is it's just really, he's really kind of come along. It's just that mechanical ability that I think I've talked about this before, is that I kind of miss those outplay moments where people have the ability to kind of like whether they're running from the enemy and they're able to kind of jump over ledges and out and get away there, or just even being able to just normally outplay using that Lycan pounce to dodge out a lot of damage. He just really adds a sense of excitement when he's in the play.
And speaking of adding excitement, we have an exciting interview with Mikasa from DA Global. Freya, Mikasa, how are you doing today?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. So great performance, especially the third game. Now, second game, there were a little bit of a struggle. So what do you think is the biggest struggle for you guys? Because late game, we know Danny was falling off, but there must have been a time in the game that you felt, oh, this is causing too much trouble, and that's why we're getting into that slump late game.
Late game, I think emotions when it runs high, like you're trying to make a play and not really focusing on objective. Even though we have 3 inhibs down, and we're still not able to end with 5v3 when they have Lord. It's just you're trying to make a play and then you just go in and everyone just starts dying and then you can't really do anything. And then the enemy just runs down.
And there was a moment where you guys could have ended, but you chose to get the Lord. Yeah. What was the decision making in that?
When the last Lord, right?
Yeah.
So the last Lord, there's a wave pushing bot and someone was defending it. So we just decided to go Lord because it's like 30 minutes already. And it was basically a 5v4. They got the Lord. We didn't know how low the Lord was. No one got vision on it. So they got the Lord. And then we were able to kill 2. So the death timer is already at 70 seconds. And it's a 5v3. You know, you're supposed to end like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was saying, like, we should clear the wave, play it slow. But Yato was, like, saying he has Arlot ult. And he was going to swipe the Eudora. Which he did. He flicker swept Eudora. And then we were just all like tunnel vision into Eudora, but she had flicker, so she flickered out right away. And then me and Yato died, and then yeah, they just ran it down.
Yeah, but you guys bounced back really quickly in the third game. And notice in the draft, first 2 games you prioritized Ruby a lot. The first game you had it as you played the Ruby, and then the second game you had Ruby as a roamer. What was the decision making in that? Have you guys been practicing it, or what was behind that?
Ruby's just a strong flex pick. You could either play it XP or roam. So we pick it so like you could put into different positions if enemy has a different draft for you. So.
But the third game you guys gave up on that and just went with the Arlot.
Yeah. We're just like, you know, just try something different because, you know, that didn't work. So just slot into Arlot because they got the Arlot in the game 1. I think game 2 as well. So yeah, we just wanted to take it.
Yeah, makes sense. And you guys did great. Now, if for especially after the third game, if you were to give an advice to Bloodhounds, since you guys had a dominating win against them in the last game, what would it be?
Advice for Bloodhounds?
Yeah.
Give Uga Booga Hylos.
You guys banned it. How can you give it to him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, we might see some Hylos coming up. Now, the first roster adjustment is coming up in next week. Do you guys foresee any changes happening with DA's roster?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah? Well,
yep.
I guess we'll find out next week.
Yeah,
now, what is DA's... We'll find out next week. What is DA's placement goal for this season?
LA.
LA. Wait,
yeah.
It's Vegas. But
yeah,
sure,
Vegas,
yeah. And I can see it happening for sure.
Yeah, they want to win.
Do you want to win? You want to win, right?
Yeah, I want to win too.
Yeah, I mean, between gym time now, how long does I wanted to know, how long does a guy need to work out to get your arms? Always that picture is always manning up.
Just be consistent. I work out for an hour and a half, but as long as you're consistent and in the gym, then you eventually just get stronger over time and build your body.
Well, is it harder to get your arms or get your global Freya status?
That's a hard one, you know. But I'd say, I mean, Global Freya, like, actually, I'd say Global Freya is like really hard to get now because there's just a bunch of RG spammers and one tricks on it. I was able to get it before because it was COVID, but now, like, you know, I'm not spending too much time grinding Global Freya, so other people get it. So yeah, I think it might be harder to get Global Freya.
Well, he said it might be hardest to get Global Freya. From the Global Freya Mikasa himself, thank you for joining us. A great performance today, and we expect so much more from DA and from you. Continue working out and continue spamming that Freya. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, Liz. See you.
Might be hard to spam Freya this season, guys.
Yes.
Might as well just quit while you're ahead. Start going to the gym.
That's I need to.
I mean, I don't know which one is harder. 1.5 hours at the gym, I assume every day. That's a lot of commitment.
I don't like commitment.
You don't like commitment?
No, Liz.
Well, Trex is just throwing things out today. He doesn't like commitment. He feels like he got cheated on. What is going on, Trex?
Well, I mean, Arius for Devious Activity, a great game played for them. The possible changes coming up before the playoffs, they hinted at that a little bit. I think we've heard some rumors of it around as well. Hoping that they kind of whatever changes they make. I mean, we've already seen Melon on the roster right now has been having great games so far, almost to the point. Is it better than the original roster of Devious Activity though?
I mean, do you still remember who the original roster is just by that comment right there? But yeah, Melon definitely doing an amazing performance, and he has been subbed in for the past couple weeks, so it shows that they definitely approve of his performance and wants him to put him potentially on the main roster. So we'll find out next week. I think all the teams don't want to spill out their roster changes yet because decisions are still being made, but we're just trying to get nosy and trying to get into it. You know, and then we'll find out next week. Now, upcoming next is still might be even more exciting than that 3-round series. Nighthorde versus BTK. We have two of our lovely, beautiful mages, two godly mages coming up against each other. I know the fans are going crazy, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back in a bit. Oh, actually, better news for you guys. We have a giveaway coming
Stop
at your
playing
door.
with my
Grab your
emotions,
phones out.
Liz.
On the screen, you see a giveaway code and a QR code to the hero skin for Lancelot Masked Knight. We have, again, 31 limited quantity for the skin, so redeem that code for the permanent skin. Now, 31 seems to be an interesting number. They just been giving out 31 skins, not 30, but 31 skins. Very interesting choice of number right here.
That's because they're expecting Wheezy to steal one of them, so they can give the viewers that even 30.
Week 2, you got to watch him. Every time we cast, he's got 3 phones out, and he's trying to take shots. We caught him on camera the other day. It was a whole fiasco.
Yeah, sure. Trex just spilling out information today, and our casters are definitely getting a little bit need a drink of water for sure. That 30-minute game, guys, man, intense there. So take a break. We'll see you back in 5.
Gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay!
Backline already, and they're running for the lines, cutting it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita katakan satu body weapon deploy-nya membuat pergerakan dari Biga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang. decoy! I'm sorry. Leave me alone. Over here, Ender. Great job, guys! I know sadly to hear because well, oh, I know that I can be stronger if I'm with you. Agent Beth, Trex, and Private Dancer reporting to duty for our last mission of the day at BTK versus Night Horde. The Battle of the Mages. How are you guys feeling? Are we back with some water? Get some fluid in? How are you guys feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I ate an apple on my break. You know, it was tasty. Now I'm ready to go. Ready for this. What I personally believe to probably be one of the best series tonight. We got the Queen's Gambit, Sayori up against Nicolette in the mid lane. True dominance going to happen here. See who's the better one, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I couldn't have said it better myself. It's the battle of the queens of the mid in North America here. Nicolette taking on Sayori here in the mid lane. I know we're kind of downplaying Mobazane and the rest of Night Horde, but but I mean, it's what a lot of people have come here to watch. Mid lane has become its own little monster here for this meta, especially when it comes to picks like the Vexana who's come in, Nana, we've seen Faramis out there as well. So definitely mid lane playing a pivotal role in a lot of these teams' victories.
Yeah, and mid lane fits the current meta, like the playstyles of these two particular players that we're going to see in a bit definitely fits the current meta, and it's very interesting to see a lot of these heroes come back this season. Now today is the last day of the regular season, so maybe we might see a little more creativity and a little bit more fun coming from the mid lane. So yeah, very excited for the Queen's Gambit, the Battle of the Mages, and Night Horde's roster is ready. So Trex, why don't you take us through it?
I like it. Night Horde. As we see, we got R, Momoy, Sayori, Oh My Foe, and Sleepy in the EXP. Now, this is a team that is another one that has kind of taken NACT by storm, has gotten some big wins against other teams that we thought were going to be top of the line. A team that, you know, if they can pull it together, could maybe be contenders for that Vegas slot.
Yeah, just like Fiends, the Night Horde slipped through in that first qualification week, and they have been on fire. Not the original roster. It's honestly a brand new roster from the Night Horde, but a lot of the names coming from very memorable teams in North America and very proudly representing that Night Horde banner here in North America.
Yeah, and we might just see a roster swap during the middle of the match, so who knows? We'll find out. And for BTK roster, Private, why don't you take us through it?
Well, I think most of North America is familiar. Basic going to be bringing up the marksman lane, Cole World as the roam, Nicolette going to be frontlining as the mid laner, Mobazane the jungler, and the GOAT himself, Niello, bringing it in at the EXP lane.
Yeah, the BTK's roster and the GOAT Milo himself actually have been also making quite some splash in the NA scene. Check out their recent interview in the NA channel if you haven't already. A lot of interesting things getting discussed, and Milo, as always, has shown that he's a lot more than that GOAT himself. He's shown that he's actually pretty humble behind that scene. So, I mean, I love seeing that side coming from Yellow, and definitely proving to be a very important member of BTK with his performance this season.
Yeah, he definitely keeps us guessing. You know, you never really know with Mielo. One day he's talking crazy, the next one he's being humble. He's a character. He's definitely a character in NACT.
Yeah, and it's not just him too. It's this has been, I want to say, one of the strongest BTK lineups that we've seen in the last few years. The drafting is on point. The synergy has gotten up there. I know we had some issues at the beginning of the season where I want to say maybe BTK wasn't on the same page, but the quickness with which they were able to kind of close that hole and become this formidable team that was able to take down Gaming Gladiators, it's honestly something to behold.
Yeah, let's check out what our casters feel about this matchup, about this team at their peak this season. Let's see. BTK all the way! BTK for the win, guys! Yeah, it looks like everybody believes in BTK for their continuing momentum, and for sure, they've shown since their rocky start in the first week, afterwards, they've had a very smooth all victories for the next upcoming matches, and going into playoffs, we can only guess what BTK or what their changes will be with their rosters, but one thing for sure is that this season they're here for the win.
Want to know why I voted for BTK?
Mm-hmm.
There, I said it, guys. I'm just kidding. Just joking. I think they're the favorite here. I think they're second place right now. Night Horde. We'll see. I think BTK.
There's certainly an opportunity here for Night Horde to try to get that upset. We've been talking about how strong they are. It's a brand new roster, but a roster that has been so dominant here in North America, sans a few matches where they've kind of fallen on some issues. But I mean, if we talk about what it means to possibly get a victory over a team like BTK, I mean, Area 77 for one was able to do it, and they've kind of skyrocketed in fandom and have a whole bunch of, I want to say, fans in the chat. Here, Night Horde, no less. They've still already got a decent amount of fans, but we're going to see if they can stack up to the powerhouse that is Bloodthirsty Kings.
And let the battle begin.
Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. All right, Night Horde up against BTK. I've been going for a loop tonight. I'm too comfortable casting with Zeke, man. He's been my host for the past few weeks. Night Horde up against BTK. Night Horde will be on the blue side. Band's already starting kind of slow here. We got the X-Borg coming out from Night Horde and the Novaria from BTK.
one thing to note, I mean, especially when it comes down to statistics, the teams that have done the best against BTK have favored some of those, I want to say, MOBA Zane-centric bans, the Fredrin, the Boxia, to the point where it leaves him only the Akai. But recently what we've been finding is that he can still be just as successful on that Akai. The rest of his team starting to step up, becoming those players that can help kind of aid with some of those, I want to say, once he gets put on some of those heroes that are more not really kill friendly, but just more something that where he just has to hold the line while his team can kind of get those kills and kind of move ahead.
Most definitely. And I mean, I'm wondering, do we continue to see the same exact things from that we've been seeing early in the day? I think as we move on to different teams, we've been seeing some slight changes overall. The Masha back on this ban board. Is Roger going to be up front for Night Horde? Will they prio something else here? CC is banned. Ruby, Matilda, all kind of typical here. But the Barats is open. Something that a lot of teams have been trying to take away from Zane. Roger obviously still open. We saw Basic kind of toy with a little bit last week, but we're still kind of up in the air on all the other teams using it. Night Horde's going to kind of be the last one on the block to see if it's something they want to prio.
Yeah, we saw, and Chip is actually open here. I'm not sure if they're going to go ahead and prio that, but Rat's taken off the board here. We've still got the Fredrin out there. Boxia, Akai for the jungler if they want to go ahead and use it. But I'm expecting to get that Roger picked up. He's been such a central role here this entire night. I'd be surprised to see that Basic doesn't pick it up, especially with how strong of a presence it's been in the last 3 series.
Definitely. So I think Roger, maybe Vex here, maybe Roger Vex just to open things up for the side of BTK, put Nicolette on something comfortable, put Basic on something comfortable. They could also go for the R-Lot for Mielo or Cold World, so that could honestly, like, Roger R-Lot or Roger Vex is kind of where my head's at here. Ooh. This has actually been like a favorite pick for Nick. I feel like this has been something that Nicola has picked up a few times now over the past couple days that we've seen her play. It's just been something that they've leaned into a lot recently.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the sustain, and especially Nicolette she's known to be very careful on her mages. She's got great positioning, and then the ability to kind of swoop in to help out the teammate, especially when it comes to that nether realm, to kind of keep them topped up, which is something you're going to want against a jungler like Barats, who's going to be that really tanky frontliner for your opponents.
Yeah, so I mean, out of the past, I was just looking at the past 4 games. This is something that they've picked up half of the time. It's something that they lean into, and I think some of the other times it was banned out. Yeah, it was banned out. So almost every time it's open, they've been favoring this pick. Night Horde is going to pick up the Nana, the Grok. A Grok is, it's a decent answer. The Wild Charge, something to get the knock-up when they're all grouped up here, if you can save it. So Night Horde also kind of responding back. Also the Molina Blitz. Night Horde giving answers, I think solid answers to what BTK is trying to bring so far. R-Lot still open though, and I think it's a solid lock-in for BTK here. The only problem is now Mobazane has to kind of maybe start stretching for a pick.
Yeah, especially if you don't pick it up here, you're definitely gonna see some of those on the bans. Nana and Grok, I want to say it's an interesting pickup because Grok, I almost feel it would be better suited to have some type of setting potential to kind of really meld in with a Nana and that Molina Blitz, something that kind of keeps them in place a little bit longer. You've got the Wild Charge, but you don't have something that kind of groups them up like an Implosion, like a Final Slash, or like a Kufra ultimate. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if Nana can kind of get those Molina Blitzes to kind of cover more area, to kind of get more of BTK in that damage.
My guess is here we start seeing some gold lane bans coming from the side of BTK. Probably the Harith ban. Instead, they might lean into jungle. Nolan banned. I would still say possibly Harith ban after that. Angela ban from the side of Night Horde. Now back onto BTK.
Interesting that the assumption is that this Barats is going to be in the XP lane, or maybe they're just assuming it could possibly be flexed out there. Angela taken off there. That's, I mean, especially with the Boxia out there, I see, I mean, we've already talked about the Roger and the Angela. We've seen how much of a nuisance it can be here. We're still waiting on that XP laner for the side of BTK. I'm wondering if we're going to be looking over there for that. Gwen taking off or BTK.
Yeah, just totally honing into jungle, huh? They're I mean, I guess it's like covering bases, you know, like what can really mess us up. If they do a flex, it could be dangerous. So playing it safe, maybe not too worried about EXP laners in general. Nighthorde going to take out the Benedetta and the Angela. Also kind of covering some of their bases here. On the side of BTK now, first pick. Arlot still open if it's what they want. And again, I mean, they need a roam and a EXP, so it'd be a solid upfront pick. Then Nighthorde still need jungle. I think they already have, no, they already have the Brats. See, even BTK has me thinking that Nighthorde needs a jungle. So yeah, still need a gold laner. I mean, again, Harith has been the answer so far tonight, so.
Yeah, I mean, I almost want to say like it's the only answer right now that we've seen thus far that can actually stand toe-to-toe with the Roger. I mean, I imagine perhaps Carry could potentially do it as well if you have that aggression with it and you have the potential to kind of get those ganks down at the bottom. It just depends. I mean, we just saw it in the last series that they used the Carry against the Roger and they were mildly successful, but not without the pushing ability from the team to get those ganks to kind of get in there to get Roger on the back foot. We're still waiting for the next two pickups here from the Nighthorde, seeing if indeed this is possibly an XP Barats.
I mean, we've seen it happen. I don't know if Nighthorde's going to do it. I think Nighthorde will probably keep game one pretty simple, and I don't think I think you just go for something simple. You could go for the Lapu here, Thamus as well to kind of break in, cause a little bit of spread damage. Bruno, I'm excited. I mean, we've seen some more maybe one-sided matchups, I feel like, a bit with this Roger. I feel like we haven't gotten to see, because R's a pretty decent gold laner, I feel like, and I'm wondering, is he going to be able to maybe pull off this Bruno against the Roger? Personally, I think it's the Roger kind of has the win in laning phase, but we can see a little bit of a better idea of the spread in this match.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because I feel like the Roger can use that Lycan Pounce, close the distance, be able to put some damage on the R, and still be able to get back away, transforming into the human form. He still gets a little bit of shield there, which means that R is going to be getting poked down, and that's what we were kind of seeing from the last series. But like you said, those were kind of like, I want to say, stomp matches that we saw the Bruno getting handled. So it wasn't just the Roger that was doing the damage. It was the fact that the entire team was kind of coming and collapsing around that Bruno as well. Paquito going to be that last pickup for Mielo. I honestly like seeing Mielo on some of these more damagey heroes. He has a great ability to kind of close the distance, get around the map, and really isolate some of those squishies.
Well,
yeah, he's definitely, when he needs to be, he can be a very proactive EXP laner. He knows he rotates very well, especially if BTK's kind of in the lead. Once they start to kind of hit a small 1,000 gold lead and Mielo kind of starts to feel himself and has availability to move around and catch you off guard, that's when you really start to see him diving under that, diving behind that tier 3 in the mid lane, coming in between those buffs and everything, looking for angles. But this is it, last series of the night. This is BTK up against Nighthorde, game
BTK
number
and
one.
Nighthorde. Last game.
I know this is a match that a lot of the viewers have come to see, especially to see BTK in action. Nighthorde hoping that they can have an effect against, I want to say, North America's current ranked number 2.
I mean, definitely, we'll see exactly how it goes. I want to take a look on this mid-side. Cold World going to be able to be aggressive. Before we get to any exact win cons, BTK audience prediction against Nighthorde, 89% private.
I'm surprised Nighthorde has that 11%, just because there are just so many BTK fans out there. As we take a look at some of these emblems here, decent amount of quantum charge for both teams. Brave Smite on the side of the Nighthorde.
They got
really
the
fancy out here.
The pictures backwards,
especially when it comes to some of these Roger pickups, which have been mostly all damage.
Definitely in. With this beginning, we're already seeing Momoy have to go back to base, taking a little bit too much damage from the side of BTK. Mid lane definitely falling into the advantage of BTK right now. Nicolette and Arlott, though, not making any too crazy splits right now. Not really like rotating to offlanes, looking for any ganks, kind of keeping things at a slow pace. I got a feeling things will really start to break out at this first turtle.
Yeah, and that's interesting too, especially with the Grok. I usually like to see those super early rotations, because Grok clears so quickly. Actually,
ooh. First blood over the side of Nighthorde. Mobazane goes down. The Tona's welcome catches him off guard. And the final shot's coming from Sayori.
MCL there for a little bit.
I want to see this bottom lane. I just saw R pushing into Basics lane, and now Basics
gets the
pushing
semifinals.
into R's lane. It's almost like a little bit of a back and forth. I can't even tell who actually has an advantage here.
Right.
Ooh, I can pounce though. Basic.
Oh, he gets him, but he goes down himself.
That's how the pendulum swings back and forth.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, and right now,
too bad,
not too worse for the wear.
We lost, and then when I backed out of the lobby, my phone froze.
But they're going to be able to pick themselves up a free turtle.
Nicolette.
It's almost like the game saying,
the wild charge does come out.
Off.
Nicolette takes a couple slices to the face as well. Finally goes down Momoy, able to get the snipe with the wall. Milo able to catch Sleepy under the tower, looking for one more hit. They both go down. We're 2.5 minutes in, 6 kills on the board. Momoy falls to Mobazane. Mobazane looking for another target. With the Tortoise Poison's able to chase Sayori down. The passive won't help you today. A double kill for Mobazane.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of the Nighthorde. They stayed just a little bit too long on BTK's top tower. They did get the kill, but it did cost them 2 of their members as well. Bloodthirsty Kings being very quick to kind of close the ranks around some of these weaker points at top.
Definitely. Still, Nicolette and Cold World being aggressive in this mid, trying to clear things out. Nicolette has the level 4 now, has that Netherrealm, should be able to be a bit more crucial in fights. A Basic having a little bit of a tough time down in the gold lane. Cold World coming in to try to help out. Basic down to about half health. They know they don't want to take this fight.
Look how deep Yellow is cutting the lane of the Nighthorde right now, trying to get the advantage. We were just talking about his rotating ability here as we see Nighthorde in enemy jungle.
Well, the Tona's welcome once again. Sayori gonna be able to get that ultimate off. A lot of damage on the Nicolette. Nicolette goes down, unable to even pop that Netherrealm, or a little bit too late, actually. Basic also taking a lot of damage. Members of Bloodthirsty Kings are falling. Yellow might just be next. He cuts in, but gets taken out for it.
Yeah, right now, Nighthorde having a great time, especially in the side of being able to engage and invade into BTK territory. Now they're looking to get some gold off of this turret.
Good damage, though, on a Sleepy. Nice stampede coming from Nicolette, able to pull him back in. Final slash lands on Oh My Foe. Mobazane gets a couple more free shots, but BTK's got to back off.
Oh, these are just those little, I think we were talking about the last series, the little tiny mistakes you make start to add up, especially against a team like BTK. Lingering a little too long into mid lane, that cost Sleepy a little bit of, cost him a death there. As we see already right now in game equipment, you can see that War Axe already picked up on the side for the Nighthorde for Oh My Foe right there.
Building it right now.
For Basic, and we do see that full cursed helmet picked up for Mobazane.
They already playing it well, I feel like. I mean, honestly, kind of taking a slow approach, but making every single steal count. Basic in a lot of trouble here. Sleepy able to lock on Basic. Gonna have to go back to base. Gonna slow down that gold lane even more. He's starting to fall behind a little bit. 2 and 2 are a whole level ahead of him.
Right now, it's almost, I don't want to say surprising, but Nighthorde having a substantially good game against Bloodthirsty Kings. They do have the added tower at the bottom, and now still engaging on the Mobazane.
Oh, another Daytona's welcome on a Mobazane. The Netherrealm comes out in the nick of time. Will be able to go away, but blows the Tortoise Poisons. Not only that, I mean, Nighthorde sitting 2,600 ahead, has gotten both of the past 2 turtles. Mobazane just having trouble getting consistently bullied. Sleepy locking on with the Incoherent Inferno. Mobazane might just go down here. Sleepy able to get the kill 1v1 as Milo and Nicolette are pushed back in the mid side. Nighthorde break through the tier 3.
What is going on right now?
Not just having a successful game, but having a successful game on so many different levels here right now. Able to find Zane at the bottom, a kill there, but also having that pressure at mid to find a tower as well. I want to say Nighthorde, this is Nighthorde came here to play.
You know how all night I feel like we've been talking about teams that maybe have a laning composition where they can kind of have the advantage and know when to bully. And Night Horde knows when to bully right now with each hero. I mean, for Sleepy to just be confident and know, I can 1v1 Mobazane right now. I'm going to jump into his jungle. I'm a bully. And look at him also waiting by this purple buff right now, you know, just hoping someone comes along.
Yeah, definitely looking for an opportunity. Zane hasn't bitten just yet, but you have 4 members.
Now a lot of damage on a Cold World. Cold World goes down. Mobazane not even going to be able to try to contest this. Nicolette ready with another realm to help out. Zane going to try to play the distance, maybe look for a retry, unable to get it though. Oh My Foe takes the purple. R gets a couple more free shots, and Nicolette taken out by Sayori. It's 11-6 right now, almost a 5,000 gold lead for Night Horde.
An amazing early game for the Night Horde right now. We're moving into the 7 minutes. It's going to be another turtle for them as they press on their advantage. They just need to watch out. We talked about it before.
All right, they got a good lead. Now let's see if they can hold it. That's the thing.
If they linger a little too long,
eventually,
BTK can really
if they don't do anything,
but
BTK is going to start figuring things out, and they're going to come back.
I mean, they got to feel good about it right now, and I think with the composition they have 2 nice late-game heroes with the Nana and the Bruno, and they're just working perfectly into it. R just free farming at this point. It's only taken 1 death, and just able to completely go. And Mielo also now having a tough time against Sleepy. Basic comes in. Don't know if he's going to be able to take this fight. Mielo back to base. Not going to be able to help out either. Oh My Foe now here, and Basic in trouble. A mega kill for Oh My Foe.
I was about to say, as soon as Basic rolled in there, the Carteret Inferno was activated. I look at that Basic and like, I made a horrible mistake. And then in comes the rest of the Night Horde to clean up the job. Now starting their push onto mid lane.
The house is on fire right now. BTK trying to get away. Tier 2 goes down. Mobazane takes too many shots to the face. Big final slash though does land on Oh My Foe, brings him under the tower. Combo that up with a Stampede, it pulls him under, but still not enough. BTK unable to get a final shot off. Cold World back to base. Mobazane back to base. BTK stuck in a corner.
Man, even with getting 2 members plus Oh My Foe under their tower, you saw them very slowly creeping their way out of that. That's just that 7K gold lead that they have. That's still being able to kind of knock around a BTK right now. Not really an answer in sight. And we were talking about that matchup of R taking on Basic. Right now, R having a heck of the game. You saw him at that tower. Basic just laying in the damage to all the members of BTK.
A little bit of damage on Momoy, but the wild charge comes in, comboed up with the Tonus welcome, and the damage lays down on Mielo. Cold World as well. It's another 2-man wipeout for the Night Horde. We're looking at almost a 9,000 gold lead 9 minutes in.
Yeah, and what a game for the Night Horde right now. 9K. We can take a look at the items here right now. You can see 2K gold lead for R right now. We were talking about that pressure at the gold lane.
Night Horde's ahead, and they got 2 people with anti-heal.
Right now on BTK, who have yet to get their footing. Mobazane in
saying.
Mobazane taking a little bit of damage. Tortoise Poisons is out. Basic able to unload a little bit of backup, but it's not enough. The Netherrealm comes in, but still Mobazane trying to stay up. R finally goes down. BTK trying to finally bite back here. Nicolette bites it though. Basic on the run, and Oh My Foe is having a stomp fest right now. Moving on to Mielo. Sleepy picks up the double kill. It's a 3 men down, all for the price of R with the Lord marching down the mid side. Night Horde might be trying to end this early.
Man, I want to say BTK had the right objective in mind.
Take down
R. Unfortunately, they're at such a disadvantage right now that Night Horde was able to capitalize, come back again, take down 3 members, and now gonna have to defend this high ground tower.
A little bit of damage does go on to Nicolette. They do find Sleepy though, finally able to get a kill onto him. A little bit more damage. BTK still able to defend. At this point, it's huddle up. They also have some late game potential. Nicolette will start to do a little bit more damage as things move forward, but that is a while out from here.
Yeah, and right now Nicolette is the unfortunate recipient of 4 deaths right now. They've really been doing a great job focusing her down. NetherRealms have still been coming out, but the Night Horde just have such a great amount of sustaining ability to still put on the pressure, still put on the damage, that even after the NetherRealm, BTK finding it hard to kind of survive.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, everybody's has been the recipient, right? Like all of them have just been getting picked on. You know, whether it's 1 by 1, whether Sleepy catches Mobazane, whether Nicolette gets caught off, whether Milo or Basic are getting caught off. Nighthorde was able to kind of just go throughout the early and mid phase of the game and put them all at a deficit. There's no one on the side of BTK right now that is kind of holding things together.
Yeah, you see already locked in the Berserker's Fury and the Malefic Roar there for R. So he's going to be doing a heck of damage right now. Just 3 items already in comparison to Basic, who has 2 and only 1 damage item for himself.
And Nighthorde going to claim another purple buff here. BTK knows it. I think they know they can't try to force anything right now. They're not even... Sometimes when you're like 3, 4, 5,000 behind, you can kind of maybe take a fight, but they don't even really have that potential. Cold World unable to get close enough to even make a play. It is literally just at a hold off and wait for our time moment for BTK right now.
And that's the unfortunate point about this. You're about 8K behind. You're basically waiting for a mistake. Perhaps when the Lord comes in, you're waiting for the Nighthorde to get a little too close to your tower to get maybe a final slash off that kind of gets them underneath tower. That's when you can pounce in, looking to get maybe a kill. A surprise amount of damage from yellow could do the trick, which will turn the tides and allow Bloodthirsty Kings to kind of envelop and close the distance on the Nighthorde, not allowing them to escape. But we have another Lord fight potentially coming.
Look at the bait, though. Trying to wait on Sleepy. Can 2 of them even take him down, though? My foe is able to get the Lord. But Sleepy, with the 1v2, finally forced to back off. Mielo looking for the possible finish, but here comes the rest of Nighthorde. Momoy with the conceal play, locking on to Basic. Wild charge the flicker. Basic.
Wow.
Lose the Purify.
What a move.
Like and pounce. Trying to roll away. Gets caught by the wall, but Momoy and Sayori still on the trail. Mobazane also having a little bit of battle up against Oh My Foe. Cold World gets a final slash, but Mobazane is pinned against the wall and taken out.
Oh man, we were talking about some of the mistakes there, but even with Nighthorde split up, half of them trying to chase down Basic, the other half got flanked by Bloodthirsty King, still able to turn around, find a kill onto Mobazane.
I mean, and Mobazane is, I mean, you want to talk about someone that's been the prime target. From the very beginning, Nighthorde came in with a plan. Let's try to catch Zane off, and Oh My Foe has just landed Daytona's welcome after Daytona's welcome after Daytona's welcome, and Mobazane has gotten caught by every single one of them. Lord finally going to crash into the mid. Inhibitor goes down. Basic pops into Wolf mode. Wolf Boy trying to do something here. Milo in the backside pulls Sleepy away, but Sleepy's onto him. Basic still there. Mobazane waiting, but the Lord is finally connected. They're going to try to defend
Tower
this.
lock.
Big knockup. Ult's going off. R able to find Nicolette, but the base is still chipping away. And that will be it. Nighthorde take game number 1.
Wow, what an upset right now, and congrats to the Nighthorde for a very, what we were talking about before, textbook, being able to isolate Mobazane, being able to push forward on multiple fronts, whether it's the bottom lane, getting the kills onto Zane, pushing the mid lane, also getting the objectives. They were able to kind of attack on multiple fronts to seize the advantage and get the upset victory over Bloodthirsty Kings in game 1.
Most definitely. I mean, just
23-8.
That was Stomp Fest, honestly. Nighthorde just cleaned through them, ending goal 50,000 to 36. We're looking at almost a 14,000 gold lead there, 13,000 gold lead there. Just monstrous. Taking a look at
just lost
11,000 gold, almost maxed itemed out by 14 minutes in Basic, just having trouble keeping up.
Yeah, and I want to say those, especially those early kills onto Mobazane, really helped kind of set the pressure, allow them to kind of move into that marksman lane where we were really actually up in arms about whether R and Basic, who the Roger and the Bruno, which one would be able to capitalize there, but able to put so much pressure onto that Basic wasn't able to take off and wasn't able to do the damage he wanted. And then you had an R armed to the teeth, so much damage, and then to this 23-8 victory.
And even on my foe, just like packing a punch there, 5-0 and 13. If you didn't notice, he picked up the War Axe as well, just to kind of add a little bit more salt in the wound. It was a problem, and we've seen it happen. Like, if you get on a roll with the Barats, I know he's a utility jungler, he's a tanky jungler, but he also hurts in the laning phase. He can hurt in the mid phase, and you pair that up with Sayori just constantly having his back, it became a problem quick.
Yeah, you saw there 58,000 damage there by Oh My Foe, and the highest damage on his team, and every single, and we were talking about, it's not just the damage, but every single, well, it seemed like almost every single ultimate, every single Detna's welcome aimed at Zayn, finding him, isolating him out while the rest of the team came in, collapsed onto him, did the damage, and then from there on, it was just a pushing power all the way from the Night Horde.
And every player kind of made their advantage count. Sleepy took a little bit. It almost felt like maybe Mielo was winning out in the laning phase. Just
I'm here. What I missed? You just missed BTK lose the first match against Night Horde.
Everybody knew in their time to shine
and I was telling chat that we did pretty decent in MCL,
played that so well.
but apparently my phone thought that I did too shitty of a job because when I closed out MCL, it did that. So you know how it'll bring up a letter that says like, "Oh, thank you for participating. Here's your rewards, whatever." Well, it's doing that thing again on my phone where it doesn't actually show the letter. It's like a
early game, and when you have vengeance, and it's just
you can tell it's a different screen, but you can't see
like you
what
mentioned,
it's supposed to be.
And their power
when it gets in that, I can't like back out of it. I can't do anything, so I had to reset my game.
And then rejoin his team.
And then by the time I came back, everybody was gone. So I was like, "Oh, okay. I guess they're done."
I think
we'll
there
watch
was also,
the games now.
a few moments. I think BTK like tried to kind of like take it slow in the beginning, and then there was a few points where maybe they like yes, it was a trade in the end, but basically didn't have to do that.
I guess
tower
I wasn't
on the bot
expecting
side.
it.
Just a few points.
I don't think anybody was.
I think they came in with a certain game plan, and Night Horde kind of pushed the envelope a bit, and BTK just bit down on the bait too hard.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, and it wasn't without, it just, and I was talking about before that it usually BTK is the one that's taking advantage of a few of the mistakes. We saw a little bit of a mistake early from the Night Horde, but all in all, they cleaned it up and were a very crisp game played by them, especially when it came to getting a lot of these objectives, isolating and following Mobazane's rotations. And that's one thing that's really great about this, and that's what is they've shown that they've been doing some studying. They know his rotations, they know where he's going to be to be able to kind of counteract that with their aggression in his jungle.
Yeah, it's like all right, minute 2:22, Mobazane's in the tri-bush on the bottom. Everybody should be there in 5 seconds, you know. But seriously,
I had to reset my game.
Even the early Daytona's welcome catch onto him, which was the first blood, a lot of it just felt it felt very clean for
Joe was still on. I actually said that he was in the lobby, so
BTK,
I
feel like
applied
coming into the next
for him
game,
to
BTK
invite
has
me,
to do like
and
a big switch
I'm assuming
up,
it's right as he logged off because
kind of really like switch up the
said
style. Maybe put Nicolette on something a bit more aggressive in the early game. Put her on something a little different than the Fermies. Put Basic on something a little different. I know the Roger's super meta, but maybe there's still
after this
some
I'm gonna
hiccups
hop off
out
here,
there. Just kind
eat,
of try something completely change the approach.
It's weird for me to say because I feel like Boxia on paper works against the composition they had. They had the Barats out there. They had the Thamus.
I'll probably play more games later.
So Boxia on paper works. He's got the anti-heal. I almost feel like though it's the wrong call for Mobazane, especially if you're going to be getting picked off. It almost feels like maybe lean back into that Akai because at the very least, if you get caught in your jungle, you have the heavy spin to be able to kind of create that distance, get yourself away. Sure, you've used up the heavy spin maybe before an objective, but you're not bleeding those kills over to the side of the Night Horde.
This time with Night Horde on the red side, already a change in drafts. Barat's going to be banned out first. And I'm wondering, is Night Horde going to take, maybe try to throw some trades out. Maybe try to, test the waters a little bit. They prioed the Basha last time. And if they can predict if Nicolette's really going to prio the Fermies again, maybe they just leave that open, see if they can, because they handled it very well last game. If they can leave that open again, and just let her take that and maybe get something very valuable in return.
Yeah, it's amazing how well they did against the Faramis there, and I want to say that was mostly on Sayori with that Molina blitz. That when that
Masha Matilda
the
coming
Molina
out
blitz as well to punish them, because they're basically stun locking themselves when that NetherRealm comes out and they get reset. So I mean, they did such a great job against it. If you're gonna pick up the NetherRealm again with the Faramis, I'd say maybe have an answer in possibly taking Nana off the field as well.
Most definitely. I mean, yeah, Sayori, because there's not a lot of mid laners right now, like really playing the Nana like that. Like, even though some of us are saying it's very good, there's not a lot of mid laners that are like prioing it, you know? But Sayori's been someone that has kind of fallen back to it and plays it very well. And I don't know if it's just her or if it's her and the combo with her roam, with Momoy and everything. They both kind of run together. Same thing with Oh My Foe. You kind of see the three of them, you know, making plays happen across the map. And Sayori's just able to kind of sit in the back line, unload, kind of be there when she needs to. And then whenever someone does jump on her, she can always use the passive to get away.
Well, I mean, it's probably one of her better heroes in the mid, and she's even got a tutorial, I think, on the Mobile Legends North America channel on how to play Nana and how she kind of used it in the past few weeks as well. So if you guys are interested, you can go check that out on the North American channel there.
Links down below for anybody that's here. You can get to those official pages and check out the video that they were just talking about.
We're going to go ahead
Fredrin,
and give Mobazane his comfort pick in that Fredrin.
And Mr. Fred, with the Brats gone, I think he feels like this is the next best option. Arlos still open, Vexana, Nana. I mean, at this point, we saw the Vexana open last time. They still went for the Nana pick over it. So Nighthorde definitely kind of knows. What I like is Nighthorde also knows what they're comfortable on and are willing to kind of, you know, give up certain picks that other teams would prio immediately. It's like, no, we like Sayori on this Nana. It works very well with this composition we're trying to run, and they make it work. BTK, I mean, do we think it? Like we said, the draft seemed good for them last time. So
yeah, I'm not.
Just wondering how they approach this.
I don't know.
For me,
well,
for me, it's going to come down to I want to say like communication, kind of closing in on Zane. I don't feel like Fredrin's going to be one of those heroes that can get picked off as easily as a Boxia. There's a lot of CC. He's got a lot of tanking power, just standard on his kit, and he doesn't get. He's not as susceptible.
BTK lost their first match. Other than that,
actually,
it's been.
I want to say. Actually, Baratz is, or not Baratz, Boxia actually has a lot more magic defense than Fredrin does at the beginning. So, but I think there's just a little bit more survivability and escapability for Fredrin, and especially just how comfortable Mobazane is on the Fredrin pick here. But we're going to be rounding it out, looking for two more picks from the side of BTK. I'm expecting possibly the Mage and Marksman pickups here.
A random.
There's also no
MCL. We didn't
welcome
do too
to
bad.
walk into this time. Basic, he's going to pick
Bet
up
they'll
this
come back this match. Yeah.
And Luyi on Nicolette, the signature
reverse
Luyi, man.
sweep
We've seen
again.
him pick it up. We've seen Nicolette pick it up. And I think this is something that it's not as passive as the Fermis is in the early game. It also still supplies a very nice utility. And for me, Nicolette's kind of like the, you know, one of the first of this hero, let alone now that it's meta.
I was just about to ask, is this the first time we've seen her pick this up this season? Because I don't recall, and I'm honestly, especially when it came to first casting the NACT or casting the NASL, Nicolette's Luyi is what made me a fan of her. So because she has such a great way of being able to play. We've talked before about how Hoon plays Luyi and is able to use a lot of those ultimates, the diversions, to get himself around the map. But I want to say Nicolette also has that ability to get her team around the map, get members back to their lanes very fast, find themselves at objectives. So it's going to be, you're going to see her using this back and forth, and it's going to be something that Nighthorde are going to really need to watch out for. Because pretty much anywhere is going to be a target.
So she played it once last week against Fiends. It's the only time we've seen her play it this season so far, though. So this will be her second pick on it. They won against Fiends last week, and I think it's something that her and Cole World. I remember the game now. I'm pretty sure me and you casted it. Her and Cole World. Cole World was on Grok. She was on Luyi, and they kept on hitting the diversions very cleanly, and then the wild charge would come in. So, and I think it was just, it kind of forced her and Cole World to stick together a bit more to try to make plays. And I think something we saw in last game was them split up a bit more. Cold World was going down to help out Basic, this and that. Nicolette was a bit more kind of stuck in the mid. So I think this will kind of give them a bit more opportunity to work as a team a bit more.
Yeah, especially because Basic's going to be on the Harith, which is going to, I want to say, do a better job against Roger, so they're not going to have to continually support that, theoretically, unless you get a lot of pressure from the Nighthorde down in that lane. So, and that's a good call out there about the split up between BTK and Cold World, because I want to say, like, I want to say a core of a lot of these compositions is the Mage and the Roam being able to rotate, get those ganks in the side lane, and that really helps the pressure for a lot of these teams.
I mean, this time, my foe's going to go for the bot. And another thing is, I'm wondering. We have the Novaria, which we've seen Sayori on the Novaria before. We know the scaling possibilities. We've seen her on the Nana, even though it's slightly different. Her positioning is always very clean when it comes to a lot of fights. She knows where to put herself at the right time. But BTK does kind of have a small answer with that diversion, and Sayori's going to have to watch out for that. You know, constantly have communication going on in comms on where Nicolette is positioned. Do they even know where she is right now? Do they know where Cold World is right now? Because Sayori's going to kind of always be a bit away from the team, not really able to capitalize on peel from Amoy, not really able to capitalize on peel from Sleepy with whatever Sleepy picks. So they're going to have to watch out for that as they come into the game.
Yeah, and especially because you can't, that's something I was going to bring up too as well. Sayori's going to have to be a lot more removed from a lot of these fights. You don't want to get her too close on that Novaria.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know about this.
Sleepy going to pick up the Lapu. The only thing, I mean, we do have a little bit of setting potential with Momoy on the Grok with that wild charge. We also going to have some backline diving. It just depends on how well they're going to be able to peel for Nicolette. I imagine Basic's going to be very slippery on this Harith.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an answer, and I think Purify Harith.
I don't know, Nighthorde doesn't have a lot of magic.
I think the major target for Nighthorde is, yeah, definitely Nicolette. Nicolette's going to have to be careful, and with Milo being, picking up the CC and not having CC, there's a little less peel for Nicolette. But still, looking at BTK's comp, Nicolette's not like a far backline mage. I got a feeling she's going to be more in the midst of them all. It's going to be a much more tighter 5-man when they are taking on these fights. So definitely some possibilities pulled off, but this is going to be match point for Nighthorde. Can they finish off the season with a clean sweep against BTK?
Yeah, wondering if all of the casters about to lose their guesses here, but I mean, we're gonna see how well Nighthorde puts together. I want to say this is a much more safer composition from Bloodthirsty Kings, especially Mobazane. I want to say just a little bit of a lack of being able to kind of catch him out there. He's not going to be as scared to kind of do his same rotations here.
Ooh, first blood. Nicolette able to pull it off, and that is the damage, that is the aggression that we like to see from Nicolette sometimes in the early game. And don't get me wrong, the Pharaohs is clean, but I think this is the change of pace they needed.
The Pharaohs is clean, but we're talking about Nicolette's Lu Yi. Like I was talking about before, that's pretty much the character that made me become a fan of her in the mid lane, and just the amount of damage that Lu Yi is actually able to output in the early moments of the game.
I mean, and you pair it up with that Minotaur who can kind of make those small sets, not the Minoan's Fury in the beginning, but still able to kind of slow people down to guarantee that you proc that duality and get the pull in. It's definitely huge.
Yeah, that was just a point. I like that point because it's not a huge set. It's just enough of a pop-up that gives her an opportunity to land that yin-yang onto the enemy to really do that huge amount of damage, especially here in the early game.
Now, taking a look at the EXP lane, I feel like there'll be a slightly quicker lane clear. Lane clear on Milo. Sorry, I'm tripping over my tongue right now. Lane clear for Milo, able to probably move around the map a bit more. But I think when we get into some of these big fights, Sleepy may be a bit more detrimental at level 4. May be able to help out a bit more level 4. But as the game moves on into the mid and late, that's where we're going to start to see Milo really kind of pop off.
And you already saw that pressure down at the bottom. Ooh, Nicolette actually gets hit. He does have a diversion out.
All right, we're back. Sorry,
That's not to use it though. Mobazane taking his time. Sleepy also looking for
Roger's been getting picked quite a lot.
Cutting around the back. Sleepy gonna lock onto Nicolette, doing a lot of damage. Able to get the kill. Momoy actually picks it up. Turtle does go to the side of BTK. Sleepy taking a lot of damage in the flicker. Minoan's Fury set. Sleepy goes down. Mila looking for the next target under the tower. Wall does come out, but BTK backs off.
And all while this happening, Basic able to get a kill onto R up at the top as well. A much better start for the Bloodthirsty Kings than game 1, and definitely enforcing their will now that they have the advantage.
I'm wondering, you know, we've been talking about builds all night with a lot of different heroes. I'm wondering how Basic is going to take this, but Moy taking a lot of damage. Forced to use a wild charge just to get away. Mobazane not going to let up just yet. Cold World there. Up against Oh My Foe. They're going to decide not to try to steal the orange buff, but at least take this camp.
Yeah, and even and right now doing a great job of bullying Momoy, even if they're not able to get the kill on them. Oh, R in trouble.
Once Force does come down, Nicolette does miss the skill though, so R is able to get away.
Yeah, and I was about to say, like, even if they're not able to get the kill onto Momoy, they're doing such a great job of pressuring Momoy. So he, like, it's basically like the Nighthawk doesn't even have a roam for how often he has to go back to base during this game.
This is true. I mean, it's definitely not a death, but still having to consistently go back slows down the team rotations, makes it so more of your teammates, you know, are out there alone. Basic does take a meteor to face there, forced to back off, but the Minoan's Fury comes out. Basic looking for one more hit. R goes down. Cold World gets that kill in his pocket instead. Oh My Foe, a little bit late to the party, and Nicolette's here to show up.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for the Nighthawk. I want to say a little bit of a misread there from R. Did not know that Cold World was in the bush, just waiting for that Minoan Fury. And we were talking about this, the great setting potential, not just for Nicolette, but helping out for Basic to get the damage he needs onto the gold lane as well.
I mean, it's already looking good for the side of BTK.
Yo,
2200
JJ,
gold lead. Basic with a
you.
strong lead in the gold lane, which is huge because, like, don't get me wrong, the Roger does well, but when it's 2 deaths down in the early phase,
We're on the last
it's going to start
now.
to have a problem. It's definitely not going to be able to make those big engages. It's not going to be able to chase people down. You're immediately put at risk because, and the rest of your team is going to have trouble bringing BTK down on health to where the Roger can really capitalize on it.
And we're already to a point where the Night Horde is not able to capitalize on a lot of these objectives. They're not able to get into position. They're still on their back foot. They can't even punish BTK by trying to take on a side lane or try to push or get a gank onto one of those right now.
Would say though that BTK has taken a slightly slower pace than what Night Horde did last game, which could be rough. Sayori will start really starting to hit, and BTK doesn't really have an exact way to get to her other than the diversion, but even that, if you don't have vision on Sayori, you don't know where to put the diversion. So if Sayori can kind of play it safe here, there are some answers there. Momoy also hasn't taken any deaths, has some big set potential. We definitely can't count Night Horde out completely, but if they keep making plays onto R here, it's going to become a problem.
You see, yeah, there's so much pressure onto this gold lane right now. Momoy's basically going to have to stick here right now as R is having a lot of trouble. Cold World and Nicolette especially has been zooming from mid lane to the top lane very quickly as we see a little bit of engagement here in enemy territory.
Ooh, look at the shred from Yellow already onto Oh My Foe. Purple buff is taken. Mobazane able to pick it up. Sleepy just trying to defend. Basic though, getting a little bit of damage. R catches the face of it. Momoy gets popped up. More damage. Nicolette able to find the kill. Sayori now firing off some shots, but still unable to help out the team. Diversion play up to the top, waiting for R. R cannot catch a break right now, man. He's like, let me just run up the top lane. Now I'm caught in between 3 members. We're going to try to pin. The taunt comes in, and Cold World helps Mobazane get the kill. Praise's Wrath comes down onto Oh My Foe, and Basic should be able to take this tower.
This match against BTK.
That's just what we were talking about with Nicolette on this Lu Yi, is just that smooth transition from mid. Already knew that R was trying to get back to top lane because he didn't want any of the fight at mid. They already closed ranks around him. Don't even let him get there. And Nicolette here getting another kill onto Sleepy.
3-1-1. Let's not forget to mention, Milo literally brought down almost all of Sleepy's health bar with that one skill. Just one set of yo-yos able to shred down Sayori now going to go down. Basic drops from Non's Force, dives under the tower and picks up the kill. Night Horde up against the ropes right now. Mobazane dives in, hits the taunt. Looking for the Appraisal's Wrath here. Doesn't have it ready to go, so can't get the kill. But the tower will fall as everyone's been zoned away. Couple more shots, and not only that, but now Milo's up in the top side, clearing even more.
This is just as I was talking about Night Horde last game. This game, BTK is not messing around. They're trying to say that that first game was a fluke. Let us show you how. And they are dominating right now. 8-1 right now. A 7K gold lead at the 7-minute mark. That's a 1K a minute for Bloodthirsty Kings. And they are continuing on this push and continuing on this pressure to the side lanes as well.
And they get another turtle here, puts them at 7,600. Basic already closing distance.
I'll bet
onto that
$10
tier 2,
Zane says that they were trolling.
Lane, make sure that Night Horde can
just
do
as a
nothing
small
about
little
it.
jab at what Chicken said last week.
And right now, and you can see here, like they're not even able to answer some of these tower pushes.
Anyone want to
They're
bet?
definitely not able to answer for a objective. Another ultimate there, a diversion coming out from Nicolette. Looking for an opportunity. But I want to say the one thing that Night Horde has done very well is they're not getting caught by these diversions. They're being very safe with their rotations. They're making sure they're together, and they're not entering things that they don't have vision on.
Yeah, they're definitely playing it safe, and I think they know what they're up against here, right? Sayori's doing a great job at checking the bushes. We just saw her throw a meteor into that one and figure out where they are. So they're playing it correctly, but how long can that last for, right? When does the kettle eventually pop here, right? Like when does the bubble eventually pop? Night Horde definitely defending, but the gold lead is escaping, and they're not even able to get out of base to kind of clear lanes.
And you see Sleepy here in a good position for the flank, but I'm not sure who his target is. Possibly Nicolette. He gets found out.
I mean, I think it's just vision at this point, just trying to open things up as BTK just closes in on the chokehold right now. More waves coming on. They're not even trying to freeze lanes. They are just keeping on the pressure.
Yeah, yeah, they're just going to keep on. They're not trying to freeze lanes right now because it's so early that all they need to do is continually choke out and starve out the Night Horde. They're taking their entire jungle from them. All they can claim are these minions for right now.
Mobazane's 1-0-2, which doesn't seem like a lot, but being able to just farm for free the way he has,
I don't see them
able to do any massive damage to him. A straight meteor
coming
shot
back
stacks,
from this.
still barely chips away on him.
Smirking like
Basic
crazy. Yeah,
2-0-3. He drops
he's loving this right now.
Clearing house.
Yeah, and all this now while the Lord is being
because
attacked
you know
by
as soon
Kings,
as like anytime they lose, everybody's like talking crap, and he knows that. So then when they do stuff like this where they just come back
to go ahead and
like it was nothing,
line up these lanes for this next Lord push.
He's like, yeah.
The thing is, like in a moment like this,
that's right. Just
normally a team would
calm down,
come out of their base a little bit, you know, try to gain some map control, try to get a jungle camp. But there is just the constant fear of the diversion, right? There's just like the constant worry of like, are they in this bush? Like you have no clue where they are at any time, and that in itself kind of helps control the map.
Yeah, and to the point where they're just not able to make anything happen before this Lord comes. They're
all right.
They're
Nice
basically
push here
for a mistake as Basic gets killed.
And Basic able to find one as Mobazane and Cold World
maybe not.
Enter in onto the tier 2 in the mid. I mean, the inhibitor in the mid. Lord is down. BTK is not out just yet. Melo able to get some nice shred onto Oh My Foe. Waiting for the next wave to crash in as Mobazane just hangs out behind the wall in enemy territory. Are going to try to close the distance. Does luck on a base. Response Force drops, and he immediately is taken out. A big Minoan's Fury on a 3 members. Sleepy forced away. They did it in 14 minutes. BTK trying to break the record.
Now they're going to feed him.
Mobazane takes out Sleepy. Oh My Foe. Momoy forced to go back to the fountain and get a little bit of health. They move on to the top inhibitor. Another wave crashing down on the bottom as BTK wants to finish things here. Zmon's Force drops. Cold World helps out. Basic locks onto the base as Nicolette collects Oh My Foe. Momoy will be the next to fall, and the base will go last. BTK
all right, game
takes
3.
Game number 2 and takes us to a game 3.
And what a reply from Bloodthirsty Kings for that first game, coming back in such a dominating fashion.
Really?
Against their opponents.
I would not. Honestly, I didn't think they were going to win the first one. I thought BTK was going to sweep.
Gameplay. It's 11:30 p.m. We're going to the late night. BTK up against the Night Horde. We got to see a nice game 3 last time. We're jumping into a nice game 3 once again.
Yeah, and that's just how.
So
but that's how
far,
people are, you know.
Domination from
and some of it is
teams.
just people
Nighthorde
trolling the chats and stuff.
1, BTK
and then there's people who actually believe it.
I'm excited to see how Basic built this Harith, because last night we saw Super Marco put on the who's going up against Roger.
Except go out there and
brought
prove
in
him
the
wrong.
Thunder Belt as the #1 item. Basic did not go for that. He just went full damage here.
Yeah, I want to say something that you called out.
I mean, to be fair, like if you're a Nighthorde fan and they win the first match, like pretty strongly,
doing such a great job,
you know,
closing the distance,
good to be like, yeah, you know, we're gonna go 2-0 here.
Also putting the damage onto Momoy,
but at the same time,
I want to say that was the biggest thing in the early game. They took out Momoy as a factor for Nighthorde.
Realistically, do you see it happening?
Their will.
Probably not.
Not only that, the constant pressure on the gold lane. I mean, and I think Nighthorde kind of had it down, right?
Maybe they can
catch BTK off guard, get an early game.
Maybe they can do what they did the first
match,
match.
Kind of disrupt them and keep them guessing and keep them split up.
Kind of surprised me, to be honest.
If Nighthorde can do that in game 3, I think
I was like,
kind of
what just happened?
Whereas when BTK is able to work as a unit, when Mobazane, Nicolette, Cole World are able to make plays happen around the map, especially
and I think,
Nicolette and Cole World.
I think them focusing Zane the first match was a big thing that helped them.
I also want to say, like, it was so quick that it was almost the opposite.
They might awaken, you never know.
Nighthorde in the first game,
and if they do,
on the
then
gold lane. This
good
one
for
was
them.
the opposite. Where
like I love seeing
BTK,
teams grow.
Nicolette and Cole World
but
having that pressure onto.
It's just one of those things where you know
well.
it's like statistically BTK.
One Nighthorde,
is the,
not just that pressure, but also
the upper has the upper
Nicolette
hand.
and
I guess
Cole
you
World
could say.
separated, and also that's.
But that's why they call it an upset. You know what I mean?
The help from Mobazane as he was getting ganked as well. So there might be.
I mean, earlier I was rooting for LEGACi. If that tells you anything. Oh, what happened? Why lag? Oh, even the chat said it froze. All right, well, we're having a little bit of tech difficulties over there.
But before we get into the...
It ended. No, I don't want premium. Well then. Yeah, they were like, nope, this took too long. What? What is going on? Right! Will Nighthorde overcome BTK? Will BTK close out with a reverse sweep? Find out next time on Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. Alright, let's just refresh the page. Maybe they restarted it. Nope. Huh. Impale Malaysia. We don't want that. Huh, weird. That's crazy. Huh. Interesting. Find out next week. Yeah, like what the okay. Well. Yeah, it ain't there. Try another refresh. Nope, alright. I guess we'll just sit here and watch the bracket, yeah. And that's that's crazy. I'm off to bed. Hey, appreciate you hanging out, my guy. Yeah, I'll send it to the group chat. That's well, I guess there's a first for everything, right? Everybody was talking about production and all that because of what Chicken said, and now the stream crashes. Interesting. 20 likes in 5 hours. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll just kind of watch this, just in case the live does not come back. But here we go. Let's see what the Yeah, they are muted. I wonder if these guys even knew, like, that the stream cut out, or if they've just been going this whole time. looks like Trex is working on something, checking something out. Alright, so on the side of Night Horde, we got Masha, Minotaur, and Faramis coming out for their picks. And they banned Xborg, Luyi. Is that CC? I'm assuming that's CC. The Thamus and Arlott. BTK picking up Fredrin, Roger, Valentina, Raphael. Rafaela. Banning the Brody, the Bruno, Barats, the Ruby, and the Matilda. Alright, Night Horde gonna pick up Ixia and Martis as well. Let's see who BTK ends their draft with. Here, let me double check and make sure it's not just me. Yeah, it's not just me. Yuzong. Wow. Alright. Man, it would be really nice to hear what these guys are saying. But we aren't gonna bag on production because it is probably a pretty hectic job.
You're going to have a Roger being able to close the distance there, potentially. Nicolette being able to close the distance there. It's all kind of geared towards getting to R in that back line.
We're good. We're good.
The only thing on the side of BTK or that Night Horde, I've seen that Yuzong is very susceptible in the early game to a lot of those ganks, those early rotations, being able to take him down to the point where he's not as useful during the team fights. And we also have to question how Masha is going to be able to play into this. Is Masha going to be able to get around the map and get a lot of those kills?
All right, let's see how it goes now. BTK up against Night Horde, game number 3.
All right, here we go.
This is match point for both teams, what we like to call a rubber band match, bouncing back and forth. Can BTK finish off the season with a clean, only 1-loss record, or will Night Horde take that from them?
A clean, only one loss.
Hey,
clean, only one loss.
I mean, that's the best any team's done. GG's got the same thing,
right,
you know?
for right now, a perfect except for one season for BTK. Hoping for it.
All right, Night Horde, 20% audience prediction. They've gone up 1%. They've gone up 1%.
That victory, that first game victory brings Night Horde up by 1%. Changed the world for them. Right now we're taking a look at the emblems. A lot of quantum charges for both teams.
The pullback on Nicolette.
As well as seeing a few of those impure rages to kind of keep them, especially
fall.
on the side of BTK, to kind of keep
top.
them in the fight a little longer with that mana consumption.
Once again, the focus for BTK is that gold lane right now, man. Just try to give Basic a good game. I think now that he's on the Roger, it's needed even more because that's a huge win con for mid-game. If they can get Basic even a kill or at least get him some nice gold plating, put R behind a little bit, it can really kind of roll them into second turtle, roll them into third turtle, roll them in.
Gonna take
the first
Basic
blood.
out.
But Basic goes down, oh my foe, with the first blood.
Yeah, he missed the decimation, but still able to find the kill onto Basic, closes the distance there. Mobazane powerless to do anything through that engagement.
That's a great start for the Night Horde. It's a great start for Oh My Foe. It's exactly what you want on a Martis. Now we're gonna run into first turtle. Oh My Foe's gonna have a little bit of extra gold, and it's very clean for Night Horde.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, the big thing for me is I feel like Sleepy's kind of being kept at bay here right now with Yellow. We're going to see how this first hurdle kind of goes off. I feel like we're in a better position for the Nighthorde, as you see Mobazane still on his buff right now, but now starting to come around for the flank.
Momoy able to get the flicker. No one's Fury does knock up Mobazane and helps secure. No, wait, no! BTK still gets the turtle there. I mean, yeah, maybe a half a second to hit that Retri and able to do it right on time.
Mobazane literally walked up there with the Fredrin, grabbed the Retri, then turned like it was nothing. It's just those things that Nighthorde need to be very careful of when it comes to these objective fights. Always be on the guard. Always assume that you have the enemy jungler in range that's going to be trying to Retri in there.
Does look like Nighthorde need a pause real fast, so we're going to be jumping into that, make sure everything is squared away and clean for both teams. And let's just keep the pressure building, right? We need a little bit of time to really build the pressure. It's BTK up against Nighthorde, and Nighthorde clean up game 1, and now in game 3 it's looking a little reminiscent. We already
shaky. We'll see.
Off a little bit. Luckily,
we will see. Appreciate all the views. Appreciate all the likes. Everybody swinging in, even if you didn't stay.
It could still kind of go either way.
Thanks so much.
Just walked in there, slamming that Retri button, still able to get it off and steal that away from the Nighthorde. I want to say, while they're still able to get the kills and get the early game advantage, at least right now, it's not at the cost of BTK's jungler, which I really feel like really kind of upsets the flow of a lot of those ganks, really stops the rotations, really kind of brings a stall to BTK when it comes to those objectives.
Hey, no problem, no problem.
When BTK or when Mobazane isn't getting harassed or killed,
everybody on the North American team for letting me do it.
Come in and scoop up a retribution from the Nighthorde.
I mean, per usual, I think when we're all getting not harassed or killed. No, but yes, no, I think that was kind of the key in game number 1 was.
All right, we're back.
That's what the key for a lot of teams dealing with BTK is like. Just tilt Mobazane. If we can tilt Mobazane, it messes up the whole
Trex is
BTK.
He's just telling it all.
BTK have also found another way to.
Ooh, Sleepy goes down.
Mielo with the 1v1. Sleepy goes down. I think Masha definitely needs a little bit of time to really scale up. Oh my foe also goes down. Nicolette able to pick up the kill. BTK starting to turn things around.
And just like that, it starts flipping in favor of BTK here right now, who now mount themselves a little 1K gold lead. Checking his bush.
He knew, too. As he gets close, he's like, wait, maybe I shouldn't walk into this. He, turns around for a second. Holy Baptism does come down. Cold World, a presence starting to be felt.
Yeah, and unfortunate. That leaves, I want to say, it's just ours lane that we're trying to see with some type of domination, as Sleepy already got taken out there. Mielo having, I want to say, a good way, starting to enforce his will down at the bottom here. Sleepy not really having an effect on some of the team fights just yet.
Well, I mean, Momoy's forced to babysit R right now, right? He just has to hang up, which means Sayori isn't able to really force a wave clear in the mid side, so she's always late to the party. She can't really jump into the river because she's alone. It's very similar of when game 1, Nicolette was on the Fermis and Cold World and her were constantly split up. Sayori and Momoy have not been able to work as a team here, really.
Yeah, and it's to the frustration of the Nighthorde right now. 2K behind and still getting pressure in their jungle for Oh My Foe.
Whole World Nicolette combo is online right now. The Holy Baptism, the Terrify. They're just running back and forth from mid to gold,
these guys are doing pretty good.
Taking no prisoners with them.
The rotation's on point.
Yeah, and all that while starting to get to these objectives unanswered.
You know I'm a fan of the anti-heal.
More pressure from Yellow. Able to help. Oh, but a barrage comes out. Basic forced to back off. Cold World will be able to get a little bit of heal here. Nicolette here to join the fray as well. Needs to be careful for Oh My Foe. He's definitely still a threat.
Yeah, we are starting to see a little bit of pressure from the Night Horde, especially from Sleepy at the bottom, trying to
Yellow
push
getting
in the
Hunter
lanes.
Strike, Sleepy
It's
getting
just right
Blade
now,
of Hep
it's
Disease.
starting to get into Bloodthirsty King's momentum. They're starting to push. They're starting to have a successful laning presences right now, to the point where everything needs to be answered. Like you see the Night Horde, they need to start babysitting lanes. They're starting to rotate a little later. They're answering. They're replying to BTK instead of creating their own initiative here.
Big
does land
team
on
fight. What a knock-up, 3-man.
On to 3 members. NetherRealm does come in as well. Mobazane and Nicolette are able to stand, withhold them. Night Horde want to try to advance, but just aren't able to get close. The Terrifies.
There you go, there you go.
Oh,
I thought he got away.
Still taken down. Sayori trying to find Nicolette.
Nice.
Nicolette should be able to get away from this, though.
Oh, that could have easily turned into 2 down for BTK, able to kind of create that distance. Still a 1,300 gold lead for BTK,
Run!
but not really going in the same direction as it was. Oh, my foe in trouble.
Nicolette also in trouble, though. Sayori doesn't fully commit. I thought they were going to be able to get the catch off of both teams, just kind of going back and forth, unable to fully get some of these kills. It's 2-2 right now. BTK does have a lead, but it doesn't feel out of reach for Night Horde at all.
Yeah, and right now, Night Horde doing a good job. They're going to be able to take this top tower. I thought they were.
They get it. It took a little time to chop down that tree, but they pull it off.
Yeah, and right now doing a good job. It's 2-2 apiece at the 7-minute mark right now. We can see the next hurdle is up, and I want to say this one's kind of important for the Night Horde to see if they kind of have their wits about them, if they're going to be able to kind of contest this. Maybe even get in a good team fight against the Bloodthirsty Kings. If they let this go, I feel like it's going to start pouring slowly into BTK's direction again.
We also did see Sleepy pick up the Blade of Hep Disease a second ago. Might be able to start packing a little bit more of a punch. But Milo's just been doing such a good job at denying Sleepy any team fights here.
BTK is going to get this
Mobazane's
turtle, it looks
chip away
like.
at this turtle. Tries to get the steal Sleepy, but unable to achieve it. Mobazane pops the retry. Now a little bit of a clash in the mid side. Night Horde don't want to force it.
And I kind of have to question the effectiveness of this Masha right now. You saw kind of down there, Sleepy kind of like, I mean, didn't really have a purpose in that fight. Was kind of looking for something, couldn't get around to the squishies or at least get close to them on BTK's side. And then unfortunately, Night Horde didn't really have an engagement tool to even get close to the turtle, and it was easy pickings for BTK.
And BTK is starting to group up a lot more. They're running as a 4-man, searching for fights. I'm wondering at what point does Night Horde want to bring the team together? Maybe, you know, sacrifice a tier 3 on one of the off lanes just to maybe take something, especially when this Lord comes in. No towers down
Jungle
yet.
invade?
It might be valuable to just like come together and be willing to lose a little bit of material in the off lanes.
Yeah, and then you can see the pressure, and I'm wondering right now if Masha is like the pick you want in the XP lane, or if it's mostly suited for the roam position, where she can kind of get around the map and be a nuisance to some of the members of BTK.
Ooh, nice damage onto Masha.
Sleepy's gonna
does
pick up
come
C-Hal.
in. We did just see Sleepy hit Cold World, and there was a nice chunk taken out. So the damage is starting to get there, even with the singular death. I think we still just need a little bit of time. The pace is definitely slow for both teams.
9 minutes, 2 kills each. That's
any of the
crazy.
heroes really pop off. R is also going to end up being a problem. We saw the full barrage earlier, and if no deaths, as long as R can keep farming for free, BTK is going to have to think about that.
Yeah, and I want to say this isn't really, I mean, in anybody's grasp just yet. Both teams kind of even. It's about a 2K gold lead for BTK, but at the 9-minute mark, that's not huge. Both have the same amount of towers down right now. It's really going to come into play when it comes to some of these team fights for the objective.
They might go in here.
Most definitely. Lord now up. Going to force both teams to come together. I don't think anyone wants to give this one up just yet. BTK have taken the tier 3 in the boss side. R's taken the top side. I would say the advantage still kind of goes to BTK, at least for the long lane. But, hold on, a little bit of damage. Onto R there. R able to flicker back, bring out the full barrage. A lot of damage onto Milo. He pops the Black Dragon, trying to get away. NetherRealm from both teams. BTK does claim the Lord pit, but while this is happening, Sleepy is just hammering home in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. They basically ignored Sleepy, who's basically going to get himself a tier 2 tower. But Mobazane going to be able to get them BTK a Lord for that.
They lose 2 towers there. Is it worth it for the Lord if they don't get anything off of this Lord? And essentially, that's a win for Night Horde.
Yeah. True.
I mean, we've seen BTK. It depends on how much they get off. I don't think that they're not going to be able to get anything. I mean, I think they will still be able to get about 2 towers off of this, especially the pressure here as we're starting to see.
We do have top lane's going to go down to basic here. Looks like they're going to try to cut in more, try to get to tier 2 in the top side. Unable to claim mid just yet. Holy Baptism does land on a Sleepy and R. BTK, Mobazane, the rest of the team are there. Out comes full barrage of Cold World. Force it back off. Mobazane goes down as well. Now Basic and Cold World are on the run. Basic going to re-engage just a little bit. Got to be careful for Sleepy and R, though. Watch Nicolette hiding out in the bush, looking for a possible angle. Just sit tight. A lot of damage onto R there. Still unable to get it. Sleepy brings her down to about 20%. Oh, my foe also trying to close the distance. BTK back and
what a
off.
knockup.
Nice Noah's Fury. Not able to finish it, though. Basic takes him out before the final slam. Now BTK back on the advance. Health bars are low. They got to be careful here. If Oh My Foe gets off 1 decimation, it could spell doom for the team. BTK on the edge right now. Keeping up with the advance.
Just will
Lord
not
does
die.
take the tier 2 on the boss side as well. BTK, it's a little bit rough. It's a little bit stumbly, but end up coming out on top there.
And I want to say they get 1, 2, 3 towers for
Not
that,
bad,
so
not
definitely even for, or it definitely brings Bloodthirsty Kings ahead there. I was kind of holding my breath at that little mid fight there because you were right. It was 1 decimation from changing that completely for Bloodthirsty Kings, but they played it well, had their distance for that. For those engagements as well, and even at the top lane, doing a great job of being able to withstand a lot of this pressure and with that Lord push. Right now, Nighthorde behind, still keeping it at about a 2K gold lead for Bloodthirsty Kings.
All it takes is, I mean, 2K gold lead at this point, it's anybody's game. All it takes is 1 big set from Momoy. All it takes is 1 good full barrage, and Nighthorde have the gold lead at any moment. Positioning-wise, I do think BTK kind of has the advantage when it comes to some of these Lord fights and just overall holding down the map. Nighthorde has to find a way in.
Yeah, and I want to say R doing such a great job,
Yeah,
especially
BTK
for a
starting
hero
out
that is
rotating.
as immobile
They're gonna
as
keep him busy
Ixia
with
is,
these
finding
lanes.
some great potential with a lot of these
I
full
don't
barrages, even when
know.
he's getting attacked in tower, able to create
I mean,
that
they're doing a
distance,
great
saving
job
some
by
of
keeping
those
up with them, though.
abilities
13
to push away
minutes,
the
still
enemy,
3-3.
then opening up with the full
2K
barrage to
gold
find
lead,
some
but
kills
it's
in his
not
way as
too
well.
bad.
All right, Mobazane up against foe. Momoy there as well. Cold World just hanging out waiting, though. I mean, BTK's working as a unit. They're working very cleanly.
All
Up
right,
in the top
second
side.
Lord
Little
comes
bit
up.
of action. Nice Petrify. Sleepy going to go down. Nicolette picks up the kill, but the full barrage does connect. Nicolette forced to use the Netherrealm on her own. Mello trying to get out of there. Sayori with the chase. Mello makes it a safety, though. Nighthorde looking for the next target. Decimation comes in. Basic gets away, though. Phases out with the transformation, and that's a decimation gone.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he had phased out or if the decimation was used a little bit too early, but it was definitely the phase, and that what a great play. It sets back the decimation. The Nighthorde doesn't have the momentum, and right now 3 members versus 3 here competing at the Lord.
And that's what you were talking about earlier today with the outplay possibilities
see
with
what
the
they
Roger,
do
right?
here.
It's one of the things that makes him a kind of
feel like if
exciting
BTK gets
marksman
this
to
Lord,
see
that's
because there's just some of those
probably-
mechanical plays you can make. Lord gonna get
probably it.
reset here. BTK does have control over the long lane on the top side. Nighthorde's either going to have to force it or do something about it. Full barrage does come out. A lot of damage on the multiple members. The flicker forces everyone away. Mobazane now alone in between 4 members. Netherrealm able to connect. Sleepy, what are you doing? You got to get into this fight. Netherrealm still connected. Everyone back to full health bars. Moy a little bit low. Black Dragon out from Yellow.
Nighthorde gets
able
it.
to take the Lord.
BTK gonna back up.
I was just talking about these great full barrages from R. He has no fear when it comes to it, especially the security he has from his team. He even flickering forward, he knows that the Nighthorde is going to be right there behind him to make sure that he's going to be able to get this damage off on it, forcing Bloodthirsty Kings back away from this turtle and helping them to be able to secure it.
Super clean, and even under the threat, like getting attacked first, then bringing out the full barrage
Oh,
and forcing them
BTK is
all
all
away.
there.
Here comes the
Nice,
ball,
full
of
barrage.
multiple members, pulls them all together. Netherrealm able to come out from BTK, but still they can't take the fight. They're constantly getting stopped in their tracks from this Lord. Now coming down the boss side, BTK in a little bit of trouble. Mobazane able to find Sleepy. Something in this moment of casualties. But the inhibitor is getting shredded down. Can't quite see if the Lord was able to take that or not. BTK working away on it. Yes, the inhibitor is gone on the bot side.
Inhibitor,
with the Lord
mid
coming up on
turret.
top side next time, it's a huge advantage for Nighthawk.
Pretty sure they got one on top too.
A little bit of a mistake from Sleepy, but not something that kind of turned the tables for the Nighthawk. I just feel like had Sleepy not died there really wasn't much there for him to dive in on in the first place. But they could have maybe created some potential elsewhere, maybe up at the top as well. And we take a look here at the items. 11K there for R. We were talking about it already.
See?
It already has Demon
Nighthawk has more anti-heal.
So he's going to be chunking there.
Just saying.
Roar just waiting on one last item. Looks like he might be looking for a BOD there. While on the other side, you said what?
BOD, baby, just all out, no immortality. We're just going all in.
Yeah, so we're starting to move in here now. Actually, Momoy in a little bit of trouble. Does get caught up, but not too worse for wear. And we're seeing BTK kind of on the back foot here right now. And is this going to come down to the patience of both of these teams? We were talking about it before. I mean, especially when it comes into the late game, you don't want to be making as many mistakes. You want to kind of keep it very precise. And I want to say right now, Sleepy doing a good job of trying to create that pressure on some of these side lanes.
You know, the answer to R right now is definitely Mielo. Mielo has to be the one to kind of put pressure on
Oh, God. There they go.
Oh, my God. The damage on 2 members. Basic and Cold World instantly deleted. Taken off the map. Night Horde find a moment. 30-second death counters up. They're going to push in onto this tier 2 and take more control in the Land of Dawn.
I'm shocked at just how quickly they were able to destroy Basic and Cold World and dust them as they checked that bush there. And that's unfortunate for Bloodthirsty Kings. They didn't have they weren't able to kind of close in on there quick enough. And you can see Mielo. I mean, you were talking about Mielo's going to need to be able to close the distance onto R. But the Night Horde doing such a great job of protecting it, and R doing a good job of staying in the back, of making sure that he is not close enough for them to be able to gank.
I mean, it's definitely a conundrum for BTK. The gold deficit is still not too far down. They got to go for a cheeky steal or something here, but the damage from Sleepy is starting to come out. He does get stunned up. Holy Baptism, a lot used just to take out Sleepy. Lord, down to about 70% now. BTK actually up 5-4.
They should have just melted that Lord.
Zone them away, but the damage is insane onto him as well. Night Horde get it back off, but waves still coming down the boss side. BTK got to do something about this.
I mean, there's waves crashing in at the bottom, which means that the time for BTK is very limited. They still have a very dominating presence at the Lord, and they're still able to zone out the Night Horde.
Now the time is definitely now. Mielo may go down for this one. Mortality pops. Get ready for the full barrage. And here they go. Nicolette taken off the map first, along with Mielo. BTK unable to withstand the barrage of Night Horde.
Yeah, and right now, R just having the game of his life right now. 3-0-4. You wouldn't know it from the stats, but he is able to open up onto BTK now, forcing their way into the core.
All R's got to do is lock on. Minions do come out in the nick of time, but R's unloading Basic, unable to do anything about it. Mobazane, unable to do anything about it. Cold World, unable to defend. Night Horde now going to take their time, move on to the Lord.
Yeah, Sleepy going to go ahead and start this off, but I mean, I want to say BTK still looking like they want to do something here. Nicolette and Mielo still on death cooldowns here, so they're not going to be able to do much except for clear out their jungle. This is going to be a free Lord for the Night Horde, and it all rests on BTK and their ability to defend this next oncoming Lord.
You know, BTK knew it. They spent so much time in that gold lane trying to get the kill onto R, trying to slow down the scaling of R, but just weren't able to complete the mission. R goes deathless throughout all 19 minutes, and he was online by minute 10. He was online by minute 12. He was ready to go, and now BTK is feeling the consequences.
Do you see that from the damage dealt? 108,000 from R right now. We're entering the 20 minutes. Sleep's in trouble.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Sleepy, but they got to get back to base quick. The Lord is already almost there.
Yeah, I feel like that was more of a diversion than anything.
That is a lot wasted
They're
there.
lock on.
No,
oh my God.
A great way to finish off the season.
Wow.
The playoffs will not be free for anybody.
What just happened?
What an amazing game played by the Nighthorde. Star player there has to go to R with the immense amount of damage, the bravery he had, especially when being engaged to be able to turn it around, get the stuns, and then open up with that full barrage, leading to a lot of turnaround from the engagements of BTK.
Nighthorde just showing up on the last day, man. And even in that game, the great thing about this is game 1, it was Snowball. Game 2 was Snowball. But this time, Nighthorde holds out, showing that they have some more dimensions to their team, showing that they're
That is crazy.
7-7. They're not
like
just
the only
this
way
was
we
probably
the
the
best series out of the entire
night. They can hang out. They can play. They can wait, and they can strike back.
Yeah, and I mean, man, you could take a look there from the stats there. It was such a tie game, such a low-scoring game as well. Played it to a T, didn't get too many kills, made sure that they were able to get the objectives, get those towers, get the pushes, and then get those lords as well. A great game played by both, but man, Nighthorde pulled out all the stops here, like you said, at the last day of the regular season.
See,
let's take a look at the damage dealt from R there. Finishes off.
They know, like, and that, like, everybody's gonna talk crap and all this other stuff. Say, oh, they focus Zane, of course. Well, yeah, you're gonna.
Damage was like 150 or something like that.
That's what you do.
So
you go for their strongest
that gap in just a couple
player
minutes if you wanted to.
And if you can make sure that you slow them down at least enough for your guys to get ahead of them, then
between Nicolette
it'll be a heck of a lot more.
Kill participation is the only thing that really kind of put Sayori ahead. But the real thing was just I want to say the opportunities that
opportunistic,
the
I guess,
team from
it opens up more for you.
There during these
I don't want to say it's a complete guarantee, you know, but
110,000 damage coming out.
I do appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Hope you guys are all having a good day, good night, good evening, whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope it is going good. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Thank you for hanging out with us here. Had a bunch of fun. I wish I had a phone that would work with a capture card, so I could have streamed the MCL tonight for you guys too. But
I heard you in the
background. You know, we do what we can. We do what we can.
How you feeling?
So
I'm.
We'll see. Let's see who they're gonna interview.
First game, I was like, maybe it's luck. Maybe they're just having a really good game. BTK might have just woken up, need some time to freshen up. Second game kind of proved that point. They had a pretty good game, but third game was when I could not believe when that base was going down, but it happened. And once again, I mean, BTK ended where they started. So, you know, it doesn't really matter that much with their current placement, but it definitely does show us that this season our teams are very, very close with each other. And it's interesting because I recently got to speak with Sayori on a little private interview, so guys, stay tuned for that. But in the interview, she actually said that Nicolette is her role model and she's been looking up for Nicolette. And today they got the showdown and she was actually able to shut her down. So, I mean, a lot to expect out of Sayori, this new up-and-coming girl boss in the mid lane.
Girl boss.
I love it. That makes me kind of sad for hyping up the girl versus girl battle. But no, I think you know, you get to you have the people you look up to, you get to finally meet them in a match, and Sayori the whole team put on tonight.
Yeah, great game. Like I said, this season is probably the best season so far of NACT.
I want to say it didn't have the greatest effects during the games. There were some of those objectives where Masha was
it's
off
the closest
on her own,
between the teams.
Pushing into
like I feel
towers
like
and
the
then clearing out the
teams
side
are a lot
lanes.
closer than they were
But
previously,
still,
and I don't think it's
Nighthorde, I mean, to get
BTK and
a
GG being
over
worse.
BTK
I think it's just other teams getting better and catching up to them finally.
Making their presence known and definitely stating in North America that it is anybody's game there at the top.
Yeah, we just
ended
the regular season, so everybody is going to be seeded.
It just seems like a wild run. Now, what I found interesting is that with the new hero chip coming out, it seems like the last couple of games we actually haven't seen it banned or picked. So
GG,
what
BTK, DA.
went on with that? Is it just not strong enough, or what is the reason?
I think currently
I think
their teams
Nighthorde
don't
might
think
be
it's
above
viable.
DA now.
Maybe there needs to be more time, but Currently,
let me get on
it's
the old
it's not really a hot pick, I feel like, and that's just reality. I think there's definitely possibilities for it. We thought Lu Yi would never be a super hot pick. Look where she's at. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
Well, and yeah, and I was gonna say that too. It's right now. It's one of two things: either not a hot pick, or teams just need a little bit more time to kind of synergize with it, see where it fits. We saw some comments before where, when compared to Lu Yi, I mean, the teleport is a lot faster. So, I mean, instead of like waiting for that diversion to come up for Lu Yi, I think it takes like what, 3 or 4 seconds. You have an immediate teleport there from Chip, but you also lose some things. When it comes to that roaming potential, the setting potential, the CC that you can have in there, I think it's still going to take some time for teams to see where it plays in there, but the potential is there.
Yeah, for sure, and our teams are not looking to take that risk today. Now, Trex, the MVP will be ours, so why don't you take us through his amazing plays?
I mean, that last game, was monster game.
All right,
this
so
is
they
game
haven't
number
updated
1 right here.
The
game number 1 where R
page yet.
We saw a little bit from game number 1, but this is the last game where I think R
I'm trying
really
to see.
okay,
so GG is in first, BTK is in second.
MVP.
We know that.
So this is the one where everything
I'm trying to see who's in third because
really
it's
knew R was online.
Kind of a tie between Area 77 and Night Horde.
Yeah, I mean, just opening up.
Or no, Night Horde
should
be in
it's
third.
almost cheating to show this end game because
then it'll go
right
Area
from the
77.
They
then
were trying very hard to close the distance on R, gank
maybe?
into his lane,
Or Fiends?
even chasing him down, and he was saving up those stuns and those pushaways right for when he got to the tower, opening up with the full barrage. Just a very well-played Ixia by R.
I mean, absolutely, and it seems like with Sleeps not having to meet that dinner deadline, Night Horde just pulled out a full victory right there. So it looks like maybe we need to schedule their matches at a better time.
That is going to be it for us.
Now,
might do
with Night Horde, and who better than to represent
streams
than
eventually through the week. Might do a prediction video.
Yeah.
What a dominating
I don't know.
victory.
We'll see where where it goes. Like a pre-playoff prediction
we've
video.
Been actually getting a lot of
but that's gonna be it for me. Hope you guys had fun.
With
and I will see you.
How do you feel after that victory?
Whenever we go live next time.
Did you come and expect this result?
Tiny Arts for you guys.
I mean, we were
have a good one.
At least one.